Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our budget meeting for the 2026 budget, moved by Deputy Mayor Lang, seconded by Councillor McDonnell. Be it resolved that the December 5th, 2025 special council meeting of the Township of South Glengarry now be opened at 9:06 p.m. All those in favor? AM. Thank you. All those in favor? Carried. Approval of the agenda. Are there any changes?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are no amendments.
Okay. Moved by Councillor Bougie, seconded by Councillor Jaworski. Be it resolved that the Council of the Township of South Glengarry approve the agenda as presented. All those in favor? Carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none, moving on to the budget presentation and delegations. I guess this is 2026 draft budget presentation. Mrs. McDonald, or Miss McDonald, sorry. Okay, sorry, opening remarks. It's not on my paper, I guess. I kind of, oh, right here, there's the other agenda. So yes, I go first. I see Jamie has written notes. I'd like to thank everyone for coming today. I did think about this, looking at the budget and contemplating it and trying to think of like what it represents. I think the last 3 years we've probably invested quite a bit in roads and bridges. This one, if you look at it as a whole, those particular items are down slightly. But if I can borrow Councillor Jaworski's wording, is building roads and bridges is like building a house. Putting money into this recreation facility, which is our big project this year that we see, is like putting furniture in it. So this budget to me is kind of a culmination of building those roads that bring us places, and then building that place too. And I think I'm stealing a few words from Ms. McDonald, so those aren't mine. You'll see them in the presentation. So those were a great way to sum it up. I do believe there's money in this budget from previous surpluses, and we might have a comment if there is, the auditor had mentioned, there might be some update onto the 2024 numbers, which may affect some of our decisions. Other than that, I look forward to this debate. I thank staff, council, and everyone who prepared it. I'll pass it over to the second remarks to our CEO, Mr. Fothrop.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you commented on, there's what's a little bit unique about this year's budget is we do have some quite significant projects that aren't sort of typical for the township in a single year, that being the project at Charland Rec Center, and then as well as the Glen Walter Water Tower, which has already commenced, but we're hoping to see completed next year. And so responding to those sort of pressures, there are some other adjustments, as you mentioned, to roads. However, we're continuing our philosophy as compared to previous years of funding our capital works through transfers to and from reserves to try and stabilize that funding for future years. I would like to thank the efforts of all of staff in attendance for putting the budget together, and particularly our treasurer, Ms. McDonald, for leading our team through this effort.
All right, then to you, Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm in charge of the mouse, sorry. So just some housekeeping for anyone who's watching the video afterwards. The township website will have a copy of the draft budget, and if you have any questions or would like to look at the budget in more detail, please feel free to reach out and we will assist you with that. Our vision remains a thriving, sustainable, and innovative community that honors its rich history while embracing the future. And our mission remains in collaboration with the community and local government partners. The Township of South Glengarry is committed to building a sustainable future, honoring our heritage, and creating a community where innovative infrastructure, thoughtful land use, and open communication foster prosperity and well-being. So as we looked at the budget, we were considering our strategic priorities: land use planning, infrastructure sustainability, water and wastewater services, organizational effectiveness, and I guess the exception, we didn't really focus on the airport in the budget, but we remain thinking about the airport too. So in this budget, as was already mentioned by the Mayor and CAO Fothrop, we are continuing to invest in our transportation networks through our roads and bridges, as well as funding those reserves, and in the facilities where our ratepayers gather, the arena, as well as a number of other facilities, as we'll look at later. While we were building the budget, we reviewed and discussed the levels of service of the proposed projects. We looked at prioritizing projects while planning for the future, keeping an eye on things we knew were coming down the line as we made our reserve transfers that we would need to buy in the years ahead. We also looked at spending our reserves prudently. As the Mayor noted, we have recommended spending some of the surplus from 2023, and we did receive word about the 2024 surplus this week, that it's going to be in the same area as 2023 surplus. So while we haven't incorporated that into the budget, we do have that in mind as we continue to plan for 2026. So grant funding, 2026 allocations are looking better, or at least kind of stabilizing. We did receive a bit more OSIF funding and OMPF funding. CCBF funding has remained the same. There are some areas we would appreciate if it would go back to levels maybe in 2022, but for OSIF, but wait and see. We did do some work in updating the data we provided to the province for our current replacement values following the study we did of the water capital infrastructure. So that allowed us to receive more funding for OSIF, which was good news. Budget pressures. So we anticipate increases to our liability insurance when we build the budget, also our group benefits. So we don't know what those numbers are when we build the budget, so we build in some assumptions of where we think they'll land. We also expect increased operating costs, materials. We haven't really realized the impact of the tariffs on our budgets yet, but construction is one area where we might see that next year with our arena projects, so we're not sure where that will land. As well, utilities continue to increase. One increase we felt throughout the budget at all of our facilities was increased costs for contracting out our snow removal, so that has led to a pressure. And as well, increased costs of capital projects. We've seen last year and prior years, when we go to do a bridge, we think it will be here and it ends up higher. So economic environment, I won't speak too much to this. I think we all hear enough about it, but we have seen that CPI is slowing, as well as the building construction index. It's still increasing, but it's increasing more gradually than it has been over the last few years. So one great thing about South Glengarry compared to some of our northern neighbors and elsewhere is our community remains somewhere that folks like to build, and we see residential construction and commercial construction. So every year our assessment base is growing. In 2025, we saw good growth in our supplemental assessment, which are taxes that we add after the roll return, so new builds and things like that. We do have a few projects that didn't make the roll this year that we anticipate coming on next year, so MPAC was forecasting that we would have good growth again in 2026. Okay, and so now our starting point. So our draft levy, we brought it at 6.11% over last year. You can see, one thing I'll point out, the expenses they seem quite higher compared to last year. These are the budgeted numbers. I just wanted to highlight that in 2025, the construction schedule for the water tower advanced a little quicker, so the expenses did end up being higher in 2025 because of the water tower sort of progressing quicker in 2025 than we anticipated. So the expenses will be higher than budgeted in 2025. But revenues we're anticipating will be higher in 2026 as well, because we'll receive that grant funding as well as the financing that we'll take for to complete the water tower. So as of now, if the budget was passed as drafted, the increase to the township portion of the tax bill would be 4.78%. Okay. As for budgeted reserves and carry forwards, we have quite a few transfers from reserves in this budget this year. This is again recognizing the project we're doing here at the arena. We have recommended a $500,000 transfer from our general reserve, which is part of the surplus from 2023, to assist with funding this project. We've also increased transfers to the recreation reserve for this project. Transfers to our roads reserve and our bridge reserve are also increased, as well as carry forwards are within those transfers that you're seeing up there. So almost 1.3 million of projects that we budgeted in prior years that we're carrying into 2026. Okay. Full-time staffing. So this is our staffing complement for the township presently. I just wanted to highlight that the budget as drafted, we have included a proposed position, so I just wanted to make sure council was aware that the levy as presented would include that additional facility supervisor. And as for salary and benefit overview, here is the township and the water and wastewater. So the negotiated increase for our union staff this year is 2%. The cost of living adjustment, so COLA for non-union, is also 2% this year. And as I noted on the last slide, the draft above includes an additional seasonal contract night shift plow operator that was approved in the committee of the whole with council. And we have also included the proposed permanent facility supervisor just for our discussion today. And as in the last two budgets we provided, we are again using our little symbols. So the decrease, increase, and maintain, and this is in reference to how we feel the project affects levels of service. So I will happily throw it over to Ms. Combo and stop talking.
right, good morning, everybody. I will be presenting the general government budget this morning. Mr. Fothrop, Ms. McDonald, please feel free to jump in at any point as we collaboratively prepare this budget. So in general government, bear with me a second. All right. So the general government budget consists of two subcategories. We have the legislative accounts, which are expenses related to council members. And we also have the administrative accounts, which is expenses related to corporate services, financial services, as well as any general operating costs. A quick overview of some 2025 highlights for general government. We added some modernization in the finance department with the implementation of an online, sorry, I meant to take out the water account portion of that because we already had online water bills, but the property tax billing platform. We migrated to a new website content management system and debuted a refreshed website. Continued implementation of strategic plan initiatives, and we have secured our voting system provider for the upcoming 2026 elections, which are less than a year away now. Going into 2026, the legislative general government budget is status quo, no major changes or fluctuations expected in this budget. On the administrative side, the operating costs maintain our current service levels. There will be a $40,000 transfer from the elections reserve to fund the municipal election in October next year. And as Ms. McDonald already highlighted, we're projecting a cost of living adjustment at about 2%. I will turn it over to Ms. McDonald for grants and donations.
So just to highlight that, we have maintained the budget of $62,500 in this budget this year. So if council would like to amend that, to please let us know. At this point, the application period closed last week. We had 25 separate groups apply for a total of $73,500 and some dollars, with about $11,000 of in-kind services. And just to note that within that $73,000 is the $20,000 pledge to the manor. As well, we will plan to bring a report in early 2026 to discuss these applications with council, but we just wanted to make you aware of the interest we had this year.
Some items of note that are not presently included in the 2026 budget, but may require consideration moving forward. So this is planting the seed, if you will. There has been some discussion and some certainly amongst some council members advocating for a permanent council chambers. We have looked at an existing township-owned space, being the Celtic Music Hall of Fame. If we were to proceed with that project, we'd be looking at what we estimate to be about a $350,000 project. Another project that is going to be required in the coming years is some exterior rehabilitation to the main office at 6 Oak Street. I'm not sure if anyone has come in at the front entrance recently, but there is a lot of deteriorating bricks. Some of the some pillars around the foundation are starting to look like they're going to need some work. So we are keeping an eye on that and anticipating that we're going to need to do some work there in the near-term future. So this is our historical taxation requirement. Each department, we sort of round out the presentations with this. And that essentially is your general government budget for 2026. We are not a flashy department buying trucks or, building arenas, but, we're like the reliable foundation. So not going to be the most exciting presentation of the day, but we are happy to take any questions you may have.
All right, are there any questions of council on this particular portion? All right, I know that, yes, Councillor Jaworski, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald, and thank you very much, Ms. McDonald, Ms. Campo, and to all of staff for the budget work done so far, and particularly thank you, Ms. McDonald, for all the documentation that you provided ahead of time. I can't think of anything else I would have asked in terms of wanting support. So thank you very much for that. It really definitely makes this process a lot smoother. Questions for general government? The computer website and support line, just looking at like what historical actuals have been over time, I noticed that went down. Our budget amount went down for that, and I was just curious if there's a specific reason for that.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, certainly. So historically and in past years, that line captured expenses that really should have gone on the software line instead. And last year, it was much higher because we had the planned website migration project. So we've done a lot of work this year, and I do want to commend Deputy Clerk Casey Dixon for the work she's done on this in terms of really getting a better handle on our software costs and appropriately, or appropriately is maybe not the correct word, but better assigning those expenses to the correct lines. So the website line now is reflecting the actuals for maintaining the website, whereas some of those additional costs that used to go there are now being allocated to the software line.
Do I keep going? Okay, great. Thank you. My other, I guess this is more than of a, well, actually, I'll start with a question. Just in terms of process, once 2025 actuals are in, I guess maybe there's more question to the mayor about like whether or not we plan on having a review of sort of where things land at the end of the year. I know we have our audit process, but I'm hoping we could do a little bit more of a rigorous review of where things landed. Because I do have questions about like where things are like from last year, but I don't think like now's the right time. But I'm wondering if there would be a plan, potentially if they're requesting if there could be a plan to think about that, maybe in when the numbers are in, to talk about, you know, where we landed in 2025.
Yeah, I think, well, we could do a committee of the whole, but once we get we'll be on track with audits again. I imagine there will be sufficient computing power in the department to start perhaps quarterly reports, bring back those reminders. But that a particular one for 2025 year ends, if it comes, say, would March be sufficient? Because that's generally when year end is plus or minus closing, and then we'll get back on that cycle of reporting financially, because that has kind of with a lot of power going somewhere else, it should be back online for those things. So I would anticipate that would be a March 2026. You'll see it with the department updates.
Thank you. Okay, so the last one is a comment. With regards to grants and donations, I appreciate staff saying that, you know, they're starting with a proposal of keeping it as is. My suggestion would be at a minimum to increase it the same level that we increase like the overall levy. So I think we're all kind of under the same pressures. So.
Okay, Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the presentation, Ms. Campo, and Mr. Fothrop and Ms. McDonald. Personally, I don't have any real questions. Just, I guess the only concern I would have is in regards to the grants and donations. I'm happy to say I want to keep it exactly where it is. Haven't seen a single request yet. Obviously, we said we're going to see that in the future, and that's just based on our deadline. So, but I personally, I'd like to see it actually come down if we could, but I don't foresee that being a possibility just yet. But well, I would address it whenever we have the applications in front of us. But I'm not looking to increase it here today, anyways.
Okay, well, if there's conversation on this, it's a good one to go. So we have kind of increase it by, say, 6%, maintain or decrease. Probably not decrease this year, but like some pressure on that one. Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And it's hard to have this conversation because we don't have the applications in front of us, and I know we're going to do that in January. So I'm leaning with Councillor McDonald. I know we had tightened the belt a little bit last year, and I just wanted to see where that came out. I was hoping that people kind of come to the conclusion that we're not giving everybody $4,000. It's just their general operating anymore. It's going to be for special projects. And I was hoping that maybe it could. So my recommendation is to leave it where it is, see where we are when we do get the actual applications in front of us. And if we don't spend the whole thing, then I think maybe we keep a little bit in there. And then if there is a major thing that is a special project, like what we intended this to be for, rather than just funding everybody's, their year, you know, then we could throw it towards that, or we could take a little off next year. It's hard to take some off now when we don't know how it panned out from last year.
That's fair. Councillor Bougie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I would tend to agree. I mean, not having the applications in front of us, it's hard to kind of go one way or the other. So I'm fine with the maintaining status quo for the moment. I mean, we do have $20,000 in there for the long-term care group. So, I mean, that kind of changed things up a little bit this year. My question maybe is for all of council. Is everyone okay not including the amount of money to renovate the existing space for council chambers? Because it's not, I know I'm saying it's not budgeted. Yeah, is everyone okay with that? Not, because if it's not in here, we're obviously not going to be doing it for 2026.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Lang?
It's definitely on my mind, and but I was going to continue on. When we get to the end of the day, maybe we'll have some give and takes, and if I think there's an opportunity, I'm going to try to get something in there for getting that started this year. That's kind of my hope, but I didn't want to try to commit to it this early in the day. We're 5 minutes in, and I just wanted to see where we end up.
Okay, it seems, and from like show of hands, we might discuss a little further later in the day. After watching, and I thought our deputy mayor did a wonderful job chairing the county council meeting, and at the same time, I like the struggle there at the end. All of a sudden, there was like $600,000 of asks at like the nth hour. So we will talk about this. So keep that in mind as we're going through. And I was trying to think of like learning from that experience, watching you, and how that happened. Is I might move some items if we want to talk about them. I'll note some of them. Some of them will debate immediately, and then some of them will take to the end where we can like kind of bandy the numbers about. Because it's kind of hard sometimes, you know, if Councillor McDonnell has one thing for 100,000 and somebody else has 300, and you're doing them piecemeal. But we will certainly talk. It might be a little bit different that way. Okay, so we'll maintain that one. Something that we can think about too is when we look at the grants and donations, if we want to raise it, we can always take a little bit more from general reserves in that moment and make a staff report. So we'll maintain that in the budget for now. Ms. MacDonald.
Just to add, when we have that report in January, we should also have a firm number of what was not claimed in 2025. We did have at least one group who respectfully declined the funds because their project didn't go forward. It wasn't a large sum, but we can provide you that surplus whenever we discuss it in 2026.
That brings me a great deal of pride when people don't take money they don't need. So thank you, South Glengarry. Any other further questions on this particular, I guess, legislation and administration? Okay, we'll move on to the next department.
Good morning, Council. My apologies for being a few minutes late. I had a call with a developer overseas this morning, so trying to accommodate the time change in India, I went longer than expected. But it's good to accommodate our overseas potential purchasers. So like Ms. Campos said, my budget's not that exciting either, but I'm kind of pleased about that. I actually feel for my colleagues who have to put a lot of effort in all the capital components. So if mine's a little boring, I apologize. So for planning, building, and enforcement, we have 5 divisions within our department, being planning, building, bylaw enforcement, economic development, and emergency planning. So an overview for 2025, the street banner replacement project was completed. As you're aware, we purchased an SUV for our building and bylaw enforcement department, and that's going really well, and you'll see there's been a reduction in costs for mileage and things like that because of the extra vehicle. And having a vehicle of that size certainly does not impact us at all. I know there's discussions all the time about whether we need pickup trucks or not. An SUV is perfect. We really just need wheels to get from location, you know, from different locations. You don't always need to have the access to a pickup truck for products and things like that. So that works well. So we appreciate having that vehicle. There was continued implementation of strategic plan initiatives. We organized 4 business breakfasts. Some of you may recall business breakfasts were done many years ago, and then we took a hiatus and we introduced it in 2025 to see how that would go. or reintroduced it, I should say. And of course, we held the annual awards gala. We were able to sell one parcel of property that's been on our books for a little while to deal with. And unfortunately, we have decreased revenue in planning and building permit applications, which I'll speak to in a couple of minutes. So we'll start with our planning department. So in 2026, we are anticipating a decrease in parkland revenue. And the reason for that is that it's based on development applications. So we had a high value projected in 2025 simply because of a plan of vacant land condominium. You don't always have those types of developments every year, so we budget accordingly for that. We're also anticipating a decrease in planning application fees, and that could just be based on the economy and the decrease in building activities. You'll see in our budget, we're a little shy of meeting our target for 2025 for applications, but I believe by the end of the year, we're only going to be a few $1,000s off, so we're not terribly shy. You just don't have the most recent number. We have increased our advertising costs in the planning budget, and that's simply because of the cost for newspaper ads. They are not cheap at all. And based on legislative requirements, for certain types of planning applications, we're obligated to place those ads. Now, I believe you understand that when we take in an application fee, that obviously helps cover the cost, but we're certainly not doing cost recovery on our fees because of how expensive some of those things are. We're also decreasing consultants and special projects by $5,000. We just don't need those funds for 2026. And we're decreasing equipment costs by $600, as well as vehicle and travel expenses and equipment purchased and software. So not major changes, but our mayor reminds me that all these little dollar values that we're saving add up to big dollar values. So we'll move on to our building department or division. So we've also decreased our building permit application revenues by $50,000. You may recall in 2025, there was discussions about increasing them because sometimes we under budget and it's really hard. It's truly hard to come up with an accurate number. So you do the best you can. We are quite short for 2025. We do anticipate a few more dollars to come in the next few weeks. But for that reason, we do need to decrease our revenues for 2026. We're also increasing our compliance letter revenues. That's just based on demand when properties are purchased. And we're adding a new revenue item for $10,000, and this is for unclaimed deposits. So you may recall in our building bylaw that individuals who apply, I'm going to use a new home as an example, are required to provide a deposit. And the goal of the deposit is to ensure that that individual seeks final building permit. Occupancy is a required permit under provincial legislation, but a final isn't. But it's always good to have a final because when people go to sell their homes, sometimes that could create issues for the buyers. So when individuals are not following through, we have in our building bylaw built in where we can reduce those deposits because they lose that incentive. So in 2026, that's going to be a project for our building staff to start drawing down those deposits. Cloud Permit software is a software package that we purchased a few years ago, and that's for individuals to apply for building permits online. The cost of Cloud Permit is increasing like a lot of other things. This $5,000 increase was actually negotiated by our building official because they wanted a much more, a larger increase. So kudos to our CBO to negotiate with them for only $5,000, and that would allow us to enter into a 4-year contract with a nominal increase per year because they wanted significantly more money. Another item is we were able to decrease our vehicle and travel expenses, as I noted, with having the new vehicle in 2025 that assisted. We've also decreased our legal fees by $5,000. There was a significant file on our desks that has been resolved in 2025, so that helps us not having to bring that issue forward in 2026. And we're also decreasing consultant fees as we're expecting to have a full staff complement in 2026 in our building department. And we're requesting $10,000 to be transferred to reserves to build up that reserve vehicle replacement that we've depleted because of the purchase. Moving on to bylaw enforcement, we have a projected decrease for mobile food premise. Not that many people are looking to have food trucks in South Glengarry. We also have a cloud permit software increase for the reasons I just talked about in the building department. Bylaw uses that program as well. And we have status quo for animal control. However, we're requesting 30,000 being carried forward from 2025. And the reason for that is to make sure that we have a backup plan for animal control. And if something were to change, we're going to bring that back to council for discussion purposes. It does not mean that we're going to spend those dollars. It means that we'll be back to this table to talk about how we want to handle animal control provisions. And a little shout out to our treasurer's dog in the photo. I did not put that photo in, but Hershey, I believe, is the name. Yeah, so he gets to be highlighted in our council meeting today. So moving on to economic development, we've decreased software expenses by $2,900, and the reason for that is that the United Counties, most of the municipalities in SD&G subscribe to a software where there's data that's available, and it's important data that's available to the developers that speak to population, income, development, things like that. And the county is purchasing it on behalf of all 6 townships, and they were able to negotiate a reduced rate because it was a bigger purchase, so that's the savings there. So it's always good to work together for reasons like this. Again, a decrease in our vehicle and travel expenses. A pretty significant change that's happening at the provincial legislative level. Changes have been made to the Ontario Planning Act that now allow upper tier municipalities to have incentive programs. So you may recall in South Glengarry, we have a community improvement plan that was not allowed at the county level. So all the monies had to flow through the lower tier municipalities. Well, now that's changed, so they can budget for that themselves. So you'll see that that's no longer on our books, but there's no impact to taxation because it literally was an in and an out. It was a way to fund those projects and follow the legislation. We are projecting our community improvement plan to remain at 10,000 because of those legislative changes. We will be rewriting the community improvement plan. We'll come back to council and ask for your advice and goals. We have some ideas, but it will be subject to council's approval. And we're also carrying forward a little over $1,600 as we had a project that was funded in 2025. And when we fund a project, the individuals are given a period of time to complete that task. So sometimes it carries over into different years. So that's the reason for the carryover. Moving on to emergency planning, it literally is status quo. And just to remind our council and our public, I do really appreciate the county assisting us in our emergency exercises, and that does result in a couple $100 in savings, but it really helps the workload. So I'm very appreciative of that. So that's my component or portion of it. Is there anything you want to add, Ms. McDonald?
All right. Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, through you. Thanks for the report. Just emergency management status quo, but there is 30,000 in this year that doesn't look like we've, just said for cost, doesn't look like we've had any expenses since 2023.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can speak to that. So Fire Chief Robertson will speak to it a bit during his presentation. We have applied for a grant, and $30,000 of that grant we've put there because it was going to be used for supplies related to emergency management. So I wanted to delineate it clearly from the regular fire budget, because if we don't receive the grant, we won't spend those dollars. So I wanted to make sure it was clearly noted in the budget where those dollars are, and Fire Chief Robertson can speak to it a bit more shortly.
Would I be correct then? An offsetting revenue is in the fire department? Okay. Back to you.
I
Deputy
did
Mayor
see
Lang.
30,000 in the fire department as well under emergency response. Two items were the same.
All right. Do you have a comment, Ms. MacDonald?
I believe that there's $20,000, so there's a $50,000 total grant that was applied for. I think 20,000 is in, 30,000 is in these lines, and the other 20 is down in the other area. But I know,
Okay.
yeah, I believe he's applied for a few grants, so it may be a different grant as well. I'd have to review the lines.
All right. So many grants. Any other comments at present? Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. I'm not expecting like an answer, but I'm wondering if it's just something that we could confirm to make sure that there isn't like a material impact, or if it's just how things are being allocated. But in some cases, like the ratio of benefits expense to like regular salaries and wages, it doesn't appear like the benefits expense is being increased like proportionally. So I'm just wondering if that is just because there's an allocation thing happening, or or I'm assuming it's that versus that there's an error. But like for example, like in the building inspection department, that one specifically seems low.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we do allocate, we do look at the salaries and benefits may depend on the employee as well. The benefits expenses vary if the employee is part of a family or single, so that may be the reason that you're seeing a difference in how it increases, but we do take quite a bit of time looking at it, so I think it would be accurate, but I can certainly review and speak to it later.
Councillor McDonnell?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. I was just wondering, I guess, a question for council. Seeing as we've replaced both the vehicles in this department, do we want to hold off on that 10,000 transfer to reserves for the replacement of them? Or are we fine just putting it in? I'm just looking for any savings we can find, but be a small reduction.
All right, any conversation on this one? Okay, Councillor Jaworski?
Could staff remind me the number of vehicles, that's the status quo number in the department, and the typical, or the target life for those vehicles, please?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Mayor, so our department has 2 vehicles, one being a pickup truck that was purchased in 2023, and one being an SUV that was purchased spring of 2025. They will probably expire, close to each other, given the years and how close they were purchased. As you're aware, we typically drive our vehicles as long as we can. Building up the reserve is certainly a decision of council, but 10,000 a year would, if you give 5 years, that's only $50,000. It's pretty hard to buy a vehicle today for $50,000. But again, that's council's decision.
All right. I think I'll borrow from Deputy Mayor Lang. Does anybody wish to support that motion, or that opinion presently, to decrease the reserves for that one? Okay, we can come back to it. We'll make a note of it. Okay. You don't mind me speaking a little bit from the chair at times? I know this is probably my most involved one. With the slide on status quo for dogs, I know we had some discussion there. Status quo means that we still do it, and we had some discussion that a report may come back at a future council. As this is holding it, perhaps like we can give direction now to potentially discontinue it, pending a future staff report, of course. Is that still the will of council? Because we kind of said that sometime last year to kind of get out of the business of dogs. Is that okay? Okay, then yes. So a future staff report to give us ideas of 1, can we, and then 2, what that would look like. Just looking at fees, I did appreciate the slide that said 65.5% recovery in building. Is that something that we wish to investigate further? Because I know like planning and building fees, like in a perfect world, would cover them. Rural municipalities aren't the same, and we have talked before about like subsidies in that way. Like perhaps there's a percentage. Do we want to have that conversation now, or we can maybe direct staff to come back and say like what it would look like, if there's will to say that? I see Councillor McDonnell's hand up.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't have any real desire to increase our current cost for permits, and that way, unless there's some efficiency somewhere else that we can find within, I don't want to be looking out to increase our building and permit applications. I think they're expensive enough.
Okay. Councillor Jaworski?
I think this is more sort of a philosophical comment. I mean, I think if we're increasing fees in other areas because of, inflation, those kind of pressures, I mean, I don't know that that specific category should be exempt from increases.
Just if I may, Councillor McDonnell, I don't know, just to make that hear that comment, then we'll go to Ms.
Just,
Haley.
did we not recently review this and increase it a significant amount? I thought it wasn't that long
fees
ago
bylaw,
in
I
my
think.
memory, I thought.
Yes, Ms. Haley?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, our fee schedule for our building permits is independent of the comprehensive fee bylaw. There was a building bylaw that was brought to council, I believe, in 2023. Interestingly enough that you're talking about this, our chief building official actually has a draft of a revision of the bylaw that he plans to bring to council in the new year. And the reason for the draft is to introduce different fees that would better serve our community. There was actually a request made by members of council to look at different types of buildings that may require less inspections. So specifically, there was basically farm buildings that, maybe accessory buildings to a farm that were higher in costs. So that's not going to help the 65% return. But one thing that we do as well is we look at our neighbors. And so our neighbors are in a similar situation. So if you want to increase this fees, it means you're having higher fees compared to our neighbors. But that's something we can always do. However, you will have a chance to discuss this in detail when that draft building bylaw comes back. Based on the legislation of the Building Code Act, we also have to advertise. And so it's not something that goes to council and a decision can be made right away. It's because we have to follow the process. So we can talk about that further in the new year.
All right, then a further discussion, but that is fair, just to put it on the mind. And if I may make a comment. Okay, sorry, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Yeah, I don't want to cut your comment off, though. And I encourage you to make comments. I think for budget, it's we need to have everybody's input. I just was thinking, are we going to be issuing any? We gave ourselves the ability basically to write tickets not too long ago. Is that in here? Are we thinking that we haven't really been collecting anything along those lines? Are you seeing that we are? We just have that ability, we're not putting anything budget for it, or are we thinking that we will start doing that?
So thank you for that question. So that is an item that falls within our bylaw enforcement division. And we actually will be bringing a bylaw to council at our January 12th meeting to appoint a screening officer and a hearing officer, because we will be implementing AMPS in January of 2026. AMPS is the Administrative Monetary Penalty Services. We currently don't issue tickets, as you're aware. I feel that we've had very clear direction from council over the years to work with individuals and make sure that we're trying to achieve compliance on bylaw enforcement without being really heavy-handed or being forceful. So yes, there will be opportunities for revenues, and there may be opportunities for individuals, or there will be opportunities for individuals to object or appeal those revenues, but we don't anticipate a big influx of money coming in, because that would mean that we would be doing or delivering that service differently. So unless we have direction from council to become more, forceful and ticket, and I haven't received that direction as of yet, and that's something, again, that we can talk about January 12th. So we have some good information coming before you in the new year that will allow us to have further discussions, and we're always looking for direction and making sure that you're happy with how we're delivering those services while working with the required legislation.
Thank you. And I just, the one comment I was going to make is, I do have a difference of opinion sometimes on fees, because if it's not a fee to the person, it's a fee to everybody. But there has to be some reasonableness too. So I'm not we're allowed to have that debate, and I appreciate what will be coming forward. I do want to issue a mea culpa for increasing. I'm pretty sure I put the pressure on building revenue last year and the year before. So apologies for that. And then with the CIP comment, I'd be curious to query council. We've had some thoughts on how to focus that particular department, just to save staff time, should council not wish to have a CIP program. I don't know if that's something we want to have a conversation now or at another time, but it's just something that seems maybe unresolved. Councillor Bougie, then Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, just to that point, it seems like things are changing in that regard. So I think once we get that new information, I think that would be a good time to be discussing the CIP and whether we continue or whether the county takes more of a role. Or, but with the changes, I feel like when we have that information, I think that would be a good time to review that.
Okay, Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I feel it's run its course and I'm ready to do away with it. But if that's if we want to wait to see what the future holds for upper tier municipalities and the continuation of that, I guess we can. But personally, I think we need to focus on the business of the municipality more than putting on programs like this anymore.
Okay, thank you. Any thoughts from the other side of the table? Otherwise, we will defer to a future staff report when that one comes. It's $10,000 and it's a carry forward, so it doesn't. I don't know if it would have a lot of effect on this effect. It's just, it would just save. Say if we don't ask staff to then look at revamping it and changing it to focus. I think it was on rural areas was the conversation instead of just our downtown cores. Councillor Jaworski.
The one element of the CIP, as I recall, that I certainly wouldn't want to see disappear is the matching funding for like accessibility upgrades. I think that is something that as a community we should support, particularly with an aging community. And those upgrades are very difficult for businesses to do. And yeah, I think it's about sort of, respect and inclusion for the whole community. So that's something I would not want to, that part of it, I would not want to go away.
Okay, with that, then we'll wait for that. Oh, sorry, Councillor McInnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Haley or Councillor Bogie can correct me. I think we had one application in the year of 2025, to my recollection, that had nothing to do with accessibility. I don't think in my entire time sitting on that committee since my time, or since I first elected on council, I sat on it. I don't remember once ever doing an application for accessibility. So just to give you an idea, I was 100% behind that when in the former council when we increased it, and it hasn't made a difference. There's a number of businesses that I've personally gone out and tried to encourage to take it on, and not a single one has ever applied. So just, we had one application and that was it, and not a single one for accessibility.
Okay, Councillor Bougie, and then I'm curious if Deputy Mayor Lang has thoughts, and if you don't, then we'll go to the staff report.
Just to comment on, there has been applications for accessibility, and one comes to mind. I think Henderson's had made an application, and part of it was accessibility for their building, and there's been others previous to that, but that's one that I recall. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's time to revamp and look at the whole program, but maybe promotion too of. Maybe people don't understand that is a component and it is available. So, I mean, that's
Okay, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you. I mean, RAP is still there through the counties if people want to apply to do some work and get some funds. Sometimes programs run their course. There's a few people that are interested, and you move on. I'd be fine cutting it. I got places I could put the 10,000.
Yeah, and as it's a carry forward, I don't know if there would be much, but like if we could remove that from the budget, and then I suppose it saves staff, because there's three of us saying, okay, yeah, so that would be like to save staff the time of introducing like the role component. We're just I guess we're taking the decision now to not advance that subject. So CIP will be off for now, pending a future council. All right. So then we will move to the next department, pending further questions here. Fire services. I think, no. Is there a tax, just to clarify that question, is there a tax benefit to not having that in the budget this year, or was it all carry forward?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it would have all been a carry forward, and I just will say that we will still have to carry forward what was promised to the one applicant that hasn't claimed it yet. So you will still see that in the final version of the budget, just to be clear, and I'll do that as a carry forward.
We're not going to renege on a contract we already have or an understanding. We're not, yes, okay. And Councillor Bougie, yes, this would mean that the CIP at present doesn't exist for 2026. Mr. Robertson.
Good morning, Council, and thank you for your time. So presenting the fire service budget for, yeah, I guess I need to run that one too. For fire services, I'll just zip along here. There we are. Okay, so fire budget this year will be very similar to last year from a general sense. We have a number of grant opportunities that we're going to talk about that will benefit us if they come to fruition. And I'll also talk about some of our capital items and some of the carryover on capital items, one significant one, and the reasons for that. So our 2025 review, our incident responses were up. We had a number of significant events in 2025, some quite recently as of today. So those numbers will be up, but we definitely, more call volume, larger incidents adds to some of our payroll lines, which we sort of try to trend that amount, but in our volunteer paid on call fire structure, staffing structure, of course, it's difficult to nail down what our salaries are going to be for our paid on call staff, but historically we sort of trend that. So we are up a little bit in that this year, but it's easily to explain. So there we are. So we completed the renovations in Lancaster Station. They were flooring, dressing up the renovations inside the administrative and the meeting spaces. That was about it was 20 years since we had done that, so it's been a nice project to complete. We have purchased a significant amount of fire hose that over the last number of years we've been holding off on, so we've focused on that this year. That should arrive in the coming weeks. We have at the Airport Road, beside the Airport Road maintenance, the roads facility, our fire training center there. We have completed some site grading, some paving, and built some props. Our philosophy for our location is not to have a significant asset in that facility, but we want to have the assets, the items at that location where we can train for our staff. Our staff, when they finish a busy day at work or with family and they have to quickly turn around to come out to fire training, we want to ensure that they have those resources and those locations are close enough to home. But whenever it's something, a large course or something, we can go to some of our neighbors who have much larger locations. So we appreciate the amount that we carry forward for this, for upgrades and maintenance for this location at $10,000 a year. We appreciate that of council and your consideration for that. So, and we signed an agreement this year with council's aware that we sold the former Williamstown Station to the St. Lawrence Valley Agricultural Society, to the Fair Board. We have an agreement where we can continue to utilize the water hydrant that's on that property, which aids us in water supply for the village of Williamstown in that area. And it also allows us to, with significant capital pressures, both in the fire service and others, we're definitely having a water storage system that I've talked to council a number of times in the previous years is something we definitely would like to have. Staff would very much like to have, but we have the ability with this agreement that we can continue on status quo, allowing us to spend capital dollars on other projects. So we'll talk about vehicles for a moment. We have 4 vehicles that are approaching the end of life. They're definitely over the years that the insurance rating and the insurance world would like us to have them. We do have them inspected and tested annually, all of these units, and they do meet those inspections and those tests. So we're dragging them beyond what some standards might ask us to, but we're comfortable in doing that at this time. Pumper 5, it's 24 years old, and it is an item that I'll be talking to you very shortly about replacing in this year. Tanker 1, it's 28 years old. It is our smallest tanker. It's in the Glen Walter Station. It is a tanker that is not used to the degree of the other tankers, so once again, we've been sort of pushing it off, but it is an asset that we will definitely need to replace in the near term, in the next few years. Rescue 1 is a support vehicle. at the Glen Walter Station, again, it is significantly on in years, and that unit, we definitely are pushing it along, but it is maintaining, and no significant cost to it in this year or recent years. So I'll just take a moment. The cost for general repairs on vehicles is really becoming significant. So I'll talk about that in a subsequent slide. And Rescue 2 is one of the ambulance units that we had. It was bought used from the City of Cornwall, SD&G paramedics, and it's more of a support unit, but it's definitely an asset that we utilize. And but once again, if council recalls, 2 years ago we replaced that unit. Well, actually 12 months ago we replaced the ambulance unit in the North Lancaster station with a pickup truck, and staff and even as of last night, they were voicing that definitely was the right direction to go. One, from a cost perspective, but actually just the form factor, the pickup truck versus an ambulance, the usage of that unit is much better than an ambulance unit. So once again, on that Rescue 2, we are monitoring it. It really is coming to the end of its life. It is something that what I'm hoping to do, and with council support, is leave it, on a year-to-year, month-to-month basis, and if it does not pass an annual safety, or we do have a catastrophic mechanical issue with that truck, that will be something I'll come to council with. The replacement, as with Truck 5, is in the $30,000 to $50,000 range if we can buy a used vehicle. So, and it would be out of reserves, so it really wouldn't affect the year's budget, but that consideration, I want to stretch it as long as we possibly can. And when that time does come due, I just wanted to ensure that council was well aware of that sort of philosophy on that vehicle. So another item that, is something that is not in this year's budget, but we are looking forward to in coming years, and it's the station signage. I'm not talking about the signage that's on the building announcing which facility is. This is the message board that we have historically had at all our fire stations. Currently, we only have 3 stations with 2 stations having moved in the past decade, we only have 3 stations left that have those signs. A 4th being at the old Williamstown station, with an agreement with the Fair Board, where they allow us to use that sign for fire prevention and community messages, so that's always appreciated, and I want to thank them for that. But these signs are really starting to weather, and we're starting to put some repairs into them. Conversation with the rest of administration is happening about how we communicate, how we put up community messages, both fire and other departments, and some of the requests from the community, how we broadcast those to the community. Is a physical asset something that we want to continue with? But if it is, then moving to a digital signage type means that we'll definitely need to spend some funds in subsequent years so that we can do that. So we're working on options for that in the background, but I just wanted to highlight that at probably $15,000 to $30,000 per location, it's definitely something that council needs to be aware of, that we will need to consider in the future if that's the direction we go. So okay. All right, so other items of note for the future. The radio tower at the landfill, Beaverbrook landfill site will require replacing in the near future. That's the radio tower. In the fire service, we have 3 tower sites, and at the Beaverbrook landfill site, which is one of those, we share that. We also have the roads radio system on that facility. That unit, we're estimating it's well over 30 years old. We have stabilized that tower, but the various contractors we've had out to assist us with it are very leery about the length of time that that tower will have, but that's an asset that we'll probably look at, you know, $100,000+ in the near future that we'll have to do. I'll speak in a few moments about the radio network, the radio system. That replacement of that tower is not in that system because the antenna that we replaced on that tower will be able to reuse the new technology, but the tower, the stability of that tower is getting on in years, so corrosion, et cetera. So we will need to keep that in mind for the future. One other item that we've sort of talked about in the past, and we have a little more information now, but it's definitely very general information, would be the issue of the asphalt, of paving, the tarmacs at the different fire stations, and a number of different municipal buildings. We've done some real general estimation of the cost of the asphalt, and just here it comes up over $400,000, sorry, just to do the areas of the 5 fire stations. That doesn't necessarily mean that all of them are due tomorrow, but some of them are really, really starting to deteriorate. So the whole question of asphalt, and it is definitely one of those items that's easy to push down the road because of other more pressing capital concerns, but it really is, from the price point, it is a capital item that we are going to need to consider in the near future. So, and then once again, the water storage system at the Williamstown station. So, I wanted to touch base on a significant, well, it's been a pressure for a number of years, but it's very much a success story. So that would be of firefighter certification. The province implemented legislation that basically for the general public means that all fire personnel in Ontario, be they career in a large urban center or be they truly volunteer or volunteer paid on call in a department such as ours, every firefighter needs to be certified to do the task that they're doing. And because the service we provide to our community is that of interior firefighting, we had to ensure that all of our staff were certified to that standard. And the deadline for that phase of certification is June 31st of 2026, so 6 months away. I am very pleased to say, to announce to council that we will be, by January, we have 1 class left, and by the end of January, we will have 100% of the members who had intended to complete their certification will be complete. So we're talking about probably 97% of our fire service will be fully certified. So if I, I'd like to take a moment to thank our staff. It really has been a shift on their historic, our staff have historically always trained very hard, but in these last 3 years, they really have stepped up their game and have really spent an awful lot of time training, and that has shown through in our budget, and it really is appreciated for the time that they've put in to that. So we will continue on with our standard certification courses. These are courses that all of these courses will need to continue on. It won't be for the 100 firefighters, our existing historic fire staff. This will all be for new staff or those looking for promotion. So we'll continue on with those. One very success story that's about to occur, it'll be the first sort of 6 months of 2026. Our recruit class of 2026 will be done in conjunction with North Dundas, South Dundas, and North Stormont. A number of months ago, we sat here and we talked about collaborative efforts with other municipalities, and this is a program that we're very excited about. Our staff are really going to get the benefit of our own staff training them, but they'll be able to see other locations and other staff and glean some of those benefits throughout the county. So the second phase of certification, which always has been in the legislation would be that for technical rescue services. So technical rescue services would be, and I'll talk about them momentarily, water, ice water rescue, advanced extrication, high-angle rescue, which would be a service that needs to be performed for anything that is tower-related or agricultural bin or silo, confined space would sort of pop into those things. I mentioned a couple of weeks ago that we've entered into an agreement with the City of Ottawa to provide those services to us. In 2024, we completed a risk assessment of our municipality, and we continue through our various risk assessments, be that the HIRA in emergency management. We're always considering the pressures that are on our municipalities, and some of the significant pressures, and it really speaks in call volume, would be the auto extrication piece. We have a significant number of transportation corridors that go through our municipality. So we're going to really focus on that certification with some staff moving forward. And that of water and ice water rescue. This is a service we've provided since 2014. With certification, the training requirements are more significant, but respectfully, they really are the training we should be completing. So, but there's just more pressures on staff to train more, and of course there's more costs. So the one item with technical rescue, we do not need to, as mentioned in the past, we do not need to provide all services ourselves. We have agreements for others to assist us with some of those. But the ones that we are going to train to will need to continue, and those are the water items and the extrication items moving forward. So, and we're not going to be training all of our staff to the technical levels. We'll be training all our staff to the awareness levels so that they can support be our own teams who are trained to the technical level or to those partners who we bring in to assist. So that's a recap of our certification. So once again, very proud about that completion, but also being well on track to complete those. So I want to talk about some grant opportunities. I spoke about this a few months ago, but I also want to just sort of bring it back up. Year 2 of the fire grant, the Ontario Fire Grant. Year 1, there was $10 million available to the province, which meant that South Glengarry's portion of that came in at $41,000. This year, as mentioned, they have doubled the grant to $20 million province-wide, and it looks like they're going to carry that forward to 2026. But for the 2025 that we've applied for, it'll be for $82,000 and change. It is a 100% grant. There's no matching local funds required, which is excellent. The nice thing about this grant, the province has heard about some of the pressures that all municipalities have that are very, with the pressures that all of our municipalities have, some of these items, such as cancer prevention and things, are always items that are, there's always more important items. It's very difficult to say that cancer prevention is not at the top of the list, but it is something that isn't physical as far as we know that there's a pressure coming down the line, but preparing for it definitely has benefits long term. So we appreciate the fact that the province is recognizing that and allowing us to gain grants that are from the province. They're 100% non-matching grants so that we don't need to pressure our local taxpayers with funding some of those programs. So I'll continue on. The details on that one were in a key information report on September 8th. So the province has also announced a $25,000 100% non-matching grant also for mental health training and support services programs. So that's for both resiliency training and for healthcare if needed, if required. This is a grant that's maybe a little bit different. We may not spend $1 of this. Well, we're going to spend $1 because we're going to run some training programs on this. fingers crossed, we don't have to spend much of this because we don't need to have any of our staff receive any health care for mental health issues that are a result of the significant role that they perform for our community. So, and then the last item that we have applied for is the emergency management grant mentioned during Ms. Haley's conversation. That is for $50,000 for equipment to address significant storm events. This is the grant that administration had discussed and applied for the previous 2 years, and we were hoping to get $50,000 towards the funding of a standby generator unit for this facility for use for the community in those long-term power outage events. We and a number of other regional neighbors applied for the same item, and none of those were successful. It's always difficult because we don't really know what the criteria for success is in these grants. So this year, as a group, we decided we'd change tact, and from some of the successes in previous years, we thought significant storm events would be an area that we will hopefully have success. What we're hoping to do with this item is, there will be a significant amount of this $50,000 that goes towards chainsaws. Let's say 20 chainsaws that we have at the ready for a large weather emergency, be it an ice storm or be it a wind event where we have roads closed. All of our municipal departments can grab these tools and assist our community in opening up roads, et cetera, and those types of things, and opening up our own property and parks, et cetera. So also included in that $50,000 are some items that we were looking to purchase, that we need to purchase for the fire service specifically. Those, and I'll speak in a moment, thermal imaging cameras. 2 of our stations, we use thermal imaging cameras for many, many things. We used them this morning in 2 structure events for checking heat sources at a fire. And, but we also use them for search and rescue. So it really does also fit into the emergency management grant criteria. So if successful, we'll be able to transfer, in essence, the amount that we were going to need to spend in 2026, we'll be able to counteract with a grant. So funding that way. So we were very hopeful that that grant comes to fruition. One other grant that I haven't spoken to council yet is I'm hoping to apply for the skills development grant in Ontario. What I'm hoping to do is add power to our fire training facility, power that would be supplied off of the roads facility because they share a yard. This would be lighting, power, lighting within the buildings. It's just one more item that would really make the facility much more usable, so we don't have to run generators for poor lighting, those types of things. We would put up, in essence, street lighting or yard lighting. But once again, this is something that we have a lot of other pressures. If we can get this covered in a skills development grant, because it's a training center, we think there'd be a lot of value to that. So,
If I may, just to speak to that note from earlier regarding the $30,000 in the emergency response costs, and as well as these grant opportunities. So we do anticipate if we receive the $82,000 as well as the $50,000, there would be about $9,000 of savings to the fire operating budget, because some of those items would be purchased anyways. However, if we have the grant, we would just reduce our fire expenses, so there'd be some savings.
thank you. And so many of these grants are announced post-budget that we have to, I mean, we're very appreciative, but we definitely have many conversations about how we can apply for them, communicate that to council, but also to have it flow through our finances. So, okay, operational items of note, just a few. I just spoke to the thermal imaging cameras. That's a $14,000 ticket item for 2 units. That would go to the Martintown and the North Lancaster stations. Vehicle costs, as I mentioned, are escalating. They have for a few years, but you know, just like all of our cars and trucks and everything, the more complex they become, the higher the cost for repair. Diesel exhaust fluid systems on our vehicles are really becoming quite expensive. We've put about $8,000 of the $13,000 the $12,000 that's shown here, into DEF repairs on some of our newest vehicles. These are systems that they don't last. Our older trucks, they're coming to their end of life, but they also sometimes don't cost us as much money as our new vehicles. So it's always a difficult item to navigate. So, but I just, those are just a few examples to just show the costs of our operating budgets changing. So, okay, capital items of note. Our radio network. The radio network, we had asked, and I thank council for allowing us to proceed in 2025 with $500,000 towards replacing our radio network. Basically, I had hoped it would be a simpler purchase. I will say it is rightly so. It has been a bit more complex than I had hoped. We continue on in conversations with design and with both consultants and neighbors who have put in systems, and we think we're very close to being able to proceed in early 2026, but we weren't ready to spend the money, and I really did not want to come to council in subsequent staff reports asking for additional. I'm not saying I won't, but but especially on the design piece, I wanted to ensure that we really had it understood, and we were planning for what we required. So, as it was an item that was coming from reserves, I made the determination to push it off into 2026. So, another item from reserves, Pumper 5. We spoke to Pumper 5 a few moments ago. Pumper 5 definitely needs to be replaced. It's one of our frontline pumpers. And we really are trying to, as a department, we're focusing on running our pumpers as our first line vehicle and ensuring that they have the tools. Our staffing levels, as they are everywhere in the Western world, are declining to a degree. I have some success to talk about that in a moment, but they're declining. We definitely don't have the daytime availability of staff, so we're definitely pushing a lot of our equipment onto our pumpers so that fewer people can respond and still mitigate our calls for service. But it just proves that our pumpers need to be replaced in a reasonable manner. So we're looking at $650,000 to replace that truck. This is a truck that is, once again, it's a stock truck. It meets the needs that we have for our North Lancaster station. I'm sure council has heard prices. Prices can very easily be double that for a very similar truck. But I think the truck that we're looking at really does meet our needs. And this would be a triplicate of the 2 trucks we bought in 2023 that basically came in at, thank you. I guess this is an easier way to communicate it. Yes. So they came in at $520,000 in 2023. So they, as with everything vehicle-wise and equipment-wise, the price is significantly advancing on these. So, and once again from fire reserves. So I will just back up to. So yeah, so these are in essence our slides that have more details. I guess I've kind of spoken to most of this already, but for the radio network, $500,000 once again. We've had, it is more than at end of life. We've had some outages in the past couple of years that really hamper our operational needs. And we're hoping and it still seems to be trending. This is the same message I shared last year, but we're hoping that about 30% of existing mobile equipment and portable radios can be used in a new system because it'll be similar technology. So another item in capital, we are looking to proceed with year 2 of our bunker gear replacements. This is a 5-year project, and the gear that would be replaced in 2026 is gear that expires because it was purchased in 2016. So I guess that, in essence, is the highlight items of the fire budget. If there's any line items that would like to be discussed, or I guess if I, maybe just a quick mention that we also have our fire ponds. We have a fire and life safety pump that is at on Midway Road, and we have another fire pond on Richmond Road. Those are trending. We are working at different options with those locations, and there will hopefully be more information very shortly on one of those. So yeah, and any questions, I would be more than happy to discuss them with council. So.
Before going to council, just clarification, and probably just a yes, no. So you're suggesting that as we go from our rescues are also going to pickups, just like we did our ambulance? That's kind of the future idea?
Thank you for that, through Mr. Mayor. Our rescues, a very historical model would to have a rescue truck in all of our stations. Our rescue trucks are, in essence, toolboxes on wheels. The heavy rescue that we have in Lancaster deals with our structure fires, deals with our hazardous materials responses, our auto extrication, our large auto extrication events. So that is an asset that we'll always want to have in our municipality, but we don't need to have 5 of those. We have a medium rescue in Glen Walter that will be replaced by some form of a medium rescue due to their area of response and the call volumes and call types in their response area. And our other stations, 4-wheel drive pickups, or we have an idea that, you know, I'm going to sort of, I guess, announce now, like in the future, a pickup style wildland response, or our trucks are too expensive to be driving through bush and forest areas now and across fields. If we had a vehicle and you know, that is basically a pickup that can advance our fire attack or our rescues further into some of these more remote areas or more rugged areas, that saves the value and the damage to our large expensive units. So, so our support vehicles in those pickup trucks, there's a few different variants of that, but in essence, yes, 3 of them will be pickup variants. So thank you.
And the second one, the street signage, was just like an FYI, future, not currently in this budget. Okay,
Exactly.
Going around the table, are there any questions or comments? Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, Mayor McDonald. I have a bunch of questions, so I don't know if, okay. First of all, thank you, Chief Robertson, for the comprehensive review. You mentioned early on in your presentation about, you know, the number of incidents and, you know, the pressures that puts on the fire service, and just, you know, putting it in context, like over 300 incidents, that's almost an incident every day. And as we know, when there's an incident response, and it's not just one person going out, it's, you know, lots of folks and lots of pieces of equipment. And although, you know, you say it puts a lot of pressure too on like the, you know, salary, I mean, like the I guess let's call them salaries for lack of a better term, but like really in spite of that, like the costs, the manpower costs of the fire service have been pretty flat for many years. So I think it's kind of a testament to how organized and efficient the department is overall. I have a few detailed questions. In terms of like miscellaneous fire department income, that's an item that, you know, it seems we often, like we're budgeting like $15,000. I'm not quite sure what this number's for, but it seems like actuals, historically, we bring in more than that. So I'm not sure if that's something where we should be budgeting higher revenues. And before, the other item on the flip side is like the Highway 401 fire calls. Like we budgeted like 60 grand last year and this year, and I don't think we've ever reached that mark. So again, are we being too optimistic on that end. So those are the two revenue questions, and I'll hold the other questions after.
Okay, thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So I guess maybe I'll start with the MTO responses. So because there is there's no taxation for provincial highways, the province does allow municipalities such as ours to bill for our responses to 401 highways. One issue that comes is with that, it's a different budget year, and sometimes some of these claims can actually go on for definitely more than a year. So sometimes they don't actually come back in the same year. But of course, that doesn't speak to the not meeting the amount. And I don't have the information up here, but in theory, if we were to be able to bill for 100% of our responses to provincial highways, that line item would be in the range, trends between $75,000 and $100,000 a year. We are not able to yet, and I'll explain this in a second, we are not able to claim for all responses. If we do not provide a service, or if the vehicle actually drives into the ditch, someone calls us because they think it's an emergency, and the vehicle pulls back on the road after and drives away, it's a bit, we call it a ghost call, and we can't claim for that because we didn't provide a service. So the calls that we hope that we can bill for, at times we can't. The province, we're very close, we hope, and I say this publicly with hopefully some pressure to the province, to be allowed to bill for those. It's going to be a different rate, but at least we'll be able to bill. And we've advocated, the Ontario Association of Fire Chiefs, very, very hard on this item because it really is a significant cost to our ratepayers for us to respond to the 401. 401 brings many, many benefits to our community, but it also has costs, especially to the fire service as we respond to it. So if I may, that was the second. What would the first, or does that sort of touch base on it?
The first one was about miscellaneous Department of Fire income, but I think still overall is like, are we being too optimistic? Are we lowballing in one? Are we being too optimistic in the other? In the end, is it going to come out to a wash? I mean, because I just want to be, we are talking about small amounts, trying to extract everything we can. So if we just want to be as realistic as we can in the numbers.
I'll just speak to the miscellaneous fire department income. So what's being captured on that line includes donations from our local firefighter associations for equipment for our fire halls. So the last 2 years, we had donations from Williamstown and I believe North Lancaster. So those are both on those lines, so it's not something we had budgeted for.
In terms of some expense items that I had questions about, like in two line items that the budget perhaps the budget hasn't increased substantially from last year, but it seems to be different. The budget seems to be higher than the trend of actuals. Consultants and insurance. I'm just curious if you could speak to those two items, please.
So the one on the consultant, if I may a moment, I'm just going to pull it up here.
Well, we have the moment. Is there any thoughts on what insurance will go up? Or has it been fairly reasonable just on the overall, like township-wide?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we haven't really gotten an estimate for next year, but we have assumed, I don't want our insurer to hear us, approximately 10% increase, so we have built that into the budget. Our current pricing brings us to August of next year, so there's only 5 months of next year at a new price. So I think we've built enough room in the budget for that.
Thank you for that. So on the consultant line item is actually consultant and subcontract. So one part of that is to carry the design fees for the radio network over. That would be one large ticket piece. But also, that also takes into account when we need, let's say, excavators at structure fires. That is a line item that is placed in that location, and that item is just year depending, situational depending. So items like that where we will call contractors in to assist in that type of a situation, that's where that line goes. So.
And the insurance item?
So the insurance item, The last 2 years, we were slightly under what was budgeted for insurance. And I'm just trying to think, to pull in, there are a number of insurances that we pay. Do we have a clear, yeah.
It's fine if you want to come back. I just, again, it seems if we're trying to save 10,000 here, 10,000 there, that this might be an item that can be refined.
Yeah, I think the idea behind the question is if it's something like, I mean, we've been through these conversations in the past, I'm sure you do them, you know, like you have the ghost of a consultant pass because that particular one had it, and so you hold it there and you hold it here, and then just to make sure that we're not carrying too much there. And then on the insurance, like if we can, like if there's any room, I guess Councillor Jaworski seems like she's asking, can we save a few $1,000s here? Ms. MacDonald?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so we did hold that number. We looked at insurance across the corporation for when we built our estimate for 2026. We did lower it in another department. We've left fire where it was because recognizing that the way we've always split out insurance, looking at each department's budget, we're thinking that we might want to look more on a per vehicle basis, what the insured value is, and we may refine how we split it between the departments next year. But we have kept our, like we've estimated for the year what it will be. And then within fire's number is their volunteer fire insurance as well. So that's about $15,000, and part of that is charged in each year.
So no savings on insurance based on best guess, and refining it on the consultant. That seems a reasonable number despite it being underspent last few years.
Just to speak to the consultant line, we did carry forward the unspent dollars into 2026, planning to use it towards the radio project that Fire Chief is planning. So within the budget, there is a carry forward of about 21,500, I believe, was the number, and that will be used in 2026 on that line.
Does that satisfy that one? That means, yeah, as 2025 money will offset some of that difference. Okay. Councillor Jaworski, you have a few more questions?
Yeah, I'm almost done. No, and thank you for that, because I find, like, with fire, there's a lot of, like, there's grants here, and then there's expenses there, so, and transfers, sometimes it's just trying to follow those puts and takes. My next question is perhaps, I mean, it doesn't just apply to fire, it applies to roads as well. There was a time where we discussed heavily costs of repairs, both done in-house and outside. And it seems like there might be a shift of how we represent that in the budget, where we bucket those. And so for the fire chief, the question is, the repairs, if you could just sort of generally speak to at a high level, sort of what the proportion would be of repairs that we're able to do in-house versus repairs that we have to send out.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So we have an excellent mechanic in our on staff who takes care of, in essence, 100% of our municipal fleet. On the fire side, there are certain items that we don't tax our mechanic for. One wouldn't be trained on. That would be, in essence, some of the fire pump and those types of things on our vehicles, as an example. Those things we have historically and will probably always continue to go out for, just because the workload does not warrant doing it in-house. When our mechanic is already, I would say, working at 100% capacity on the rest of our fleet, be it our pickups, be it our trucks, you know, engine, chassis, those types of things, transmission. Those are all items that our mechanic would be our first point of contact, and if there's a capacity issue, if he's busy on other items, then at times we'll go out to other parties to assist, other service providers. Or he will also give us guidance if it is something that needs to go to another. So, and once again, the more complex that units get, the more scanning and diagnostics tools and et cetera, and I guess it's always a give and take. Do we have the workload versus sending them out to another party to do those? So it is something that I will say, Have we sat down and really crunched the numbers in a year or two? Probably not. And maybe it is time where we actually do that once again. And that may be, are two mechanics warranted? Or getting into other services or having other tools that are available to our mechanical staff? Those all might be part of but having the review is something that we can commit to doing in 2026 for sure. So,
All right, is that a review that we, council, just because, like, I'd be interested, obviously, is, okay, so there's three, yes, that review, if it can come forward. I don't know if that's an info report in the future. I don't think it's committee of committee of the whole, so sometime in the new year. Councillor Jaworski?
Yeah, no, thank you for that, Chief. And my like very like kind of specific lenses, of the stuff that the mechanic that's within the scope of his capabilities, not water pumps, like things that are within his scope, sort of what's the percentage that we're doing in-house? What's the percentage that we have to send out to sort of, I mean, to your point, I'm not suggesting we need another mechanic, but this is the kind of review that I think, we went through a lot of going back and forth about, having an in-house mechanic or not. So I think it's just a check to go back in history and see, is it the right decision? And the economy changes too. So sometimes what was the right decision a few years ago is no longer the right decision. This is the last question. I was hoping you could speak a bit to, because the paving that you're referencing that might be needed for the fire halls in the future. For those of us who are less familiar, just if you could speak to, why gravel is not appropriate or whether other finishes are appropriate, if you could just speak to that a bit.
sure, thank you. That actually, I appreciate the question. So, at a fire station, the reasons to have asphalt on the tarmac would be, one, our units are in and out of our stations in all weather at all times of the year, of course, and tracking debris into the station. Yes, it's a small item, but it definitely is an item. We do a lot of work on the tarmac in washing of hose, washing of equipment outside of the station. One, our stations really aren't big enough to be stretching out 100-foot hoses and pressure washing, those types of things. So that is done on the tarmac. As an example, at our new Williamstown location, the tarmac at the front is quite degraded, and I'm not sure when the last asphalt went down when it was a roads facility, but when you're trying to clean hoses, and when hoses are, we just purchased 4-inch supply hose that is $1,000 a 100-foot length. If we're pressure washing it in mud and grime and gravel, small gravel, we're not stretching the life of that hose. So having clean asphalt, it really does help prolong the life of fire hose, as just one example. Now, that's in front of the stations, in front of the doors as we respond. We have some stations that have gravel side yards. We have other municipal, locations that have gravel parking lots. It is a wholesome conversation about what truly does council want to invest in asphalt. That number was not for 100% of our fire locations. Having 20 or 30%, just to throw a generic number out, be gravel for parking areas, that might not be a problem. But there are certain locations where it really is important to have proper asphalt in front of the buildings. So, yeah, does that kind of give you, okay, thank you.
Councillor Bougie? Through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Fire Chief Robertson, for your presentation. Lots of information here. To the point with the paving, to me, I think if we are in the area with other projects and we could tie it in, I guess that would be beneficial. Unfortunately, like Martintown, we were just in that area, but like Lancaster Station, for instance, I'm sure we're going to be doing paving on the north of the tracks in the next couple of years. That would be a good opportunity to kind of throw that one in there. Thank you for highlighting all the certifications and all the work you've been doing with your group. You did say you had a success story on, I don't know if it was you wanted to mention, but you never did, on your recruitment. Maybe you want to touch on that. But the grants as well, thank you for highlighting that and your team for writing them. It's a huge benefit to the members and to our residents. And of course, our asset management plan is well at work with our new vehicles, and they will be replaced. A couple of them will be replaced in due time. One question I had was you mentioned about what was it? Sorry, the radio tower and the landfill site. Is that budgeted in with the whole radio network, or is that going to be an extra amount that you need to spend in this coming year?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, so the one item I wanted to highlight, and thanks for reminding me. It's a highlight, and it's something I want to share with council. I wish it was more of a highlight, but we just posted for positions. We had 49 people in the community express interest in joining our fire service, which is 3 times what we've had in recent, historically. And that was for all 5 stations. Now, the caveat to that comment is, so yes, there's interest in our community, which we're grateful for. When we explain truly what the role is in today's world and what the demands on their time, both in the recruitment phase and their subsequent career, it looks like we're probably going to advance 16 people of that 49, and those 16, we will only be able to advance 10 people because of our joint recruit class. So, but we're going to take 16 people to testing in a week's time, and so it is a positive. We're not pleading with the community to assist us in our fire service. There's lots of interest there, but I think we're doing a good job of being very realistic with people over the last number of years and ensuring that it is a significant commitment of their time, and with that, and I always say it to those staff, we thank council and subsequent and former councils for the support of our fire service, because it really does make it a department. This is not the same everywhere. That does definitely make it a department where people want to be part of our organization and perform that service for our community. So the second part, the radio tower, no, so it is not part of the $500,000 for this year. At a tower site, all of our tower sites, especially Beaverbrook, we replaced the antenna on that tower about 2 years ago with an antenna that we'll be able to use in any technology moving forward. So that portion of the tower will remain viable in a new system. It's the radios, it's the repeaters, it's the communications where the towers are talking to each other. That's the $500,000. And the tower, we can limp it on for another year or two, even in a new system, but it is something that I wanted council to be well aware of that we will need to replace in the not too distant future. So, thank you.
And since it was brought up, and I think it's across many places, we should be perhaps like a committee of the whole just to keep it away from going back into the budget for that gravel pavement, because I think it's a topic that affects many of our buildings, including several recreation buildings. So, and I don't think it right now is in the budget in any of them, but it is highlighted. So I think we should take a good, keen look at that. And I like the idea of when it's around, or if we're okay with gravel too, because like it would be nice to have the numbers to say, say it's a $100 solution to a $40 problem. It's nice to know that, or maybe it's a perfect solution when that time comes, because I imagine like the Martintown Community Center on the rec side would obviously, they'd like that, but we have to be kind of fair across it. So if that could be a future committee of the whole, it doesn't need to be anytime in the imminent future, but like I think that, because it seems to be one of the things that is highlighted on many of our places. So, okay. Any further questions? Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Yeah, I definitely wanted to encourage the asphalt discussion. It's almost impossible to wash hoses and stuff when the asphalt is all cracked and pitted, because as your pressure washer's going, you're just spraying more gravel and dirt back on. It's frustrating. And then you end up trying to do it inside, which they don't really fit, and then you're spraying, and while stuff's getting all over the walls and everything else, so. I'm still not 100% sure on the 30,000, and when I look on that line item, it's the exact same on both. Is it a copy of both? Where is my sheet here?
This is in regards to the
Because
grant?
it does give an actual in 2023 of $61,128. That's the exact same amount in the emergency management one, and then the 30,000 here. So it's under expenses. I don't know when the emergency management one was. Is it just an in and out, in one and out?
So if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor, while we're just pulling up the information, so the intent is, just to highlight the intent of it, is we're trying to do a better job of recognizing some of these grant opportunities and where they flow. And we've added an emergency response line to the fire budget this year so that it really is easier to make this exact conversation easier moving forward, that we can track those if they do come to fruition or if they don't. So that's the idea there. So if, we'll just,
And I think the deputy mayor just wants to make sure that we don't have the expense in there twice.
I just don't want to have the budget for a $30,000 expense we're not going to have.
Yeah.
I've got things I could do with that. And it might even be in the fire department.
so if I may, and through you, Mr. Mayor, in the essence of time, can we spend some time offline just pulling
Oh,
this
yeah.
together and later on today answer it better as opposed to us just
Yeah,
sort of sitting?
it's hard to answer this question immediately whenever we have, like, you're looking through numbers, I know that stuff, so we'll get
Perfectly
back to
fine
this
with
one.
me.
So I'll just put that as a note.
I
in
did
addition-
want one more
please
point, if
do.
I could. The tower at Beaverbrook, it's the actual tower itself that is in question. And do you know how high that is?
Through Mr. Mayor, it's about a 30-meter tower,
100 feet.
100-foot tower. And the other part that just sort of occurred to me that in our, and we can speak at a little further when we talk about landfill sites and the development of that location, it is in a spot that probably, for sure, it does not fit for the expansion or the usage of the landfill site. That tower will need to be moved, and it will need to be moved. The idea is to move it closer to where the new gatehouse and the public receiving area is. So about, would that be 300 meters to the west, give or take? So one, it will need to be removed, but it also needs to be replaced. So there's sort of two pressures on that tower. So
My thought was, and it may not work out because maybe it needs to be right there, but there is a communications tower on Chapel, which is likely half a kilometer away. And I just wondered if we could, if we don't need to be too high, sometimes they'll rent space down lower, and maybe we could fit on that tower. I don't know if it would work with our infrastructure and everything else. I have no idea.
So thank you for that point. It is a very valid point. First off, we're designing the new radio system. We suspect that we're going to use the Beaverbrook landfill area for one of our towers because the location of towers, of course, is integral to the success of the system. So we're considering that. We're assuming that that's the location it's going to be in. And it may turn out not to be. And to add to the second point, we're always looking for partners, and they may be local partners, they may be other municipal sites, they may be some of our water towers. You know, the plan is to put one on the new Glen Walter water tower, now that we have a high tower in that location. But it could be on in other municipalities if they're close enough to meet our needs and hopefully in the future meet joint needs for radio systems, of course, so we can share those assets. The one caveat with piggybacking onto other technologies, so we'll say cell towers or microwaves internet towers, the frequencies they're all radio frequencies, and when those frequencies are too close together, they fight against each other, and so there are certain tower types that we cannot put our radio infrastructure on. So, But that is definitely something we're always considering. So thank you for bringing it forward.
All right, so we'll look at that 30,000 later in the day. I do want to applaud the sharing of the Dundasses and North Stormont. I do wish our near neighbors would join. It would make it a little simpler. Maybe have a meeting that you don't have to travel across half the county to get to. But it's nice to see that collaboration happening. Any further questions? We'll take does anybody want like a 5-minute break, and then we'll hit parks? Okay, yeah. Okay, great. So we will take a 5-minute recess, and we'll return with Parks and Recreation and Culture. All right, before going into Parks and Recreation, there was a question that was or asked by Deputy Mayor Lang, which I think there is an answer. So Ms. MacDonald, if you could please provide that.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So just to speak to Deputy Mayor Lang's question, so we did have an emergency response cost line showing here in the fire department's summary of GLs, and my mistake, that's also showing in the emergency management slides. However, that is the same account. We're just seeing it twice, so it's not a duplication of the expense. It's just in here twice, somewhat misleading, so apologies for that, but there is only 130,000 expense in this budget.
Satisfied?
It makes sense to me now, and Caitlin showed me that it's actually the same, just repeated over, but they're not claiming it twice, though.
Okay, great. Okay. So Ms. Harbers, Parks, Recreation, and Culture.
Good morning, Council, and through you, Mr. Mayor. We'll start with our department budget here. First slide is 2025 items in review. So here we have, I won't go through everything in detail, but we were able to complete some park and playground projects, Smithfield Park being one of them, through an accessibility grant, and the Optimus Club donated funds to add the zipline play feature. We replaced some of the refrigeration plant room items to ensure we're operating more efficiently. You'll see in the picture here, we completed the landscaping at the Celtic Music Hall of Fame. This really cleaned up the space, and from a structural standpoint, we exposed the foundation posts on the south side of the building, which was highly recommended to avoid further corrosion. So we're still working on restoring these. We'll refinish them and paint them, but now they are fully exposed and should last longer. Another item on here is our elevator modernization here at the Charland Rec Center. It is currently still underway and expected to be completed within the next few weeks. Some carry forward items here. So based on the last slide, we were able to accomplish most of the items that were on our plate this year, but there are a few items I just wanted to mention. So the Paul Rosseau Memorial Park Outdoor Rink donated funds. It's more just, you may recall that we came to council last year notifying you that we did receive $5,000 from the community, a community grant that someone had applied for on our behalf to restore the outdoor rink in Williamstown. We did work with them this year, the volunteers this year, to determine the costs associated with fixing some of the items at this outdoor rink. However, those costs exceeded the $5,000 that we had received. So it's in the volunteers' hands at this moment to determine how they would like to move forward, but the funds are still sitting there. The arena beam painting is now included in the major capital work that's happening at the Charland Rec Center. So provided the disruption to our schedule that this work would require, it does make sense to complete it at the same time as the large project. The other item is the park signage. You may recall last year we identified it as a 2025/2026 project. So we have ordered the signage, and we haven't received it yet, but we are hopeful to start installing those next year. The Summerstown Estates Parkland, we would like to put a larger permanent driveway and a proper culvert, but we are waiting for the final lift of asphalt to be put on that roadway. So we're hoping for this in 2026. We will talk about this park in more detail when we get to Capitol. Some operational items to note here. You'll see that we have the facility supervisor position. So yeah, within the budget, we have included this non-union facility position under the Parks and Recreation Department. So this position will help with the oversight of all township-owned facilities. And the township does own 41 facilities, with the majority of the larger and most utilized facilities falling under recreation. Currently, we do not have a dedicated facility position to manage these buildings, whether it's contractors or maintenance schedules. So as a result, we do have a very reactive approach to maintaining our facilities. We completed our building condition assessments back in 2023 because of the Ontario regulation requirements for asset management. Through this, millions of dollars of maintenance and capital items were identified for the next 10 years. Although the items identified are not, they're not followed exactly, but as we reevaluate the condition of items as we go, We still do have a lot of infrastructure to maintain and monitor. Even in our facilities, we have TSSA requirements to follow, accessibility requirements that are coming down the pipeline that we're trying to manage. And there are also funding opportunities that we are currently not taking advantage of because we don't have the resources to properly plan for these applications or projects. So this facility position will help with getting us in a better position to manage our maintenance schedules, routine inspections, contracted services, and hopefully take advantage of additional funding opportunities that are available. Next item on here is our tree purchases. So council may recall that earlier this year, we brought forward a report regarding funding that we partnered with the RRCA on to purchase mature trees. So if we are successful with that funding, we will be spending $15,000 on trees, with another $15,000 being matched in funds. So we will be planting approximately 30 mature trees if we're successful. We should know in the springtime if we are successful. Grass mowing contracts, I just noted this here. Our current 2-year contract has now ended. However, in that contract, we do have the option to extend for 1 additional year, which is likely what we will be doing. However, I just wanted to highlight, costs increasing for this, so there may be cost adjustments if we do enter into new contracts. So that's coming up in the new year or the year after. Playground inspections. I just wanted to highlight this because we currently only have 1 employee that is a registered playground practitioner that can complete our annual playground inspections. This employee will be off on parental leave for the majority of 2025. So it's our hope that we can certify someone from our current staffing to complete these inspections. However, if the course isn't offered in time, we will need to contract that part out, which will fall within our maintenance budget for each individual park. But fully documented inspections are required annually by playground safety standards through CSA. Property maintenance for snow removal costs, I do want to mention that too. A major cost to our facility maintenance that you will see for the upcoming year is snow removals. Some facilities are seeing a larger increase due to the service now being contracted out as opposed to being done internally. The contracts are now per snow event, as opposed to some last year, I believe, were for the season. So it is a bit more challenging to predict the costs for that upcoming year, but to come up with those costs, the higher use sites, we predicted approximately 30 snow events, whereas some of our low use sites, we predicted 20. So due to the large increases, we have minimized our maintenance schedule for some of our main halls like painting and floor refinishing, but it's possible that we can try to do some of those items internally for a lower cost, just as we are taking this hit for the snow removal increases. Some capital items, capital maintenance and equipment purchases. Hot water tanks are listed here. These are a couple that were listed in, identified through our building condition assessments. However, the majority, all of these except for one for the Charlene Rec Center were identified back in 2024. So we are now recommending that they be replaced. There's one from the plant room that actually isn't earmarked until 2029. However, we have 2 hot water tanks in the plant room. They're both the same age, and one of them did fail last year just due to the water quality in the facility. So it has more wear and tear on this equipment. So predicting that the other one of the same age will require that replacement next year. Other items on here is the furnace replacement at Jack Donaher in Beansville. That was identified for replacement, and noting that this facility is primarily used, in the winter months for the outdoor rink, we have included it here in our budget. 2 pieces of equipment identified here. The mower attachment, so this would be for an attachment for our tractor. This would be used to mow sites like Karen View Park, along with a path at Glenwalter Park that, the areas where our contracted mowers don't go. It is a 1.2 meter offset mower. It can work behind the tractor or on the side and also on an angle to do brushing and hedging. So this would be used on our Unit 66, our 2019 Kubota. The water trailer that's listed here, so we currently transport the water to Lancaster to water the flower boxes on Main Street. The water trailer that we currently have has rusted and it's no longer safe to use, but it is helpful to have it on a trailer so we can attach it to the truck when we need to, on a daily basis, as opposed to putting it in the back of the truck and then the truck isn't really usable, the bed of the truck isn't usable. So this is for a 5x8 or 6x10 single axle trailer. Moving into our capital items, so obviously a large item that we already discussed a little bit today is the roof and siding project at the Charland Rec Center. So the more recent estimated cost for the project is at 2.4, as you'll see here. And I just want to mention that estimated cost does include a 200,000 or just over a 200,000 contingency. The general contractor tender is out right now. It closes on December 17th, and we plan to bring this to award at the January 12th council meeting. We will have the full project cost at that time. For now, we have just identified the approximate cost that is being recommended from reserves for this project. I did provide a brief overview of the project here. We will ensure that there's a more detailed project overview with schedules at the time of awarding the tender early next year. Next capital item that I discussed a little bit earlier is the Summerstown Estates Park. So as noted here, we are utilizing the original budgeted amount of $20,000 from the Parkland Reserve Fund to do some landscaping at this park. The next item, as mentioned earlier, is the culvert and driveway. We also have included $60,000 from Parkland Reserve Fund, although this is pending. I think Gia McDonald can speak to that a bit more. But the additional parcel of land beside the park is now up for sale. I believe Ms. Haley could confirm this. I have met with I've met with the community, representative from the community about this park and discussed the future of, the development of this park. The community is passionate about adding additional features to the park and are willing to fundraise. However, I have communicated with them that this is a neighborhood park and they typically include a medium-sized structure, approximately of $60,000, very similar to our park at MP Poirier in Glendale. So based on our, level of service for neighborhood parks, this is what staff would be recommending, and anything above and beyond that for additional features, like Lancaster Optimist Club did at Smithfield for the zip line, would be, fundraised dollars. I believe the group is looking to understand what they would need to fundraise to get certain items. So as this project, if it, council's interested in this park development, then I can communicate with them what may be required on their end of things for fundraising. This next slide is for the 3/4 ton truck with a dump box insert. This is actually, I do apologize, I could have put maybe a bit more detail on this, but this is for the replacement of the 2013 GMC 1-ton, Unit 61. It was identified in our 10-year capital forecast that was brought to council back in March of this year. So due to a couple different things, we have opted to go with a 3/4 ton truck with a dump box insert. One of them being license requirements and weight restrictions with a 1-ton vehicle. We are recommending that we replace it with a 3/4 ton. Although the box won't have as much capacity, it will meet what our staff have for licenses. And having the dump box insert helps with brush pickup, garbage pickup, hauling stone dust, or mulch for parks. You will see on the slide mentioned later on in this presentation for items for future is a dump trailer. This is in part because the dump box will be smaller than the 1-ton, but also because we're often picking up large brush hauls from parks with a flatbed trailer, and it's a lot harder to secure that trailer with brush on it as opposed to possibly a dump trailer with a tarp cover to secure it would be helpful. But for now, as mentioned, we're just looking for this truck replacement. We would also like the dump box included because we don't always have the room to bring a trailer to certain sites, smaller areas, you know, to pick up garbage or do maintenance at parks. Our next capital item is the Green Valley roof, a Green Valley Community Center roof replacement. So if you visited the community center recently, you'll see that the west side of the roof has deteriorated quite a bit with shingles loosening, and we've had to resecure some more recently. Therefore, it's been identified for replacement. Although our building condition assessment did not identify it for replacement until 2029, there were some trees to the west of the facility that contributed to its deterioration. We have since removed those branches and some trees to prevent a further wear and tear on the roof. We have budgeted for a tin roof replacement. Typically, a tin roof, you know, has a longer lifespan and warranty than a shingle roof. However, I did include here the estimated cost for shingles as well, in case you'd like to consider that instead. The tin option also includes snow guards for the doorways, which increases the cost a bit more too. This building was built in 2009, and the building is in overall good condition based on the last assessment. It has become, you know, increasingly popular with rentals at this facility, so we are seeing some more wear and tear on the building. We foresee some expenses coming up, like exterior doorways and HVAC, but for now, we're just identifying the roof replacement. This slide is a on the horizon slide, which is they're not budgeted for in 2026. Some are items that were included initially in the budget, but when reviewing and also understanding, you know, the large investment going into the Charland Rec Center, we opted to push some of the items. However, some are in fact items that we plan for in 2027. We don't currently do multi-year budgets, but this provides a heads up of what's coming up for discussion. First item here is the North Lancaster Optimus Hall deck replacement. It's wooden and has rotted underneath. We continue to replace deck boards on the top of it, and we'll continue to do that this year. Sport field bleachers, we are looking to replace our bleachers that are wooden in our most high-use parks, but we are looking to do that in the future. We spent quite a bit this year on those soccer goals through the school board this year, and because we don't have the right amount in that minor sport reserve, we are just pushing that off into a future year. Charland Rec Center, there's quite a few items here to note. The entrance sign, similar to what Chief Robertson had mentioned earlier about signage in our community and how we want to communicate with our residents. You'll notice that the sign currently at the entrance of the arena, it is digital. However, the software that goes with it is fairly outdated and can be very difficult to update on a regular basis. Therefore, we have opted to put the same message on it for now. And so it's really not as effective as it could be if it was, you know, an upgraded sign. However, I did want to put here for council to think about for the future whether they want to be replacing signs with more digital signs, or we could just replace it with a non-digital sign for a lower cost. I know the stretch right here in Williamstown, there are 2 digital signs already with the 2 schools. And it is a school zone, so to be putting another digital sign up with messaging on it, is it really going to be that effective? I'm not sure, so that's just something for council to think about. The parking lot, as mentioned during Chief Robertson's budget presentation, is putting down asphalt paving in some of our sites. So I did identify the one here at the rec center. And also parking lot entrance lighting. You may notice the angled parking into the, you know, as you enter the parking lot is quite dark over there. possibly something that we could look at whenever we do end up paving the entire parking lot and doing some parking lot upgrades. There's also the drainage. I know that we did one side of the building this year, and after this project is done with the siding and roof in 2026, we'll be looking to do drainage on the west side of the building as well. The refrigeration plant items, so this year, the only thing that we're doing with regards to the plant is the dehumidifier, which is part of the larger arena project. But in 2027, we are looking at the bare compressor and stop valves replacement. Martintown Community Center, we haven't looked into this one too much, but it's been identified possibly looking at the roof replacement or repairs. The Lancaster Legion, it's been communicated to us about the lack of insulation in the roof at the Legion, so that's something that we'll be looking into next year. The tennis and pickleball court surfacing, as you may remember, we did Glen Walter Park a couple years ago through a grant. So Bartontown and Green Valley they really, excuse me, need some work as well. So we may be looking into funding opportunities for this, but it is something that will be done, will need to be looked at in the near future. Sorry. Another item identified here is the museum, Glengarry Nor'Westers Museum, the window replacements. There are a lot of windows on this facility, obviously, and with it being a heritage facility, there would be more requirements for renovations, but that's also something that's been identified. And then the Glen Walter Park Pathway, we did phase 1 this year, so we are looking at doing phase 2 in the future. And then, as mentioned earlier, the dump trailer. These are items that are for consideration or for the future. So they've either been brought forward from the community or we have applied for funding, did not receive the funding, so they continue to kind of be off to the side. So Martintown Community Center parking lot, that has been identified by the community, so I had put it in this one. However, it's not currently paved, so that would be, you know, an increased level of service for that facility. But it has been identified just with the amount of seniors that use that facility and for accessibility. Decorative holiday lighting. The hydro posts in each hamlet that there are, you know, the decorative snowflakes are equipped with brackets and plugins that we have a select amount of posts equipped in various hamlets. So roughly, like Williamstown can have up to 11 snowflakes, Martintown 10, Lancaster 13, Green Valley and Baynesville can each have 8. Right now, each of them have about 6 to 8 lights. Over time, the lights dim or die and need to be replaced. We have seen some of them damaged, whether they get hit by traffic or during weather events, and they need to be disposed of. We've currently noted $20,000 for the holiday snowflakes. This is not included in the budget. However, we have restrung our lights in the past and they can be reused. So the ones that are not actually damaged and the light just goes out, we can restring them. It's more cost effective to buy the LED strips and do that as opposed to buying a whole new fixture. So we're currently in the process of doing that to about a dozen of them. And so at this time, we're not recommending to put $20,000 towards them. However, understanding that each year we do have to dispose of some and we have less and less in each hamlet. So at some point we will need to purchase some if council would like to continue with the maximum amount in each hamlet. Again, for now, we're just looking to work with what we have, and we have some more that are being restrung that will either be installed either later this year or in our inventory for next year. The Smithfield Park, we applied for funding for that, unfortunately did not receive it, so that continues to sit there as something to consider. The Lanchar Senior Support Center window replacements have been brought up by our tenants at this facility, something that we will need to look into further, but just to put it there for council to see. And again, with the Shoreline Rec Center, the generator funding that we applied for and were not successful with, so it remains on this slide. That's all I have for that. And this is the recreation budget. I don't know if there's anything that Ms. McDonald needs to go through, but otherwise, we are open to questions. Sorry, I don't know what I just did.
While we're here, I believe you did ask, and I don't know if it, like you said, question, if we support the Summerstown and State Parks. I think we were going forward with that, just to reaffirm that. Yes, okay, so that particular slide, yes, please proceed with talking to the community, and that we will commit that money to them. Any questions or comments? Or did you have, Ms. McDonald, a question or comment, sorry?
Just a comment through you, Mr. Mayor. As far as the Parkland slide where it was the TBD, it's just the timing of one of the fees that we anticipate being paid as to whether it's going to be, we're anticipating it'll be before the end of 2025 or early 2026. So in the reserve document I'd forwarded to council, I'd noted that timing would be a concern, but the transfer in and out of Parkland is always offset, so it's no effect on the levy, but we may not have the funds at the end of 2025, but we are anticipating they'll be received early 2026. So just to highlight that $60,000 may hit the bank this month or next month.
And I believe we signed something for the sale of that lot, so that should be coming online realty soon. Just to make sure, I believe in the budget there's $500,000 of 2023 surplus that is being applied to this rec project. Okay, great. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the presentation, Ms. Servage. I'll go through kind of my questions or I guess comments as I make it through. I have no issue with your hot water tank replacements. I would say you can try and stretch the lifespan out of them a little bit more, but what ends up happening is we pay a little bit more to have it done because it's the Sunday morning that the firefighters are having a breakfast in Martintown or vice versa anywhere else. So I'm fine just keeping them current and replacing them and doing them in a timely manner. No issue with the furnace at Jack Danaher. The equipment, I did take a little bit of concern with the mower attachment. I'm not necessarily sold on. I think it's an increased level of service that maybe I'm not overly committed to providing. And I'll just lump three of them together, truck, water trailer, and the box insert. Personally, I am 100% against the box insert. I do not want to put that on. All that ends up happening is you start scratching the hell out of the truck because people are throwing stuff over the side. It's not a dump trailer, it's a $100,000 pickup truck. It shouldn't be treated like that. I would rather see you buy your dump trailer ahead of time, use it for what it's intended to be used. But I mean, that just basically eliminates the size of your box and restricts what you can do with the truck in the future, or take it out and sell it at a loss. So I'd rather just advance your dump trailer if you need that. I would just, are you intending on keeping your existing water tank and putting it on the new trailer, or I would just, I mean, the water tanks it's a one-man to two-man job to sling it into a dump trailer when it's empty and fill it like that. I would just do it that way and utilize your trailer and buy one instead of having a number of them. Not that it's a major cost, but it saves in the sense of having having to have two trailers for really the amount they'll use it. They can kind of double up on the use of it, even with having the tank in it at the same time. But no, if we're going to be paying for a pickup truck, I do not want to put an insert in the back of it. I find it a waste personally.
All right, I'll put this then to, I'm not as familiar with vehicles as you are, so whenever you mention this and you speak very clearly to it, I'm a little slow to these things, so if I misrepresent anything in this conversation, do let me know. Are there any comments then, because the mower attachment, that is that's an increase to what we currently have, or was it a replacement, just to be sure, because I think, okay. So the mower attachment, do we have any comments on that one? Because I think Councillor McNeil is kind of saying not presently.
Thank you. I didn't see anybody else's hand, so I thought you were looking at me. I should make a comment. I don't know. We have them at the roads department, but from what we were told not too long ago, they're using them pretty well every day all summer. So I'm thinking that it is tricky to share. Just and I am seriously wanting to push harder this year to have our roadsides mowed even better, in a better timely manner than we did last year. We did get some complaints on a few, and some pretty adamant complaints. I think maybe in one case, especially in South Lancaster, it might be that the farmer maybe used to do it, and that farmer is not there anymore. So it is falling on us now, and the residents like the way it was done a little bit better before. So I don't know. It would be mostly for Glen Walter Park. This wouldn't be for Peanut Line. Just want to make sure, know exactly where we're thinking of using this mower.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. This would be for, could be along the trail at Glen Walter Park for even the brushing that's kind of growing onto the trail, areas that the contracted mowers don't do. Also Karen View Park, that we don't contract out to services right now. We do that internally. And then possibly even, Summerstown Estates, if we get that park up and going and we don't have that on our mowing contract yet, it could be used there as well. The Peanut Line, that can be up for discussion if we, have the time with our staff to be able to bring it out to the Peanut Line as well.
Did it say, do I have the mower up here? Just says mower attachment. A disc mower or flail mower? It depends. I don't know if you'd want to go down the side of the Peanut Line with a disc mower at this point because it's still got those old stumps in there, but flail mower might be able to do a little more. Does anybody know which one it is?
Yes, I can add, it is a flail mower, and I'll say the attachment was a recommendation from our garage staff saying that the existing mower that we have that was been used historically for Karen View Park, and this would be a better attachment for that type of use. Their comment is that we're sort of beating up the existing attachment by using it for some more sort of heavier type grass cutting that it really isn't properly intended for.
Yeah, I think to me that would be the best mower to buy. I guess I'm okay with it. I would like to think then that if it wasn't being used, it could possibly be a spare for the others then, that they wouldn't be down. But I think do we not typically keep a spare on the roads department? I'm not sure on that one, but I think I'd heard that.
I'm not sure if Mr. McIntosh would be able to answer that or not.
Anyway, I'll go with that. As far as the insert in the dump insert in the back of the truck, I hear Mr. McDonald, Councillor McDonald, and it is something you'd have to be concerned about if you want to haul a lot of brush. Not sure what. I could see possibility if we have to run around and pick up garbage off the Peanut Line and this sort of stuff. It would be nice to throw it in and take to the dump, back up and dump it. It would be handy that way, that sort of thing, where going up down the Peanut Line, and some of these places are tricky to do with a trailer on the back and finding a spot to get turned around and this sort of thing. So I'm kind of indifferent about it. We don't have the dump box already, eh? That wouldn't be just a replacing the one that we have, putting it in.
We currently don't have the dump box. No, this is a replacement of the 1 ton that we have right now.
Okay. I do like the idea of the dedicated dump trailer. I do think they are the way to go in this day and age. They've really, every contractor has one now. They're well used, and just as long as you keep them up and are not putting more weight than what they're licensed to do, you don't get in too much trouble. So, and that's a future one. So I could be swayed either way on that one, whether you were to get the dump trailer this year and save the money for the insert. I don't know what the insert would cost. There must be enough money to put one of those in. Might be half the price of the dump trailer, I'm wondering. So I don't know what other thing was there that brought up that I was supposed to comment on.
Through you, was more or less, I kind of bundled the water trailer, the dump trailer, and the pickup truck kind of together. I'm glad to see we're not going for another 1 ton. I think it's excessive. I mean, you can buy. Well, I looked on. Roy's have 7 brand new 2,500 pickup trucks sitting there from 74,000 to, well, you can doll them right up, but realistically 74 to 82,000. I mean, to me, it shouldn't cost 100,000. So if we're budgeting the dump box in the pickup truck, in with the pickup truck, in the range of 100,000, you can get a pretty good dump trailer for $15,000 to $20,000.
And I will comment on the water tank trailer. Personally, if I was watering the flowers and stuff and everywhere, I would want a smaller trailer. I wouldn't want to have to climb in and out of a big dump trailer to get the hoses out and put the thing in and out. I'd want to be just hook it on, go do my watering, because it's likely done pretty near every morning in the summer. I would be okay keeping a cheap trailer with the water tank on it, just because it'd be so much simpler.
All right, there was a question to Mr. McIntosh from Deputy Mayor Lang.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, the mower for parks would be on their Kubota tractor, so it's slightly smaller than our roads unit. They're not interchangeable, the two mowers. They're of different size. So the roads ones can't be put on the parks mower, but the roads does maintain currently 2 operating and a spare for spare. And the mower will be a flail offset, same style as the roads mowers for the parks. Just a bit smaller, yeah.
I suppose if they're not, the equipment can't be changed, the person who's driving them can be. So if roads needs one or rec needs the other, that's something to think of too. So just to make sure I'm taking your debate properly here or your questions right now, dump insert, you're saying no dump insert in the truck. Seems like you're that makes some sense, but you were saying a dump trailer seemed to be 2 yeses so far. A water trailer was no, but possibly yes, because it makes it simpler. The 3/4 ton, you're saying if you can save some money there, perhaps some of that money can go towards one of these things that you might not be as for or in favor of.
Through you, I mean, I don't know how mad you need a 3/4 ton, personally. I definitely wouldn't support a 1 ton for recreation. I mean, I really don't know how much of a heavy load you're really going to be putting on it. I mean, you can do quite a bit without pushing a 1,500 too far, but I mean, you had mentioned chips. On average, are we hauling that many chips, I guess, in a year that we need one? Or on that day, could a 1,500 be swapped out for, say, water's 3,500 or something like that? Because I'm getting at, we're spending a lot of money, and I don't know where we're going to cut at this point, because there's got to be a little give and take here. I can't justify continuing to add to our fleets every year and adding another implement, another attachment, when I'm not necessarily always seeing a payback on it. So that's why I'm maybe being a little critical in this moment, but I don't know. Personally, I have a hard time seeing the need for a full-time 3,500 or 1-ton pickup truck within recreation, but unless you can sway me otherwise. And it might not matter, might be consensus already.
If I may, just a clarification, I think, are you replacing a 1 ton with a 3/4 ton? That was the idea, so it is going to a 3/4 ton. Okay, good. Okay, good. Councillor Jaworski?
Thank you, through Mayor McDonald. Thank you, Ms. Arbors. I have a bunch of questions, but since we're talking just like about the water trailer right now, just specific to that, could you remind us, like, what exactly are we watering? How many, like, flower boxes, and where are we talking about?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you for the question. We are watering the flower boxes on Main Street in Lancaster. I don't know exactly how many there are, probably a dozen or more, and they are watered daily or every other day depending on weather. So we are bringing the water truck to Lancaster, Monday to Friday.
Thank you. I'll be honest, I thought there was less than a dozen, but again, I'm asking the question because I didn't really know. I guess just like to take a step back, like, is this the best way of delivering this service? Like, is this something where we should just pay somebody to, like, water, like someone who's not like a township employee to water these plants through this, through the season that's required? I don't know if it makes sense. I know, again, perhaps I'm oversimplifying it in terms of like the manpower that's required and the mobilization and the water tank. Maybe it's just something we could do in a simpler fashion if we outsourced it.
Ms. Harbers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess it's not as, to give a bit more information, it's not as just, someone walking around with a watering can to water these. They do have the tanks in the bottom, so they do use quite a bit of water to fill them. So we haven't had anyone come forward that wants to assist with these. We do have, the bridge boxes in Martintown or even Williamstown, and there's community members that will go and water those and look after them. However, that's not the case in Lancaster at this time, but certainly something that can be looked at, I guess.
And in fairness to your, in fairness to your department, just my voice is just going to change. I should be back now. In fairness to your department, you like this was I don't want to be critical, but like it was brought to your department through another department through free money. So it's always like it is sad. Like the burden of like the snowflakes and the flower boxes have fallen on recreation, and it wasn't directly there. So like it's sometimes hard to absorb those things, and you've done the best you have. But back to your question on if we could get somebody, it doesn't seem there's somebody, but I don't imagine there would be the will around the table. And this is maybe not this conversation of like the size of those boxes. Perhaps it could be made easier for like say the Williamstown. Not Good Timers, Jeepers Creepers, the Green Thumbs, to do, because those boxes are significant. So it would be a reduction in what people see, because like I often see those lights, and I remember talking to Betty at the store, and I'll go on a short story, and I was like, those cost money, and she's like, but they're oh so beautiful. So like it's one of those things that once they're up, it's kind of hard to move things, but that might be a solution too, is to have a different type of planter box. It doesn't require that deep well. But that's not a conversation for this specifically. I saw that Councillor McNall had a question, but I don't know if you were done with yours. Okay. Well, because like, we're kind of, I guess, coming back to you. Like, we'll get back to you, but we'll come over here because the water trailer.
Yeah, for specifically for the water trailer. I mean, I just think back to like when I used to work in Chesterville. You'd come through, and there was a local up there that used to drive around with his lawnmower and a little trailer behind, with a small tank and a little pump, and he'd go along and water them all. And we don't have that person, and I'm not accusing you that you should go out and find that person in the village. It's too bad we didn't have that kind of service where, say the businesses that have one in front of their building when they opened and watered them. It's too bad we have to run around and babysit plant boxes now. But I guess to my initial point with this was, it's unfortunate to have two trailers on the road running around to do this. I agree with the deputy mayor. If it were me sitting in that department, getting up and going and doing that at 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning, because I've seen them do it in the odd time when you're running to Tim Hortons or something, they're out there watering the plants. Yeah, it's easy to hook onto it and go. I just look at it as, personally, I was looking at this, I guess I didn't explain it overly well. It's too bad we couldn't do 2 for 1. This dump trailer, is it going to be on the road every single day, running around picking up things? Most likely not. If they're going to change a couple of garbages at the park in Williamstown, they're not going to go over, hook onto the dump trailer for the sake of 20 minutes to save 2 minutes unloading them. I kind of went, it's too bad you couldn't buy this dump trailer, have basically the top of your existing trailer, put it on a pallet, that they can pop it in, secure it down with a couple of tie downs, and it stays in there 60% of the time in the summertime when they need the dump trailer. Unhook it, pull it out, get double use out of the trailer, not be licensing 2 trailers, maintaining 2 trailers, replacing a $5,000 water trailer every number of years because they wear out. This was where my thought was. Advance one, skip the other, and kind of have that. You probably have a $2,000 or $3,000 bill to manufacture something that they can pick up simply with their little tractor and the pallet forks to pull it out when they really need that dump trailer, or in the box of the pickup truck, whatever. But that's kind of where I was going with this. Is there a way to kind of combine some of these? And okay, instead of it being a $20,000 endeavor between the dump box and the water trailer, we just spend $20,000, have the dump trailer, and you modify the rest of it. But personally, that's how I would do it if it was me doing it. I guess I'm just kind of trying to get a fulsome idea, or is there a way to save something here? Just at the end of the day, so.
Councillor Bougie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I tend to agree with Councillor McDonnell in his idea with that dump trailer as opposed to being in the box of the 3/4 ton. I mean, just to manufacture that, to put it in, the cost, and then you have the dump trailer separate, then you can use both interchangeably. And if, I agree, if there is a way to have only one dump trailer or trailer on the road and it can be used for both, that would be ideal, in my opinion. I'm okay with the mower attachment, and just going through here, I like the fact that you recommended the tin roof in Green Valley. It'll definitely be longer lasting for the little bit more of money. And I think that was it that we wanted to, that was discussed, so.
Okay, so just to, like, trying to tie this in so they can move to some of Councillor Jaworski's questions, would be like the mower attachment presently, Deputy Mayor Lang and Councillor Bougie are in favor of it. Councillor McNally said indifferent, that started kind of more towards no. Councillor Jaworski, do you have an opinion on the mower attachment either way? Okay, so that one will be good. Dump trailer, it seems that there's some movement that to not have the insert into the truck, but. Oh, sorry. Okay, but like the 1 ton with an insert is. So
Yeah.
we're going to say, or 3/4 ton, sorry. So you're kind of, Councillor McNally said without the insert, he'd prefer then there to be a trailer. Would you save enough money on the insert to put the trailer in this year and have that make sense?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was wondering, do we have a number what the cost of that dump insert is?
Yes, we do have a cost for the dump box insert. If you give me 2 minutes, I can pull it up. I just want to make sure that I have I'm not just putting out a number. Thank you.
Yeah, because if we can say we can save money on the insert and we can put the trailer instead, that makes sense. And then it seems like the water trailer was the only outstanding item from this conversation. If I drop something, please let me know. And it seems like we're in favor. You had said water trailer, perhaps only having the one, and seeing if we can do that retrofit. Councillor McNell says that I would lean that way too. So in this case, the only question would then be if we have the 3/4 truck without the insert, can we get the trailer and then have it so that you could kind of, you said something along the forks and switch. So the number is available. Okay, Ms. McDonald.
So the insert for the 3/4 ton would be about $12,000, and so removing that, if we were to advance the hydraulic dump trailer, that could be 15 to 20,000. Depends what's out there when we go looking.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, you can buy a really good galvanized 7-ton dump trailer for 16 at the very top. Like, that's a top of the line trailer, more excessive than we'd ever need on a 3/4 ton. I would just, if it's 12,000 for that dump insert in the box of the truck, not a chance. It's just not worth it. It has absolutely no other use than sitting in there, and the day you go to move a picnic table or chairs or anything, it's in the way, and there's no pulling it out. At least the dump trailer, you hook it on, unhook it, and roads could come and steal it, parks can use it, like, it's got a multi-use. I would very much personally, if it were up to me, I would personally take the existing trailer you have for watering the flowers. If it is completely at the end of its use, I would cut the top off it, keep the entire thing all together, just remove the axles and put a set of square tubing underneath. You can pick it up with the little tractor and drop it in the dump trailer. And I would say that would be just as easy, but I don't know what staff or what the rest of council's thinking. I would advance your dump trailer and keep the dump box out of the box of the pickup truck.
Okay, so just to kind of, so the 3/4 ton, that's in the budget presently. Do not put an insert in it. You are mentioning perhaps that then advancing the trailer with the dump trailer, and I think that seems to be supported, so that will come up into this budget. I guess you're essentially taking the money from this and putting it down there. And mower attachment, yes, and then a water trailer is be inventive with what is there as best we can. Okay. Councillor Jaworski, then Deputy Mayor Lang.
Sorry, just quick on the water thing. I mean, I know we don't have someone today doing the watering, but I mean, could we not entertain doing like an RFP, like we've done those for, you know, like as needed? Like I'm looking at one like the as needed contractor services, grass cutting, property cleanup. Could we not do something about like watering the plants in Lancaster?
Okay,
I don't
so-
know if that's, I don't know what's involved in doing that, but I mean, I understand we don't have that service today, but perhaps it makes sense to try and just explore whether or not there is another way of doing it.
Okay, I mean, I guess if the inventive side is like, if we can have, I guess we probably have about 5 months, 6 months before the sun started to scorch our blessed flowers. So we can have a report sometime in there that, and maybe even include like if it is such a burden that perhaps like maintaining flowers, but in a different way, because those things will probably need to be replaced soon too, and that was grant money as well. Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I'm not, if something was to come up that somebody wanted to do something similar to Williamstown, fine, but I like the idea of our guys going and looking after the flower boxes and taking some pride in the community and feeling like they're making the place look better. I don't have any problem with it whatsoever. I think it's a good thing for them to be doing. I mean, I don't mind if somebody was to step forward, but I wouldn't spend a lot of time putting it out RFP or anything like this. Like, I wouldn't hire a contractor to do it. We're perfectly capable of doing it. I would leave the small trailer in. It's $4,500. And you have something that can water flowers. And you might use it in, you know, somewhere else, parks. You might plant some trees in somewhere and you want to go and water trees, you know, because when they're first planted, sometimes you want to water them. I like the idea of having it. I don't have any problem with it. It's a fairly small item. I want to know what staff thinks about switching the dump box for the dump trailer. Because, I mean, you guys are the ones who have to use it, and I know maybe it's not you personally that's doing it, so maybe you'd like to consult with them, I don't know. But do you think that's something that, I don't want to force something on you guys that you're not really wanting, but I do know you're interested in a dump box. Would you rather get it this year, drop the one out of the truck, and we add the dump trailer to it?
Thank you for the question. I will say when it was brought to our staff about switching from a 1 ton to a 3/4 ton with a dump box, that was, you know, a bit challenging with not having that resource anymore. So we're already kind of going from a 1 ton to a 3/4 ton, which is a smaller dump box. That was, you know, they do use the 1 ton.
Did the 1 ton have a dump box on it?
It did, yes.
Okay, so
It
it was
does.
like a big flat.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're
So-
losing the ability to run around and pick stuff up and go and dump it at the dump. They'll have to unload everything by hand now.
Exactly. So, but again, as I mentioned, just with the licensing requirements and the weight restrictions, the 3/4 ton with the dump box suits, you know, our licenses and what we can handle, staffing wise. So, we do use, in the summertime, the 1 ton on a regular basis. Whether it is picking up garbage or like you'd mentioned, going down the peanut line, bringing a trailer, a dump trailer with you to all of those sites is not ideal. Although, you know, there are certain services that we will need, possibly something bigger than the dump box that's on the 3/4 ton. However, we still need something in the truck that is you know, a dump box if we are going to pick up garbage or small brush or moving stone dust or something like that. So I think it would be handy just to have it within the truck. But understanding Councillor McDonnell's comments, just with having, I mean, the dump trailer isn't in the budget for next year. It was just highlighted that it is something that we may need to consider in the future based on how this year goes with the 3/4 ton with the dump box, understanding it's a bit smaller than what we would normally have, but yeah.
So would you guys, I'm just trying to think what would be used. Like I'd say at Paul Roseland Park, if there's potholes and so forth, would you guys get gravel, take it there, dump, do a bit of landscaping, or is that something you would just call roads department? Like, I'm just trying to figure the work that this 1 ton has been doing for us, what we have been using it for up till now.
Yeah, for sure. Depending on resources at roads, we will do fill in, our gravel parking lots with stone dust, or even bringing topsoil to different parks for certain landscaping. As I mentioned, mulch to top up our play structures, and then also brush at our parks, cutting down trees, or cleaning off the pathway at Glen Walter Park, being able to kind of drive along that pathway to pick up anything that they've cut down from the trees. Stuff like that is used a lot, or even just bringing some gravel to our, or stone dust or material to our baseball diamonds to resurface those. It's definitely used on a regular basis, for sure.
Okay. As I wasn't playing that our 1 ton was a dump as well. I was thinking it was just a flat back on it, and I didn't realize we had a dump. So I'm still not 100% where I am. I can see the advantage of both, but a lot of those things could be done with a trailer. Some would be a little trickier than others, but if we're going to end up a trailer in the long run, maybe we start with the truck and the trailer, and then see how it works. If they can, live with that, or either that, or we discuss it a little later, and Ms. Harbers has a chance to talk to staff at lunchtime or something, just see where they would be, because we're kind of throwing a curve into it by changing what her intent was in the budget. So I'm kind of torn at the moment on those.
Okay, and I do appreciate you kind of trying to advance business that way, because I'm not the most powerful chair when it comes to vehicles, because I don't understand them the deep level that everybody else does, it seems. So if you want, we will, when we break for lunch, we can bring this one back to make sure that we're not changing things. But as a president, it seems like the intention of council would be to have truck, trailer, and the mower attachment, and then advancing that, the dump trailer. But please, we'll go back to you sometime, probably after the roads presentation. Is that all right? Does everybody feel sufficiently heard? Okay. Councillor Jaworski, do you have further questions?
Thank you. Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. So I have a couple of, I think, what are easy questions, and then maybe some that are more comments and questions. Just to confirm, so for the park signage, to make sure I understand, for example, the Paul Rozon Park signage, the North Lancaster Park sign, those are signs that are going to be replaced, we think, in the next few, for this, they'd be ready for, I guess, the summer season, let's say?
Yes, that is correct. It is for our parks and facilities. So all of those, that signage that you see around, even like Glen Walter Park or Green Valley Community Center, those signs are set to be replaced.
Great. I noted the Paul Rozon North Lancaster just because those ones, I see them more often, and I know that they're in very rough shape. So I'm glad to hear that those ones are going to happen. A question I get very frequently right now is and since you're talking about beam painting, what color is the interior of the arena going to be after all this work?
Great question. I've actually received that question a couple times as well. We are still in the process, as you know, with the tender being out. So once the tender is awarded, it will depend on what that general contractor is using for the material, because there's a couple of different companies that can supply that material, and they will have the color schemes. So the interior liner panel, like interior siding, roof, and exterior, that will be determined at that time. So then I think once we're able to see those color palettes, then we can figure out what we want to do with the beams to kind of go so that everything kind of matches and goes together. So this time I don't have those colors, but certainly something that we'll be looking at once the general contractor is awarded.
The feedback I'm getting, a lot of people think about what was done at the Finch Arena, sort of like a lighter, cleaner kind of look. The baby blue has, stood the test of time, but I don't know anybody who really wants a repeat of it. So, you said, you like it? No. Nobody. Okay. Question. I guess maybe these are more so comments / questions for the grass mowing contract. I know in the past, I think it was the RCA, we did some joint tendering. I just would like to reiterate a comment I've made in the past. Is there's lots of other organizations throughout the township, like churches, those kinds of groups where also they do a lot of grass cutting. So I would suggest reaching out to some of those to see if there's a larger joint tender that can be done to again benefit everyone in terms of economies of scale. So it's, you made a comment about the a playground inspector, and I was wondering, in the spirit of sharing resources, I wonder if any of our neighboring townships have someone who has that skill set, and maybe there's a skill set that we have that could be of assistance to them, where we could share rather than hire someone or a consultant. For the snow removal, there was comments about how the snow removal costs have gone up with some of stuff going out, the contractors. And I'm hoping that as we look at those kind of activities and how we outsource them versus keep them in-house, that we do have a holistic view of, if the decision is made within the roads department or that, that side of the fence, that, we're making sure that we're taking into account the impact that it has throughout the township, just to make sure that we're making the best decision overall. Talked about the Somerstown Park and how, I've definitely gotten comments from that community as well about how they do, they have ideas. And I'd like to advocate for, what can we do that's creative in working with them. I mean, there's models of different townships within SDG and how they work with community groups when it comes to fundraising. It seems that some are, I think with South Dundas, very creative in how they empower or make use of like fundraising dollars and volunteer labor. That perhaps that's something that we could look at, again, to keep, take benefit of folks' great, the goodwill they have of wanting to contribute, but also make sure that we're not making, it too complicated or difficult and in the end pushing them away. So it'd be great if we could look at how some of those other communities are doing it. The facility supervisor position, it's similar, to kind of like mechanic discussion we were having earlier. Like some of these, in a lot of cases, you have to spend money to save money, and I guess that's actually probably more like related to fire. Sometimes we've received criticism for having like additional full-time staff in fire, but again, when it comes to fire, it's one of the departments that's been the most like sort of stable in terms of costs, because again, if you have the supervision, the administration in place, you're able to be efficient in some other places. So that if I could see how that role could help us be more proactive, reduce our maintenance costs, better, plan well within the department. But it's, again, so much in the mechanic. I hope if that, if we're going through with that we do keep a very close eye on that role and see how it does pan out over time. And if it's is it truly something we need long term? Is it something that we need more to catch up? Or, like sort of what are the long-term benefits of it, to keep monitoring that. The last comment I have is like comments about paving the yards of our different facilities. I really appreciated what Chief Robertson was explaining about, the need to have, tarmac for the fire halls and how necessary to like clean equipment. When it comes to recreation facilities, it's not quite the same. I think I would, as we move forward, that we just take a really strong look at where is it really required, where is the traffic warrant it, and it doesn't necessarily mean it's a full scale, the entire area needs to be paved. Is it something where, we mentioned Martintown, is it something where we need to have maybe a larger, an area for handicap parking that's larger, that maybe that gets paved, but a wholesale pave, I don't know if that's really warranted for those kind of locations. Again, it comes down to like with our roads, like what's the average daily traffic. When it comes to the rec center here, there are always lots of comments about how the parking lot here is could use some work, but I wouldn't want to go forward with any of that kind of work until like land issues around the arena are more settled. I don't think we should be investing money until we have a a clear picture on, you know, what kind of, if there is any possibility of expanding the land base here first. So, yep, thank you.
All right, Councillor McDonnell had his hand up.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yep, I guess my comment was more along, I kind of forgotten, we had said that the employee or additional employees already in the budget, and it's up to us to either leave it or remove it. I guess the question was to council, how do we feel about that at this point? Or and just to clarify as well, you did start off your presentation with saying that your, I believe it's lead hand is going off on leave, and we have, I guess maybe you can give us an update on kind of plans for either temporary replacement or what the plan is for maintaining services going into 2025, or 26, sorry.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. I had sent out some communication earlier this fall regarding some transitions in our department. So our lead hand is going on parental leave, and one of our facility operators will be moving up into that lead hand role temporarily for that time, and to then backfill that facility operator position, we have contracted out a position, a contracted out facility operator for those 10 months of 2026. All of this transitioning is happening currently as we prepare for our lead hand to be off in a couple weeks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess at this point, I'm more or less indifferent maybe on the additional staff. I don't know what the rest of the will of council is, or see what anybody else has any other comments. Otherwise,
All right, I do think it is something that was addressed as an item 2018 to 22. That was the initial reason, was buildings, and I guess I'm speaking a little from the chair in advance, but it would be that I think it is one of the few like orphan problems we have left. Like whenever you think about facilities, it's either you or it's Dave. At one point, I remember our former treasurer was in charge of the Lancaster library and the main building, and now that falls now in rec. It kind of is like that one thing that nobody really has the time to do all well, so it kind of gets meted about, and it's being pushed to you. So like my thoughts are, I think it is probably the biggest spot that I could identify as like and I think it's a valuable spot. I don't know like how you will manage training this person when you have like 3 people also at the same time kind of like moving around like that year. So like for me, that little thing, I'd say, I'm not saying that I'd say no forever, but I don't know if this is the year I would do it, and I would like say, and this isn't me trying to posture election-wise, just to say that I would gladly go to support this if I was to run in 2026, to say this, like this one would be a position I would support in that time. And I understand, like anecdotally, that there may be some ability to move resources in the future to accommodate this position. So like this would be like if it's not this year, then it will be sometime. And like we've had many conversations to try and be as open as possible. Like they're closed session conversations, so we can't go heavily into them. But it is a conversation we've been having on how to best utilize the who and what we have to make it work. And this did, like I did mention to you, and I think everybody, that this is like the one kind of spot that it was brought forward. Like it would be something I could identify as with, but I don't know if it's like, for me, it's not maybe this year. It'd be next year, and I would advocate for it too. So, but that's my thoughts. Regardless, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. I would advocate, it's in our budget, I want to keep it in. I advocating strongly this year because I think we're spending $2.5 million in this arena, and I think there's going to be a pile of work, administrative work, to get that done. I think if you're going to get it, don't wait till next year when I think you're going to see the benefit of it this year. I think you're going to have a pile of work organizing all that stuff to get done. So I think we've talked about it for a lot, and we hemmed and hawed, and there's pluses, minuses, but anyway, I'm for it, and for it this year. I would like to see us add the drainage on the west side of the building for this year. And I think we've put the main drain in already and came around the building. We would just have to tie into it, come along the side. I'd hate to do all that after we do the siding. you know, then you're disturbing all that. We want to do the paving at some point, but likely won't be this year, but it's already cut once. Let's cut the rest of it and have it done. And I don't think it would be a huge job just to tie into that 8-inch or 12-inch or whatever it is going across the parking lot. Just drag it along the west side, get that done early in the spring before they start doing the siding and stuff. And so then the landscaping, when it's done after all the outside work, it's done once and finished. I would hope that it could be done for a couple of $1,000s. If it was a tile that I was putting in on my farm that long, Councillor McDonough would know, we wouldn't spend much more than likely $1,000 to do it. So I'm thinking double that for township because everybody charges us more. That'd be my hope.
Yeah, and if there's a little extra cost to make sure we get our locates.
Jeez.
But Ms. Harbers, I think you're looking to say something?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for that comment. I had thought about the drainage for this year. I guess the intention or the thought was just that because we have the arena siding happening, that I didn't know at what time that space would be available to be putting the drainage in, only because we know that the scheduling of the drainage that we have right now that was just installed, that scheduling wasn't always in our hands as to when that was happening. So,
Go with somebody different than this one.
but
His
the
brother.
But the intention certainly is to tie in to what's already there, knowing that it wouldn't really be that, don't think that it would be that big of a job as it was on the other side. This would be smaller, but that, just so you know, that's where that decision came from.
Okay. Does anybody else have an opinion? Because I would share, like, if you're going to do it right once. So it's like that, whatever that number that is, do include it. I know you have that sheet to keep us up to date as we progress. We have right now, I think, indifferent, in favor, indifferent, leaning not this year for the facility position. We haven't heard from Councillor Bougie and Councillor Jaworski, I don't think, fully on that one. I think you had touched on it lightly. Councillor Bougie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yeah, I'm in favor of the drainage for sure for that one. And in terms of the facilities supervisor, I mean, like you'd mentioned before, we do have 41 facilities, but with, I mean, all of the, I guess, changes happening, how much money would this position be? So if we were to remove it from the budget, how much would we be removing?
I believe it has 110,000. And would there be like an anticipated truck in the future for this individual, or a Smart for 2 car perhaps, if we're being efficient?
Through your Mayor, I can't speak to the vehicle aspect, but I would say that we've estimated approximately $107,000, including benefits, for this position, and I do have it listed in the items for discussion.
Ms. Harbers?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, regarding the vehicle, at this time, we don't have a vehicle in the budget for this position. However, certainly something that we would have to think about once we get through one season and figuring out, you know, how much they would need a vehicle. I think the position, they wouldn't need a vehicle full-time to be going out and about, but possibly instead of, we would have to look at, you know, how much is being charged for mileage for them to use their own vehicle versus purchasing one for them. Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to make sure full information. Councillor Bougie?
Okay, so with all of this in place, you're definitely going to need to be driving 41 facilities, whether it's a vehicle or getting mileage, plus the cost of this new position. I would be against this. I would remove this position from the budget.
Councillor Jaworski?
I find the comment that the deputy mayor made about with everything that's happening now, having someone, an additional resource to ensure that it all happens well, I don't think that's a bad thing. Although, I mean, Ms. Harbers did do very well when it came to the floor replacement and the boards. However, I don't want to say I'm indifferent. However, I mean, I do have some reservations with regards to it. Again, it just comes down to ensure, like, how can we use this position to help us be more efficient? Help us find these, like, you know, we were talking about the watering thing. I mean, you know, could a role like that help us understand, like, yeah, this is something is more cost effective to do in-house or something that we should be doing outside? Yeah, I'm not, the question, specific question, is this a unionized position or non-unionized?
It's a unionized position, which I will mention. The general manager position in the department is the only non-union position in the department right now. So this would be a non-union position added to that.
Because I do think that's relevant in the sense of, if this is something that we try and then we don't find that it's the right fit, we're not necessarily, it's not as complicated to, to try and rejig the structure. So I guess with that, I'd be willing to try it. However, again, like I'm quite serious when I say roles like this, we need to be very much on top of like what is the value that it's bringing to us, and is this not just a case of we're scope creep, that we're expanding on taking on more things that really we don't need to be taking, or something that we need to have a more fulsome discussion on whether or not it is an item that's an increased level of service that council is supportive of.
So, Councillor McDonnell, I think you brought this question forward to council. We have now all been surveyed. Do you have an opinion on the matter?
I don't like the implication that we're probably going to have, we're going to be coming back with either a rental vehicle or another purchase of a vehicle to keep this person on the road and on the move. I'm not indifferent, I'll say that. Am I looking at the deciding vote myself at this point? Is that
I
what it's
suppose at
sounding
present,
like?
because we surveyed everybody, if that's put pressure on you. You can put it back on me if you want.
It was 100,000 for the year? 107? Yeah, plus travel. It's, I don't know. I don't know that I've been swayed enough to see that we're going to get the entire value out of it. Maybe I'd be wrong in a 5-year stance, but I'll be honest, I really don't even know. I don't even want to make a decision on it. I'd rather maybe wait till after lunch to make a decision on it, but kick the ball down the road.
Well, if that's the case, we can table that specific one. I do enjoy just watching the tiebreaker not be me in a moment. It kind of not nice to see, and it is weighty. I appreciate that because like it is, yeah. And then maybe like have a conversation with some of the staff when council's like not with two of us, but like staff, you might get some updated information. But
I guess to my point on this, we're adding a lot to this budget, and I really didn't want to come into this budget adding anything. I really wanted to cut, and that's the difficulty I have with budgeting at this level. And I mean, I don't blame staff. You're going to put what you want in, and what you feel you need in. And I'm really coming at this budget from an outlook of maybe from a business side. And I know you can't run a municipality like a business, but I look at businesses across this country are cutting staff. And do we want to cut staff, or do we want to cut projects? And I'm not seeing us cut any projects, so at what point are we going to look within ourselves and not go to the ratepayer for more money and say we're going to find an efficiency somewhere? And that's why I understand. I know Ms. Servage really could use some help, and I don't know. If I say yes to this person, I'm going to want somebody else's job, and I don't like doing that. That's where I'm struggling with this decision. I'm not looking to add people to this organization this year. I don't think anybody should be adding people.
yeah, in an effort not to advance business offline, you may wish to speak to like the CEO and Ms. Servage to get a little bit more context as to the decision. I think that would be fair, and maybe you have comments that like can sum up what they are, and then you can express how you feel when we get back. Because otherwise, I think recreation is done otherwise unless somebody had comment. I know the food has been probably downstairs for near 25 minutes, so I see Ms. McDonald though, or MacDonald. My apologies.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure that council was comfortable using the $500,000 from the surplus in 2023 for the arena project as budgeted.
Yes. Oh, the comment was that there's 500,000 of the 2023 surplus is being put into the recreation building to make sure that we can afford it this year. So to accommodate also the provincial and federal, or just provincial, right? Provincial funding, or is it? Yeah. So you're in favor, or is there your comment? Okay, so we're in favor of yes, using it. We'd like to get it done this year. Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you. Yeah, I think I am definitely in favor of it, and I think that's a condition. We had already kind of committed that we would match that grant before we applied for it, so. Question, and I think I know the answer. I think there's a couple of years left. The 50,000 for the Glengarry Sports Palace that we put in every year, it's in this budget. Does anybody remember how many years are left? Was it a 10-year thing that we had done, and we did that in our first year of our term?
2032? I believe it might have been 10 or 15 years.
Yeah,
15.
okay. I was just curious. Be nice to free up that 50,000 some point.
It is, I believe it goes into the 2030s.
I know there's still a few more years because I believe I've asked every year if we can get rid of it, so.
Yeah. Okay, so then we will take a break. We will start up with the conclusion of this conversation on the supervisor position. And then we'll get into water and wastewater division, and we'll just break for lunch. Okay, everybody's okay with that? Yes? Okay, thank you very much, everyone. All right, welcome back to our meeting. We're just finishing out some conversation on Parks, Recreation, and Culture. This specific item that we were discussing was the facility supervisor. I hope that we had a moment to get, like, just make sure we had all the information that we needed. So I don't know if the debate has to continue too far, but I believe it was to you, Councillor McDonnell. I know it's a lot of pressure on you, and I should have maybe warned you that I was doing this, but yeah, I thought we could conclude it now, or we could save it to the end if you wish to be saved.
Personally, I'd rather just wait till the end at this point. I haven't been swayed one way or another. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm sorry, I mentioned to Ms. Harbers, I did say that we're going to do this. I'm sorry I brought you to the front. That was my fault. I kind of put Councillor McDonnell on the spot, but thank you. I guess we'll circle back to that one. I'll just add that as one of the items to talk about at the end. I believe the other two are drainage for this building and a reserve for fleet in, go ahead, Ms. McDonald.
Sorry, I turned it off. Through you, Mr. Mayor, did we want to talk about the truck any further, or are we okay to continue?
Oh, for the truck? Please proceed. Yeah, you have comments? Okay. Oh, yes, right. How did staff come back? Thank you. That's the other reason you were up here. Okay, this is all back. I'm back. Okay. Ms. Harbers, please proceed.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I had a chance to speak with our lead hand and also Mr. McIntosh in infrastructure about the 3/4 truck with the dump box insert, and we're recommending that possibly, keeping the funds in the budget, and we can come back with options as to whether that's the truck with the trailer or the truck with a different type of insert, similar to what the 1-ton would be, and it's not a box insert, it's more of a flatbed with the dump box in it. But just so that we can do a bit more research on, weight requirements and such, and bring it back to council, but knowing that we would still need to factor in, the truck replacement.
Okay, just let me know if I'm trying to close the debate too quickly. It seemed like we were okay spending that amount of money once we thought about the other options, so I think to keep that money in is a fair request. So if I can get a not show of head. Okay, perfect. Then we will take that advice and look forward to a future report with the options. And thank you for taking the time, and also taking the time to talk to roads, because I think that's, sharing is caring mentality. But now we will then move to water and wastewater. Mr. Sege.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, I am here for the water and wastewater budget for 2026. We're going to do a quick, review back at, I'm going to say 24, 25 for the years, just because every year they go into each other appropriately. So just 2025 review for council. So we had some money put aside for some Green Valley Lagoon weed control last year. We did one full treatment. Hopefully see good improvement to our lagoon system next spring. Obviously, with the die off and next year's growth, that'll be that's still to be seen next spring. We did quite a few valves this year between Glen Walter and Lancaster, 6 in total. They're full-day jobs. One was a little bit more to the extreme, just due to the location being close to the CN tracks. We had a hydro pole in the way, so it was quite a long process, but we got it done. Redwood, we had some upgrades there. We had a chlorine analyzer upgrade, and we added some PLC components. Realistically, those PLC upgrades were technically in place since the 2015 update in Redwood, when we put about $260,000 into the facility, but then we just kind of expanded on those PLC upgrades to be in communication with Lancaster and Glen Walter. We had some clear wall inspections completed just for future work, kind of give us an idea of where we need to go in the next couple of years. I remember, I'm sure council remembers the SCADA computer upgrades. We were way past our lifespan on our computers, so we had that. We bought some 360 inspection camera for checking on manholes and laterals, and anytime there's an issue or complaint in the system, we can do our own inspections on site. Leak detection equipment, over the years we've always hired out. This year we decided to purchase some equipment, and the main reason, even if we don't get to the leak detection on every service like previous contracts that we've had, the leak detection will help us locate leaks. Even if we see them surfacing, we're able to, instead of chasing them down the road, we can locate directly over top of the main where we need to dig down. That way we're saving our roads from, instead of doing 20 feet of road or 30 feet of road, we can hopefully limit it down to the size of the trench box at 10 feet. And this year we had our so we had a capital asset done for all of our facilities, followed with the financial plan that was submitted to the ministry for our license renewal, and we did receive that last week. And as of December 8th, we will continue to work under our license for the next 5 years. So this is where I always say 24, 25. They kind of roll into year after year after year. But the license renewal was completed. That was a bit of a task when it came to the capital assets, because we were behind on what kind of assets we had, and we did a full revamp of that. So it definitely, a lot of money involved in the future. So it's good to have. 2024 to 2025, we had the Lancaster Water Tower inspection in 24, and we did some clear well, as I mentioned, in 2025. So we're looking to do some work in the future with some of these items. Contracted employees with the water department have been extremely helpful in their time. Between the valve maintenance, inspections, leak detection, additional work, and just staffing, I don't want to say shortfalls, but, as we get new employees, we're not as high licensed as we were in the past. So we're always training. A lot of these contracts end up being full-time with us because of losing other full-time staff. So it's a good outlook for us, that having that contract employee to both get us ahead, as well as with these larger projects coming down, like the seniors home in Lancaster. It's going to take quite a bit of extra man hours and or person hours in 2026, so it's always nice to have. And then there's a lot of success with this next one, with sharing fleet and staff. Obviously, we've come a long, I'm going to say we've come a long way between departments and divisions, and we're seeing a lot. In my opinion, we have great success. Christmas Day break was a big example where we reached out to North Glengarry, we reached out to other contractors, and we were able to do it all in-house. And we've had a couple other ones where just we're saving time by using some of our fleet in order to move material, such as three-quarter gravel and some other large items and trench boxes from site to site. So it's nice to see, and I think we're saving money when we do it. And it's nice to work in-house. So getting to my first item, we kind of don't have too much kind of a safety net whenever it comes to spare pumps at our sewage pump stations. Every pump station is built with a duty and a standby in mind. However, as soon as we have one that kind of gets to the end of its life, breaks, we do send it out for repair in order to be a spare. However, we're kind of at that situation right now where Green Valley and Glen Walter could use some spare pumps kicking around just because of the age. For example, Green Valley, the pumps are pushing 20-some years old plus and have been rebuilt, both of them. So we should have a new one on site ready to go. And then whenever we pull the next pump that needs to go out for refurbishment, we can make that decision if we're going to keep it or if we're going to refurbish it. The idea would be to refurbish it and have it as the spare. But like I said, due to the age of these pumps, the material that they're in, they're submerged 24/7 in raw sewage. So it would be nice to have a couple of backups. We do have some at other locations, but due to size and requirements, we can't use a spare everywhere. So luckily in Lancaster, we can have one spare for 4 pumps. So we're well off there, but other facilities, we don't have that option. They're all different sizes. This one's more of a note for council. As council knows, Redwood's a small facility, so the funding is not always easily available. We were looking at doing the pressure tanks upgrades in 2026. However, due to the cost of them, we're going to take the remaining kind of like 5,000 that we estimate for the reserve this year and just put it off to the side. We have 2 pressure tanks. They're both 35 years old in age. They're past their life expectancy with the bladder, and we're hoping to, tackle that in the near future. But we just wanted to put it as a note to council that due to their age, they might come up. Like, it's one of the assets that we see coming up sooner than later for a potential emergency replacement. We just wanted to make a note of that. So similar to Redwood last year, we had some upgrades on the chlorine analyzers in Glenwalter. I'm hoping to do 2 this year. The idea of doing 2 is just get them both done in the same time period to hopefully save some money. The Glenwalter water plant has a communator attached to the plant. So realistically, the communator is for anything that comes through the plant that cannot be broken down. The communator is there to break it down. So any large materials like rags and material that would get hung up further down in the process, we shred it. It's part of our plant. The current communator is out of service and not rated for the flow that our plant currently does. So we're looking to have a kind of a drop-in unit. There's no true replacement for what we have now, so this is our next best item to kind of install. It's kind of today's technology for easy service and easy replacement. A little bit more expensive than I would have expected, but that's where the quotes are coming in. This one's kind of a larger project. Obviously, council can see that water towers are not cheap with Glenwalters. This asset, it's in the 50-year-old range. They say water towers are 100-year assets. We're looking to do some rehabilitation now. The reason why it's $150,000 is because we are aiming to do as much work as we can when we have the water tower down. Because the main task of this project at $150,000 is we have an overflow pipe. So once the water tower hits full capacity, or if we're pumping too much water into it, it has an overflow. Instead of coming out at the top of the tower, it goes out the backside. But that overflow runs directly down the middle, and we're starting to see deterioration of the steel. We've been kind of given a price in order to go in and sandblast and re-put a special epoxy coating on it so we can get that extra lifespan and for it not to rust any further. While we're in there, we're going to look at cleaning the interior of the tank. There is sediment at the bottom of every tank just from years of water going in and out, parts of the system deteriorating. So we're going to look at cleaning it, probably an inspection of the interior coating. We do have some valves in question while we do this work, so that's where some of this extra cost could come in. And there's a couple other value-added items that we can look at while we have the water tower down. We don't want to turn the water tower. We don't want to empty the water tower yearly to do these things. So it's best to kind of lump as much as we can into a project before we tackle it and empty the water tower. And so most of this is based off the 2024 inspection report that I had mentioned a little earlier. This is for Lancaster Lagoon rehab replacement. We have a flow meter on site right now. It's not. It works. However, we're looking to upgrade it to something a little bit more permanent. We had a permanent solution back in the day, and it failed over time. So we did a replacement to get us through. We're looking to go back to a flow meter that is more permanent for this situation, as it is required 24/7. I know I jumped to the bottom of the slide there, and I do apologize for that. Let's go back to the top. Lancaster, we have a 15,000-liter alum tank for our coagulant for our lagoons. It currently has a leak in it, so we kind of have prices to reline it. So we're looking to get that done. Right now, any material has the chance to slip on the floor. It is in a contained area, so we've had to do a couple cleanups. This is to bring the tank back to full capacity. There's no true way to replace this tank. We've reviewed many options, but they're all in the $40,000 to $60,000 range, where a simple reline to get us to the next upgrade is the most sufficient one. And for the comp sampler, we have a comp sampler on site. It's past its life expectancy, so we're looking at replacing it. Back to Glen Walter for the water tower. This is a continued slide for the last 3 years. The numbers have been updated to be the most representative for today. So this year we're looking at spending $3.6 million with the expectation that the water tower will be fully operational by October. We should see it a little sooner, but with our grants and funding, we need to be done by October. So that's where we're left to spend this year. So far, we've claimed about $2 million in grant funding. We have $1 million left. And just to give council the kind of the rundown where we're at now, as of today, we're about 56% done the entire project. So, and then at the bottom, the long-term funding is just noted there for council. And everything's based on estimates right now, just due to we keep receiving invoices such as today for this project. So. We do have a request for, this would be an increase in service. It would be an addition to the fleet. We're looking for a smaller SUV to add to the fleet for mobilization of staff. This is mainly for efficiency of our staff and how we arrive at our sites and how we arrive during not so much emergency situations, but every day is a different day for the water department. We never know what could arise. So having that ability to mobilize our staff instead of having someone at a site without a vehicle, it would definitely be helpful. And even when it comes to the summer student or other small tasks, is just to get people from site to site, because we're not, like if we start looking at our distribution system versus all of our sites versus all of the wells we attend in the summer and throughout the year, we are sharing a vehicle, and it's always putting someone in the predicament. This is a predicament of being somewhere without a vehicle. This is just an efficiency. It's been highly asked of from operators in the last 5 years in order for they would like to be more efficient with their time when they can be. So it is a lower cost than the half ton that I would have brought to the committee of the whole earlier this year. This is just a small fleet reserve. I know the numbers seem high right now, but I just like to remind council of our previous rentals. Back in the day, we rented between the years of 2008 and 2021, and then we purchased the rentals. So we never truly had a fleet reserve for the water division, as we were always renting. We always knew what our rental was at the start for a 3-year period. So, and then we also added the hydrovac trailer. The hydro, I know council probably would like to know these numbers. So the hydrovac we're basing on a 15-year life expectancy. And then the vehicles are on the 10 years and 250,000 kilometers. So these numbers are going to go down in the future. But just because we never had a true fleet reserve for the water division, we have to start a little high in order to meet our next deadlines with our trucks. So I do believe, as I mentioned there, 2026 budgeted transfer would be $30,000 to the reserves for the future trucks. Just a couple other, items that I think are highly notable for this budget today would be we've truly never budgeted for water meter replacement programs, as we did have a hard time in the past to stay on top of it. However, we're seeing a trend where we're spending about $10,000 a year on water meter replacements. So I'd like to just keep that in a noted budget item. We are looking at a trench box for emergency repairs and in-house use, and this comes down to that fleet and sharing of staff. But I believe we can save money in the future by having a trench box. and it's really for those emergency purposes. Trench boxes do not go bad by sitting outside, so if it takes us two years before we have another true emergency, like a bigger emergency where we need a trench box on site immediately, we have that ability. And then just the spare chlorine analyzer for the shelf. A lot of our analyzers are in that 15-year-old range. I know council can see that from last year and this year that I am changing a couple already. However, a spare one on the shelf that matches the same brand and model for any issues would definitely save the water department over time and items like that. These analyzers are online 24/7 and are required to take readings every 5 minutes. So. Council, Council may also remember that I had the South Beach pump station on last year's slide. It was a higher funding amount. We've dropped it down to $100,000 for 2026. And this project did not get off the ground yet, although I do believe it was. Showed to council that this would be a multiple year project. It's not something that we were jumping on immediately. It's something we'd like to have in paper for future funding opportunities for grants. This is our oldest station, and I guess I'm just repeating myself from last year. There's a lot of moving parts for this one. It could be just a revamp, or it could be a full new station that's recommended in the future. This is another project that I had brought to council, same amount carried forward for 2026. In review of this project, all work up to this point has been internal for this project to see how we can complete it. It is it's not a project that everyone does on a daily basis. So there's a lot of behind research on this one, and the train of thought of how to do it properly, and also not spend more than we need to do this project, and just to see an idea where we are. And that would be the revenues and expenses for the water and wastewater division.
All right, are there any comments or questions at this present point for the water, wastewater division? All right, may I ask you, oh, sorry. Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thanks for the report. The pressure tank, early on in the report, find it, there's two of them there. If one goes down, can we run with one while the other one's being changed? Like you said, it could end up being a potential emergency replacement, but does it shut down the system to, like, are they without water while we're doing it?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I don't believe so. The issue with the pressure tanks is they're both online as we speak today. One might be in better shape than the other, so hopefully the better shape one is the one that stays online. We do have two on site. We used to have three. The third one had failed, and during the last upgrade, we decided not to go forward with replacing it. Just due to space and the size of the building. It would be my hope that, yes, if one fails tomorrow, that we can still run on the one. It would mean more electricity cost and items like that, more wear and tear on the high lift pumps that are there. But we should still be able, we will still hopefully be able to maintain pressure. It's not, if one fails 100% tomorrow, it should still hold enough pressure with the high lift pumps, yes.
As long as it holds long enough to get a new one replaced in there. I don't know if it's a few hours to do it, or if it's takes a week to source it. I don't know.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe this one's going to be a longer source, just due to my research. It's not something that they have on the shelf kicking around. So.
I had one more. We talking about the vehicle. How many? And I'm sure we've had a report, but I just forget. But how many vehicles do we have in the water department?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we have three half tons. We do have that additional 1 ton coming for the shared employee that will follow the employee, which is currently with the roads. So when he does come back to haul the valve trailer around, he will have the 1 ton. But we're 4 full-time staff and 3 vehicles currently, 3 half tons.
Councillor McDonnell.
Not really, but I was going to at some point, I guess. That's fine. Thanks for your portion of the budget, Mr. Seguin. I guess I'll take a second to run back through, but I don't have any true issue with some of the backups. I think it's, for the most part, it's not like a park goes down and we go and do something else for a couple of days. They're fairly time sensitive and in nature when something does break. Yeah, I guess my major concern was with the vehicle as well. You're four full-time staff, 4 people are going to have a vehicle essentially at the end of the day. How many people are on a regular, like on a day-to-day, you're 4 of them full-time on?
So including myself, yes, 4 full-time on.
Okay. I'm not overly interested in adding a vehicle to the water department. Just my input. As far as a trench box, I don't necessarily say it's a bad thing whenever the emergency comes up. Again, is this year to add it? We're putting a water tower up. I mean, generally this department doesn't touch, it's not like if we cut anything out of this, it comes off taxation. This is, for the most part, it's not going to influence the water rates as they are today. It's very much kind of trying to get done what you want to get done in a year and as efficient as possible. Personally, I'd rather see the money sit off to the side for a year for a vehicle. But for the most part on the rest of the projects. The only question I did really have was the capital maintenance pump, the pump station in Lancaster for the wastewater pump, the pump house, sorry. Last year was 250, this year was 100, just kind of wondering what the change or what the difference was, and I'm trying to remember if we did anything over the year.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the first, at 225, that was our Class D estimate from the engineer, and that was based on doing everything in a single year, that Class D. So realistically, we're still looking at the same 225, however, broken down over multiple years to get to there. For the Class D estimate, we haven't had an estimate that's been updated, so we're setting ourselves up with that, like more of an expectation of spending $100,000 this year, with potential future additional work to get us where we need to be. It's just like I said, last year the 225 was based on the Class D estimate, based on 2 to 3 years of payments, I would say.
Okay, I guess I'll say at this point I'm for the most part fine with the budget as it is, but I'm not interested in adding another vehicle, and I think I'd like to keep your budget transfer at $30,000 for fleet, personally, at this point.
All right, Councillor Bougie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I like the idea of the pressurized tank at Redwood, being the fact that it is an emergency situation. It is an older pump, which, like you had mentioned, hard to probably get. So to me, that's a very good idea to be prepared in case of those emergencies, because when the system goes down, it has to be looked at very quickly. In terms of the SUV, I feel like, I mean, I don't feel like there's a big enough need, personally. With 4 staff and 4 trucks, I mean, like, I could just think people are just picturing you guys driving all over the township here. I mean, the home base is probably Glen Walter, so I mean, someone has to probably stay there to man that area, I would think. And if there needs to be an extra, they can always pair off, I feel like. But I mean, you're there every day, you know, but to me, I can't, I would not be recommending the SUV personally. And in terms of the other requests, I'm fine with, and good to see progress on the water tower, like you'd mentioned, 56%. And I'm still a little curious on on our force main, the 3.5 kilometers, and how that's going to happen, because I feel like that's very specialized, and hopefully that can happen this year, and we can hopefully we get good news and the condition is good as well.
Councillor Jaworski or Deputy Mayor Lang. Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Thanks very much for the presentation. On the topic of the SUV, I think I was always under the impression that the majority of the water team's work was done in pairs, but I gather that is incorrect. I guess if you could speak a little bit more about, how much is independent versus how much is together, and certainly, efficiency is definitely something that is valuable, but I mean, just to be really blunt about it, do we think we're going to get $40,000 plus minus of additional efficiency?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, no, most of the water division's work is single, and it's mainly due to the fact that just the destinations that we go to between every single well, Jack Danaher Park, Green Valley Lagoon System, Redwood, Lancaster. So we are on the road quite a bit between these sites. But I would say on an every single day basis, every single employee is working by themselves to start the day. And then whenever these tasks and projects come up where we do need to get together for a confined space, then it is 3 guys working together. But for an everyday basis, our department's built on there's no doubling up inside of a vehicle on a daily basis. It's pretty much singular work. As for does 40,000 in a single year? No, it would be the lifespan of that vehicle. We would make our money back in efficiency, but not on a single year. No.
If I'm understanding correctly, as it stands today, then the person who doesn't have access to the vehicle, they are staying in the office?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. So they are they're limited to Glen Walter. They don't have that ability to go out and flush hydrants. They don't have the ability to run to Bray Street when alarms go off. Yes, there's my vehicle that's there. However, most of the time when things are happening, I'm also going to off-site locations, meetings, checking on items around the township. So yes, that person, if there's no vehicle in Glen Walter, then yes, they're limited to staying in Glen Walter.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Are we paying any mileage for people to use personal vehicles at any time?
No, currently we're not.
No, I had a couple of comments already, so unless you're ready to kind of figure out where everybody stands on that vehicle thing.
Okay, well, there's 2 items kind of being tabled for discussion. Would be the recommended contribution to reserve is currently at 42.5, and Councillor McNell said he'd like to see that at 30,000. Ms. MacDonald?
Sorry, it is included at 30,000 within the budget. The recommended would be based on the asset management plan, but we've budgeted at 30,000, just to clarify.
So are you satisfied with 30 then? Because that's what, yeah, sorry. Okay, perfect. Take that one off. Vehicle, you have 2 councillors saying perhaps they don't see the efficiency of the matter. 2 who have not yet voiced their opinion on that. So looking to the 2 of you.
No vehicle.
Okay, so we will not be. Yeah, we're not going to add that vehicle this year, so that one will come out. Any other questions or comments? One thing that I wanted to bring up, because I know it was bandied about, perhaps not in this meeting, but just as something to discuss future or even now. Typically, we do keep our taxation dollars separate from our user fee dollars. We do have a sizable surplus in 2024. I think it said it's near 600,000 or so. Was that the number? So then, at one point, I believe the previous term of council, there was a lot of sales of land, and it went to offset a little bit of the cost of that pump on Glen Walter Park Road or Bray Street. So is there any interest in having that conversation of taking a surplus that is, I guess, 2 years behind, and using it to offset that $4.5 million? We don't have to have that decision now, but if we want an info report or a staff report coming in the future, that is a possibility. Up to council's discretion, obviously. Administration can't necessarily recommend that because they are separate. Deputy Mayor Lang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Just for a little bit of clarification for myself. So if it does, we better wait and see if it comes to pass that we are at the 600,000 surplus, which we think we might be. Is that money showing up anywhere right now? Is it sitting in a reserve somewhere, as, not spent, or is it just,
So that would
is it not showing up anywhere in our numbers?
It would
I
generally
just wondered if it might be showing up already somewhere.
Would it generally be in the general working capital reserve? And would that be reflected in this budget or the information we have to date?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the reserve documents you have to date do not include the 2024 estimated surplus. So that's essentially it's in our bank account, but not reflected as being spent in this budget.
And if I may go just a touch further on this one, the idea behind, like, if we were to support it, it would be because there was benefit to the fire department from these studies. So it could be considered that portion. And I think if I remember the comment properly, and I don't know, it was just here or there, but I think it was one of our meetings somewhere, was that it would benefit if we do take that choice to take it initially, because it would decrease that 4.5 million that we're putting on the user system, and they would save interest as an aggregate should we wish to take that direction. And then it'd kind of be like our fire contribution. So that's, are we interested, like, it's too big of a conversation for this budget, but is it something that we wish to get a little research on? I see Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, the other thing is, before I wanted to make a decision on that, I'd want to have preliminary where we think 2025 will end up. Just to, like, if we end up 2025, we're over $500,000 somewhere, then I want to know that before I would make that decision.
Okay, now just a question on timing. Do we need to fund this project? I know right now we're kind of book funding it through the general, we'll say that we haven't taken on like construction loan. So do you think it would be sufficient to, one, find out, say, March, May for 2025 year close, that like we'll get that information in enough time to have the conversation about using 2025 surplus, should we wish, or 2024 or 5 surplus?
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So finance intent is to come in the new year to discuss construction financing for the remaining amount that is left to be paid for the water tower, and that would be, we would only be paying interest only at that point on that financing, and then we could also, we anticipate, Mr. Pollock, I believe, said he would hope to have 2024's numbers confirmed in January, if not, I'm sure February, so we would have a good idea of that surplus, and at that point, I would think have a good idea of where 2025 is ending up, and maybe we can have that conversation about if we want to, pay off some of that construction financing at that time, or wait until the whole project's done and decide on what the township contribution would be. That could be council's decision at that point.
Okay, so it seems we have enough time to have that conversation. I do appreciate like getting as much information as we can. In that report, I would like to see how much interest the township has, like an estimate of how much the township has already provided the water system by kind of carrying the loan, so to speak. Any further questions? Okay. We'll get to infrastructure services then. And just to be sure, I don't wish to mispronounce your name, and I've had 2 renditions given to me. So if you could kindly, like, I'm going to say Kuhn is the one that I thought was accurate. Okay, perfect. So it's Mr. Kuhn. So K-U and then N. Yeah. Anyway, thank you for that clarification. Just wanted to make sure, because it is your name, and I've been called a MacDonald, and I'm not, and I've called other people MacDonnell or McDonnell, and they're not. So I want to be sure I get you right. Please proceed, Mr. Kuhn.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Before I start, I'd just like to give a little shout out for the staff and infrastructure, Mr. McIntosh and Mr. Sege especially, who've really helped me get up to speed in a couple of weeks to be able to present this budget. So a big kudos to them, and also a thank you to the rest of administration. That's been extremely welcoming and accommodating in my first 3 weeks here with the township. So without any further ado, I'll go through. So infrastructure services, we have 3 main categories that we're going to go through. In order, it's waste management, then we have fleet, bridges, and roads. So for waste management, there was some changes and some operational notes for 2025. The transition to full producer responsibility occurred in 2025, so the township is no longer operating the Blue Box recycling program. Another item that the department was working on is the recontouring of the waste mound at Beaverbrook, where it was observed that we were filled beyond the acceptable limits in certain areas of the waste mound, so we have to remove waste and material from certain items where we're over the limit and put it in areas that are under the limit, which is still ongoing. It's obviously the season isn't the best for that right now, so we'll come back to that in 2026. Another item of note is that we are projecting a little bit of savings on rental equipment. We have a tandem that I'll mention in the fleet section that we're going to be moving there, so we'll be saving a pretty good amount of money on the rental of a rock truck in 2026. And the last item of note is this is the last year for our current garbage collection contract, which expires at the end of the year. So we'll be going out for RFP, and it's a good chance for the township to look at possible other items to include or how to operate differently. So we'll be looking at that later this year. So for capital, there is only one project for the Waste Management Department, and it is carried forward from last year. It's the Solid Waste Management Master Plan. So the Master Plan is essentially a review of current processes, facilities, and waste generation, and it gives you a roadmap or a 10 to 20-year plan forward on recommended policy implementation programs and how to make the waste management program more efficient and possibly more sustainable. But it is a good document that assists municipalities in the long term when planning. So 2025 in review. So I did mention the full EPR, extended producer responsibility transition. So full EPR, just an item of note. So the full EPR transition is completed December 31st of this year. So that means the producers are now totally in charge of the program as of January 1st, 2026. Part of the transition was the 2025 calendar year. They had to keep the status quo for the township, but after December 31st, 2025, they can make changes without the consent of municipalities or the township. So we haven't heard of anything changing yet, but it is something that could happen. They could change the collection frequency. They could change items like that. So just something to be aware of. If anything does come up, we'll for sure bring it forward to council. Another item that was performed is the public drop-off area at Beaverbrook was kind of revamped to encourage better sorting. So there's scrap metal, white goods, recycling, e-waste, and wood / brush that are all amalgamated into a single location. Provides better oversight from administration. The landfill attendant can keep eyes on the public that are dropping items off to make sure that there's no white goods or e-waste or regular garbage that are migrating back into where we were dropping off clean wood before. So we also updated the signage at both landfills to reflect the price increase and the different trailers and restriction of certain vehicles. The removal of IC and I-waste was also performed in the summer of 2025. So there is a reflection in the revenue portion, which I'll mention that when we get that slide. The township held another successful hazardous waste event, which is the only event that the township currently operates, and I guess it's quite successful and with a big turnout. And the large item pickup was moved to the week after the May long weekend. I know it's probably small, but a couple of items I wanted to note on this slide where you could see the reduction in projected revenue for both Beaverbrook and Lancaster. That is due to the elimination of IC and I-waste being accepted at both of our landfill sites. And the next one is line item 4111 for disposal. That one's up. So we did add a little bit more. We doubled our contribution to the landfill reserves. And the reason for that is to be cognizant of the fact that North Lancaster is projected to be at 90% capacity in 2025. typically when a landfill reaches 90% capacity, the township has to start making the steps towards closure. And in this case, closure date is anticipated at 2031, and it's a cost of $1.2 million. So really just making sure that we have that money put aside. And another item to consider with that said is that once North Lancaster closes, Beaverbrook is currently projected for closure in 2041, but that's going to fill up a lot faster because you're now, hauling the waste from that was once going to North Lancaster that goes to Beaverbrook. So in theory, it fills up twice as fast as it would on its own. And then the last item is for the Beaverbrook landfill site. You'll see there's an increase on that item, and that's for the recontouring of the waste mound. Was there any questions before we roll on to the fleet section, just while we have the kind of the finances up?
We'll go to Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through Mayor McDonald. Thank you, Mr. Kuhn, for the presentation. Question on when you say preparing for closure, can you just elaborate a little bit more on what that means exactly, and particularly in the context of, we've made huge strides in terms of increasing the life of the landfills in recent years. Like, how does that play into that, plan for closure as well?
Certainly, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So to plan for closure, like a municipality has to actually create the report and apply for closure with the ministry when the township reaches 90, or when a landfill reaches 90% capacity. Based on the 2024 WSP landfill liability and closure report, that's set to be in 2031 as closure, and with our current numbers that we had in our WSP annual report last year, we're trending at this 2025 is the year that we'll be at 90%. So we have to start applying for closure, and part of that is the $1.2 million that is going to be used to actually perform the work to close it. So that's capping, that's seeding, all of that kind of work that goes into it.
Yes, please do.
So if I understand correctly, though, like, you're planning for it, you've got to make sure you know what you will be doing when you are closing it, but if you can keep extending the life, you're not forced to close it until you reach like another milestone?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. It's hard to say how, I know, for instance, taking IC&I waste away from the waste stream, we haven't seen those results yet. That'll come out in the 2025 annual report that we'll receive in first quarter 2026. So in theory, it should reduce, or should increase the lifespan itself. Unfortunately, we don't have that information in front of us yet. And according to the numbers that we have from our last annual report, it put us at 90% capacity this year. So once we have those numbers, we'll be able to confirm. But we're not totally sure what the total impact was with IC&I yet. We won't know until we get our data back from the aerial scan that looks at everything.
Sorry, maybe I'm not being clear. Let's say hypothetically, it does say we've made an improvement. What happens in that scenario that it shows that we have pushed off the closure date?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so if we did push back the closure date, and if we're less than 90% capacity, then we would push off applying for closure. I mean, ideally, we'd push it back, maybe look for a possible landfill expansion at one of the landfill sites. I'm not sure which site is better. We'd have to, talk to a professional to see, kind of gauge all of the things that influence expansion. But I think to answer your question, and pardon me if I'm still not, yeah, that would definitely push it back. And we won't know if we're at 90%. I'm planning to kind of start looking for closure and applying for it either next year or the year after, depending on what the data says. But the projected closure cost also, it's 1.23 in 2031, but that is slated to it increases by 5.3%. That was the number that WSP used. So it increases every year, just cost of living and CPI increases. So the monetary value does increase a little bit every year too, so it would be more expensive in, say, 2037 to do it.
Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Maybe just to add on that, and I've mentioned it before, and I'd like to see us start to move forward on it. When we had the report about the land for closure costs, they had told us openly that a lot of this is bringing in the right consistency of fill to put on top of these mounds, and you know, it had to be certain permeable and whatever. I don't know the details. I would like to see us start getting that gathered up and ready, because that was the biggest part of the cost. And I'm sure it's available once in a while. And it's just a matter of doing a little bit of legwork, and when some fill is available in the area, like it's amazing the amount of fill that came out of that Summerstown Station project, and there's somebody stockpiling it not too far across from the road scratch, and that sort of project happens if we can, could get a hold of a bunch of it, would save us costs in the future. So I'd like to see that happen at some point. The other thing is, I had thought there was the ability to, even with the Beaverbrook, when we toured at that time with the Environment Committee, they showed us where it needed to be reshaped. But if that was reshaped, that part is kind of finished. So we could kind of start doing some of these closures now, rather than spending that whole money in one fell swoop at the end, which I would love to see happen. Just kind of, and like you had just said, inflation, if it's 1.1 million now, in 10 years it'll likely be 2.2 million, just the way things go. So I'd love to see that happen. Another note, just the solid waste management master plan. I'm just going to click here. There was a regional waste management, they requested funding for a regional waste management strategy study. And I believe at the counties we turned that down, did we not? So
Correct. I believe it was said that we're also unique. We can do it at the local level. So
yeah,
we don't have that support from the opportunity.
We were worried at the county. We don't have any waste management to look after. We just said if the 6 municipalities want something, they should have some skin in the game, instead of getting the counties to pay the whole thing. So it was turned down there. So I don't know. Looks like we're going ahead with something anyway. So
That is fair. Any further comments? Okay, then we'll move on to the next section of infrastructure, which is fleet, bridges, and roads.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the first section for the fleet, bridges, and roads is fleet. It's, so just a 2025 year in review. It's the first year that we had our wheeled excavator lease, and I'm sure most have probably seen it around the township being used for one item or another. It's a good addition to our fleet. It's helping with specifically some of the culverting for the Chapel Hill Road work that was, I think they're just completing that, or just have a couple days left on it. We're also going to use it for brushing and a lot of other items that we would have typically leased or rented a unit for. So there's a little bit of cost savings throughout the fleet on that as well. Also, there's a 1-ton pickup truck that was supposed to be delivered this year, but we just got an email saying that it's going into production early in January, and then the advanced authorization of a tandem purchase. So for the tandem purchase, it's $420,000. It's an international unit that previously approved. This replaces a unit like 13 that goes into the spare position, so to be used as a spare. And then also there's unit 11, that's a Ford tandem. We've been having harder time finding parts for it, and it's a little bit less reliable than, say, our other international unit, unit 13. So we're going to still use it, and use it at the landfill site where it doesn't require CVOR, and it doesn't require, if there's, say, a small exhaust leak, or just as an example, it's not imperative to repair it right away, and we can use it there and save ourselves some of the rental costs that we have experienced historically for the rock truck usage. The next item is the MT6 trackless refurbishment. I believe administration had brought that forward and discussed that previously. It's a frame-off restoration, like the unit's going to look like it's brand new. And the advantages of doing a restoration on this unit rather than purchasing another one is the unit that we have is 115 horsepower, doesn't require DEF. So it's more powerful, more reliable, and for the $200,000, we get multiple attachments, and it's a stronger machine that is preferred by the department as well. So the total fleet with those two projects is $620,000. So moving on to structures, just a quick 2025 review is we did the Third Line Road Bridge major rehab. We did the assessment on Frog Hollow, the span that crosses, I believe it's the Bodette River. South Service Road Bridge assessment, James McDougall drain realignment. We're realigning it rather than, that was discussed here previously as well. So that's ongoing, hoping to get that completed in 2026. And then we did just receive our most recent OSIM structures inspections report. So administration is going through that document and trying to plan out our next forecasted capital. So this slide is just a quick slide to maintain our maintenance needs at 2.5 million. So that's what we're continuing to do. So we're not increasing or decreasing, we're maintaining the status quo. So for the two major structures that we have proposed, it's $970,000. The James McDougall drain and relocation, that's a carry forward from 2025. We just haven't got around to actually doing the civil work on that one yet. The South Service Road Bridge on South Service Road, just I believe it's just west of Curry Hill. That one's slated for next. We'll have to do the report and then get the construction done. It's $550,000. The bridge itself, like the top, it's in decent condition, but there's a lot of issues with that you don't see from when you're driving that need to be addressed. The beams themselves are deteriorating. There's some cracks and some spalling that we're looking at fixing. And then also included in here is the items for discussion. So the St. Raffles Bridge, the Frog Hollow Road Bridge, we have not included any of this in the budget, but we do want to open it up for discussion with council should they choose to add one of the options into the 2026 budget. So this is option number one for the Frog Hollow Road. Just taking it into account that Frog Hollow sees 195 cars at County Road 25 and 165 cars a day at Beaupre Road. To completely redo the bridge and bring it up, like total rehab costs are 1.3 million. To replace the structure with a like-for-like replacement is 2.5 million. We figure to close it, it's about 100, and that's with all of your barriers, all the signage, all the staff administration work, and hopefully getting the actual structure removed from service. So this is one option, just without spending millions on the actual structure that's used by 165 to 195 cars per day. This was administration's preferred option, but the second option is a rehabilitation, a partial rehabilitation. It would be funded from reserves, and it only addresses the critical issues, the steel supports, the concrete, and the expansion joints. We're not sure how much time that would buy us to make a decision on maybe a more permanent, if council wanted to go this way, and maybe 2 to 5 years to give us a little bit of extra time to study and look at the other options that we have. Again, the full rehabilitation cost would be 1.3 million, and to replace it with a like-for-like structure, you're looking at $2.5 million. So with those two things taken into account, some alternative options that we've also discussed. We've looked at twin box culverts, which are precast box culverts. So there's a dividing between the two box culverts, so that has the potential to have hydraulic issues with the river itself. So $800 to $1 million are the rough high-level estimated costs, which would also require some additional studies to look at the hydraulic flow and seasonal flow and peak flow events to see if that, if a twin box culvert would really impede the flow of the river or not. Another option that came up was a precast concrete arch, which there's less hydraulic issues, but again, you'd still have to have somebody look at the flow characteristics of the river, especially peak flow, to make sure that you're not creating a choke point in the river that could cause potential issues in the future. And that one was high level at estimate at 1.3 to 1.5 million. And then another option, considering if the path forward was to close that crossing on Frog Hollow Road, was a possible road extension on Beaupre Road that would open it up to I believe it's the Glenroy Road. We're predicting, say, roughly 500,000 for just construction, but there would also be extra money for design and extra money required for the relevant studies and EAs with that. With the extension to Beaupre Road, there is potential for lot creation. However, there's not very many. And though it is a wetland area, so we foresee it being a low rate of return. So this is the kind of what I alluded to earlier when I talked about the South Service Road Bridge at the Sutherland Creek. It doesn't look bad. I drove it recently. It doesn't look bad from the top, but underneath you can see that those girders are rusted out. And rather than have a bigger problem on our hands later down the road, we're recommending that we tackle that one in 2026.
If I may just interrupt, because there's a fairly decent talking point there under bridges before getting to roads, if that's all right with everyone. So I guess, yeah. Was there any questions on fleet? I don't think we had mostly talked about that before previous councils or council meetings, I think, but go ahead, Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and this might be a question for Mr. McIntosh, I think, too, but we talked about the half track at the time, avoiding the depth, doing the frame off restoration on the machine itself. I think we were talking 150,000 at that point. Is it 50,000 in additional attachments for the front of it? And if that's the case, what attachments are we buying? Are we keeping anything, etc.?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, we plan, so it's 150 to 160 for the actual machine refurbishment. Plus the attachments, we plan on replacing our current blower, which is, we're not exactly sure how old it is. It predates the current trackless machine. We are also planning to replace the plow blade with a new five-way swing blade and a new galvanized salt spreader in the back. That salt spreader predates the current 2016 model, so it's had 2 life cycles. It's due for a change. So the 200,000 would include the refurbishment plus the 3 attachments.
Do you have a follow-up, or that satisfies your question there? Okay, great. Deputy Mayor Lang.
Are we still on roads or on fleet, or are we moving to the bridges?
I think the fleet's probably good. Now we're on to bridges. I imagine you're going to talk about Frog Hollow.
I would love to talk about Frog Hollow.
Please proceed.
I was so disappointed, though. I was hoping you were going to give me some kind of an estimate on what the 250,000 would buy us for years, but you don't want to commit.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. McIntosh might have a better idea. He's the one that kind of looked at that estimate and talked to the consultants a little bit. So, through you, Mr. Mayor, in discussions with Keystone, our engineering firm who did the assessment, they pegged the minimum at like 5 years, but until they get into the construction, and see like the full scope of what all is deteriorated, they're not confident on how many years plus we can get out of it. It's a very wide and open-ended kind of assessment.
Okay. But they're thinking minimum 5. The trouble with it's like a renovation in an old house. Likely, the more you expose, the more you're going to find. I don't want to spend a huge amount of money on that bridge. It's not the bridge to me that should be there in the first place. It's not wide enough to, it's hardly wide enough for the plows to get by. So I don't, but I'm not against spending $250,000 to buy us 5 years. I really like the box culvert idea. I don't know what legally we have to do, but like it wouldn't bother me one bit to put box culvert in or 2 box culverts that would handle the flow for everything except for maybe, you know, those 1 in 10 year floods or whatever. And if it went over the road and we closed the road for 3 days, I wouldn't care. You know, rather than building a structure for millions of dollars, like if it flooded once every spring for 2 days, it wouldn't bother me one bit. I think we're used to that on River Road anyway. We get that out, you know, quite a few springs. So I don't know. I'd like to see something cheaper. The thing about box culverts, we would have the width then to have a regular usable road that people could get by and all machinery could get by. So I'd be okay with the 250 to get 5 years and figure out what we're going to do with it for a longer term after that. I don't know where everybody else is.
All right, Councillor McDonnell.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Definitely not in favor of closing it, and I'm more along the same lines as the Deputy Mayor. I would do, personally, I think I limped through this year and plan to do the box culverts next year, but I mean, maybe if we had consensus around the table, there's an interest. I have no interest in closing that road, I guess, at this point. To me, we've closed one bridge, and it's one bridge too many for me, so I don't have any interest in closing anymore. I think people pay enough taxes in this municipality, they can expect that the roads stay open and not closed, so that's a hard line for me.
All right, Councillor Bougie.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I do like the option of $250,000, kind of take a deeper look at this, and hopefully it's at least 5 years. Hopefully there's funding down the road too to maybe support this future project, whether it's a bridge replacement, box culvert, or whatever. But I like the idea of the $250,000 for now.
Okay, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. I think, you know, like, we're very fortunate in South Glengarry. We do have quite a few bridges, we have rivers, we have, you know, good municipal drainage, and I think, you know, we benefited, and it's also a curse of a lot of quote-unquote free money that came, you know, like in the 70s or, you know, before or after, to build bridges, you know, money from upper levels of government, and now we don't have that funding to maintain that same kind of service level. Folks, you know, I mean, they're always asking how we can, you know, keep our taxes as low as possible, and some of that has to do with, you know, being the road rationalization that we've talked about. I certainly, when the bridge we closed, was it last term or still this term? I found that a very difficult decision. However, now in retrospect, I mean, I think that was a really good decision. And the feedback I've had from the folks near it has not been negative. I'm not saying that would be the same in this case, but I think we have to look at it really closely. And, you know, I don't think we can necessarily keep all the like, if we want to keep all the bridges that we have today, I mean, the taxation level is not going to sustain that. So I think we have to, you know, look long and hard at each one. So I do appreciate staff even entertaining the idea of extending Beaupré Road, because I mean, I think I'd much rather put money into something like that has some potential rate of return than this particular bridge. Because it sounds like even with the money, we're still greatly limiting what it can do. So I'm certainly not in favor of putting anything more than the 250 into this bridge at this point.
Okay, then to move business, I'll say, like, I probably don't have as much hesitation to the bridges, and I do agree with you, like, it sucks to take those steps back, and people would have to go around. There would be cars and things that would, I thought more of church, you know, like people north of it going around to St. Raffles. I was like, well, that's it's a little bit more of a journey, but I line more up with Councillor Jaworski's line of thinking that like, having seen a few municipalities, I think we're decently well funded, and that comes from taxation. and I used to always say, you know, like if you want to increase service, you kind of have to really increase taxation. If you want to maintain service, you have to increase taxation. And if you want to just maintain taxation, you have to decrease service. But in the last 4 years, I've seen that like even decreasing service increases taxation, which is kind of a tough spot. And but I am going to say for this particular one, I would support the 250,000 to see if we can do a little bit more, or in the future, perhaps eliminate it. But I'm okay with that 250 now. That kind of, I think Councillor Bougie and Deputy Mayor kind of said that one. So we can move business. But you have a question.
There was, I forget, it was either Councillor McDonough or Councillor Bougie had said that would rather see us start putting the money in towards the actual box culvert or something like that. My question then would be to staff, is this bridge at the point where we have a couple of years that we could, because it's not likely going to happen right away, we got to do a little bit of studying to see if they'll handle the flow. So do we need to put the 250 to buy ourselves the 5 years, or are we able to kind of think about, I see we got.
Yeah, that's a very fair point, because if we can spend exactly. If we can spend $0 to get the answer, better than spending 250 to wait. But I mean, you don't want to leave it. So I'll leave it to Mr. Fotherop.
I'll through you, Mr. Mayor, I'll respond, as I was a part of that meeting with Mr. McIntosh with our consultants, and they said when we asked the question that yes, if you want to keep this bridge open throughout 2025, the 250 would need to be spent. I'll say the photo on the presentation. There were some photos of some of the other piers that were in worse shape than that had lost quite a bit of the steel cross section. They did do a review of it that said no, that they were comfortable. It didn't require an immediate closure whenever they observed that. However, they said they would not be comfortable recommending that this bridge stay open throughout 2025 without spending 250 on it to address these piers.
I do hope that's 2026.
Sorry, 26. My apologies. Sorry.
Yeah, specifically December 15th. You have 10 days. Yeah, it reminds me, there's some interesting things on YouTube, and I think it was a Pennsylvania bridge that was kind of ignored, fell apart with traffic on it. So that was a bigger bridge and a steeper ravine. But if the experts are telling us that it's either, yeah, ideally it would be 0 and then study, but would then council be okay, or at least the majority of council at 250? I know Councillor McNell, go ahead, make a point.
I was just going to say, so if that is the case, they're essentially telling us to close it at some point next year, because we're either going to close it and start doing the work. If we can't limp it across, should we not just start doing the work then? I think if we can make a decision here, do we want that road to stay open or not, as opposed to kicking it down the road? At some point, we're going to have to start doing something. Do we just put X amount in the budget and say we are going to start the work on? What I'm getting at is I hate throwing $250,000 into a bridge to limp it along 5 years, to then spend an inflated 1 million on box culverts or 1.5 on a concrete arch. Do we just say let's plan to do the double box culverts, and if for some reason in the next 3 months we find out we're not going to be able to do the box culverts, let's have it a contingency that we're going to the hydraulic or to the concrete arch instead, and just move on with this? Or is there enough will around the table to say we're not ready to make a decision whether we want to keep this road open? But I personally I see no point in closing this crossing at this point. Unless there's will around the table to say we're not going to keep it open.
No, that's a fair way to reframe it. I think we'll go to Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you. Thanks for letting me come. I know I was in your seat last week, and you don't want people too much back and forth, but I'm willing to commit that I don't want to close it. So if we have 3, but I don't think we can ask, or we can't make a decision. We can't get staff to give us enough information today so to me, it's just a matter of dollars. Are we going to commit to putting a certain number of dollars towards it today? Or are we going to just say, we'll take that from, I don't know what kind of reserve we've got there right now, and see, because it sounds like something has to happen this year. And,
Yeah, no, and that's,
well, and if
Councillor
we're gonna fix it one way or the other, it's gonna be closed this year.
And Councillor McDonnell just mentioned that like hates to throw good money because you are not for that good money after bad, and like so I would lean towards like if that was the position and pressure that I was put under, I'd be comfortable, and I know that's perhaps like our history here is like because we've had that you know the Rec Bridge, the Road Bridge, and James McDougall essentially we realigned something to save 3 bridges of cost. This would be to me an okay one given the traffic volumes. Fully acknowledging that, like, you know, there's I think there's a farm on the south side that, and a few properties on the north side that wouldn't love it. This would be, like, okay for me to be the 4th bridge to save the whole taxation. Different stance than Councillor McDonnell, but if that's the framework we're taking, I'd be okay going that way. Councillor Bougie?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess if that was the question framed like that as well, I actually thought the traffic volume was less than what was given. And based on the amount, like there's zero residences along that section. I mean, to me, I would be leaning towards closure, unfortunately, as opposed to trying and find another solution at $1 million. So that would be my stance on it.
And then I guess it's then Councillor Jaworski. Your opinions given that framework? And we can change the framework. I'm just like to see where these decision variables go.
Well, I mean, I think I expressed it already. So, I mean, and this is not an easy decision. I mean, it's very unpleasant to look at closing infrastructure. But again, like we get these, every time we get our bridge reports, even those, and those are the big, like, we know that we're far behind on these things in terms of like the funding that we need. So, I mean, I think this is one of these ones, again, looking at it in terms of numbers that we need to look. I would be all right with looking at closure. But I mean, obviously, like there's a bit more that I think needs to be done. Like there has to be some consultation. There has to be, because I mean, maybe there is an unintended consequence that we are not aware of. But still, I mean, I think this is with the facts we have today. I think I'm in favor of closure.
Okay, well, in that case, I guess it's either 250 or closure. I'm not trying to put words. If we could get a staff report coming up to see if and do the communications properly, see if there are unintended consequences. I don't know. Sometimes you like recorded votes whenever you felt strongly about this. Do you want one of those, or are you okay?
To an extent, I mean, I want to bring everybody's attention to the fact that we're talking about buying more and more trucks, we're buying more dump trailers, we're adding people, and you're talking about closing bridges. And it really drives me insane because to me, our entire mandate for the municipality and all the people that pay their taxes, not just on that road, but every other road, we are here to maintain the core infrastructure of this municipality. And we're closing it just for, well, it's expensive and we're not getting any money from the provincial government. We have to take a look within and start cutting somewhere else to say that we're closing bridges. Like, we're spending $2 million in this building, and don't get me wrong, I think we should have an arena. But we're going to have to come to a point in this world where we're just going to not have any bridges in this municipality? There's, like that, I don't know. I have a hard time going through with that. But if that's the will of council, you guys can answer for it.
Oh, yes, and I'm sure the character of all 5 of us around this table will answer for it in an honest and transparent way. I wouldn't hide from this decision. You can certainly answer a question. Deputy Mayor Lang.
So I think Councillor McDonnell and I are pretty plain. We don't want to close it. The people that are saying to close it, are they saying to close it because it's structurally not going to be good some point during this year? But are we still investigating box culverts, what we can do for it? Or are they saying close it and it's closed? We don't want to look any further. We don't want to spend any more money on it. Because I was hopeful that if we close it this year, it's because we're going to start working on it this year. So that's what I'd like to see. Or I would rather see the 250,000 give us 5 years to study what we're going to do with it. But I don't mind saving the 250, putting that towards, 800,000 worth of box culverts. But I'm not, I'm going to be very plain. I'm not in favor of closing it permanently, but I don't mind if we're going to save that 250, start doing some work on it right away. but I don't know how long that would take. The hydraulic study, I don't know what's involved. And the other thing I want to find out is, do we have to follow the hydraulic study? Or can we put in a size that's good for 99.9% of the year and allow it to flood once in a blue moon?
Yep. And the hard thing here too is I think there are two strong opinions. On one side, potentially losing the conversation at the will of council. So does Deputy Mayor Lang has asked a question. Do either of you want to provide a rebuttal to that, or does your opinion remain unchanged? Go ahead, Councillor Jaworski.
I am not opposed to looking at it further if there is one of these very cost-effective solutions that comes back. But I mean, it seems like the most hard data solution right now is like it's $2.5 million bridge for a very low volume. So if that's going to be ultimately the only answer, then again, I'm not in favor of. I wouldn't be in favor of that final solution. However, if there's depending on the cost of the studies or looking at it, I mean, I wouldn't be against seeing if there was some under $1 million type perhaps option, but like I don't mean like a $1 million Band-Aid solution. I mean like a more fulsome solution. So I'm not against that. I'm not, it's not like, oh, we're not going to ever talk about this again. I'm open to seeing if there's a creative solution.
I'm going to go to Councillor Bougie because
Did I miss something? Are we not talking about a potential to do these box culverts? Because to my knowledge, you guys just said you don't want to spend the 800 to $1 million if we can do that instead. Like you're just eliminating, that was my understanding of that entire conversation. So sorry if I'm judging you guys on that, but are we saying we're not even willing to, I was under the understanding we weren't spending even 800,000.
I think the way you framed the question back to us was, like I think we had movement to do 250, hold it for 5 years. We had then framed it that no throwing money, don't spend 250 to get that 5 years. There will be studies, and then the 800,000 to $1 million, and then the conversation did kind of change to, are we willing to either 800,000 or willing to close? And it seemed to go that way. That closed. Does that follow the frame? I'm not trying to. I just don't want to make sure. I want to make sure you feel heard here.
Well, I understood when we went around. Are we interested in? It was more or less, if we're going to put 250 into it, and it's just going to buy us 5 years, like save the 250, put it in. If we have to close it because it's got to be closed for a year while we get to box culverts or a concrete arch, spend the 800 and put that 250 towards that, or the concrete arch or the box culverts. But I was under the understanding that Councillor Bougie and Councillor Jaworski are saying it's not even worth spending that much. Am I wrong in saying that?
I can't speak for those two. I would say that their impression so far has said that the volumes they see that if it's going to cost more and perhaps, yeah, I don't want to speak for you. Sorry. Go ahead, Councillor Bougie.
Through Mr. Mayor, I mean, it seems like we have to, if we're going to do something, it seems like that $250,000 is kind of an immediate need, right? So regardless, that has to be spent. And then we have to look at the possibility of these twin box culverts even being a solution. Like, so, I mean, obviously additional studies need to be met and we need to look at that. And these are just estimated costs. So, I mean, I would be open to if they came back with more solid numbers. Obviously, I'd be open to that conversation. But again, I don't want to be spending over millions of dollars, million or over that when it's a low volume road. So I guess I am open to the conversation and looking into it, but I don't want to be spending a lot of money into a road that, I mean, potentially could be closed anyways.
Okay, and then the whole thing was that in 2026, the engineers don't want us driving on it. So there is, like, I think the pressure of the imminent, it might not fail, but like the risk of failure goes up quite a bit, and that's kind of what you had said.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. I think the option is if we're not comfortable closing the road in 2026, then the $250,000 would need to be spent. The other alternative is be prepared to close the road in 2026, do the hydraulic study to determine whether or not box culvert replacement as an option, and to see what that cost would be, and then make a decision in the future when we have the results of that study that would decide, council could then decide whether that bridge should remain closed or be replaced with some box culvert alternative. Or the decision could be, if, you know, we're ballparking what a box culvert alternative would cost. If council aren't comfortable spending that volume of money on it, then perhaps then the decision is to close it now and leave it closed and not do further study. So I think there's sort of 3 potential options on the table.
So then, it might be important to say, so we don't really want to throw good money after bad money. That's kind of like, you know, put money in to bandage it down the road. Would we be willing to have the road closed at an engineering insistence while we do studies to see what the cost is, to give us time to come to a thing and get that hydro study, sorry. And then, I mean, the timing of that might suck, and I would almost say that maybe make something that can be pushed aside by heavy agriculture equipment so it can get across for the spring. I can't say that out loud, and I did. So, like, is that, like, and then do consider, like, when that report comes, like, what is the threshold that we're comfortable with? Perhaps more on, like, that end of this table, because this end has very clearly said that this is not a bridge they want to close, and there might be a value to that. So, say, for example, the road closed in 2026, well, we looked at this, whatever studies it is, and we get staff reports. I don't know how much that hydrogeological study would be, but it'd probably be $7,000 to $40,000. I don't know for that. And then there might be other things like the engineering to do those things would be another 20 or 30. So then you're looking at like $27,000 to $60,000, $70,000. And it's a big range, but just trying to go over this and let me know if I sound off base. And then I would ask, I guess, Councillor Jaworski and Councillor Bougie, and I guess myself through them, is like, is there a number that you'd be like say they came back $400,000 for box culverts, it's some miracle, you know, that seems reasonable, but like to give some consideration as to like what that number would be that you'd kind of say, okay, I'll go back to not the default, but the kind of like the tough decision to, on a lower traffic road, to close the bridge or not bring it back and then remove it. Do you have any thoughts to what that number would be? And I'm sorry to put you on the spot because that's not, I can't imagine we came to this with that question in mind.
Well, I think the threshold would be probably around that full rehab number, 1.3 million. But even around $1 million would be significant for a volume road of that nature.
Okay. Councillor Jaworski, do you have any thoughts? I'm just trying to prepare the thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not like out of that same realm, but I'm wondering, is that really a number that needs to be determined today? Because part of me, I mean, I think the issue, like, yeah, if it needs to be closed, then you close it, because that could happen very quickly regardless. And if it needs repairs, like the 250 would be. Yeah, but I mean, now the conversation is out there, and again, like when I was talking about like consultation, unintended consequences, that sort of thing, that gives time also to accumulate that, because we might learn a bit more and be like, we might get better information about the cost, and we might get better information about the impacts to be able to, you know, come back with what information comes back. So I mean, I mean, I'm not very different from what Councillor Bougie is saying at this point, but I don't really know if saying a number today is like really that a valuable.
No, it's just sometimes it's
because
nice
that's
to-
also probably, that would be from like next year's budget anyways, and potentially a whole entirely different council.
Okay, so then I'll go to Mr. McIntosh, and before that, I'll just say with the Kinloch Road Bridge or culverts, I think we did have we paid for increased monitoring until the moment we close it. So that might be something, because as I don't know, somebody here said it could be good until August, it could be good a little further, but perhaps we just keep a closer eye and we put a little bit more money in the budget so that we make sure it's not dangerous, but if it's passable, keep it open until we don't need to. Mr. McIntosh.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think just to answer some of those concerns and questions and add some more maybe in there. I think like a lot of this is recommended to go through reserves for the minor work. biggest thing is we need some direction about next steps, because we have our engineering firm on hold right now with the Frog Hollow. That was part of last year's design budget, so they kind of need direction to go forward, whether to design something for Frog Hollow or work on the South Service design for those rehabs. So if everybody's on board with the South Service, that'd be great to know. It would be our intention to bundle both these repairs as one. So if we need to do like both designs, if you want to do the design for, because it's going to take some time and some tendering for even the small 250 repair. So we kind of need that as well. Our Hydro G, I think, takes a bit of time from, if I'm not mistaken, from other past instances. It does take a bit of time, so you don't have that. We are paying for additional monitoring for Kinloch still, to just monitor that structure to see when it has to be like fully removed, that it starts impacting the flow of the water. So we could do the similar thing here where we, pay for additional monitoring going forward.
Okay, well, Sutherland Creek seemed to get the straw poll, said yes, we would like to proceed with that. I guess what you're asking is bundling it. It doesn't seem like that is the will of all of council at present. In terms of next steps then, would it be to let that, whoever monitors that would like to put that under increased monitoring? Additionally, come back to council with what the cost of the Hydro G studies would be, and then get some refined numbers on the possible twin culverts, like if it's possible from that study, and then report back to council, and we'll take a decision there. If the road becomes unsafe, obviously, it would have to be closed to protect person and property. Is that enough information and enough direction, or because I just don't want to miss, because sometimes I can say something and not say enough or say too little.
No, through you, Mr. Mayor, I think that's good. I know the biggest concern when talking to our consultant, like where he said the biggest cost would be to go to a box culvert, would be so we now have a bridge suspended over a ravine. It's going to cost, we have to bring fill in basically to fill in that space that, the bridge is over. So he says it's quite a bit of money just to bring fill in to fill that empty void that the bridge goes over where the box culverts would go. So he did mention that was one of the increases in why it was so expensive for the double box culvert versus like the bridge. No, I'm good.
That's fine, and just getting that refined. And then additionally, if while we're here, it might pay to get in advance of that, like the public outreach to see what their thoughts are before, because otherwise we come back, we get a report, and we say, get public outreach. So, I mean, we might as well. I mean, I believe, if I'm right, the Rombos are on one side of this, and they might have some strong concerns to us. And like I do, like if I, yeah, and they might have free fill to keep it. Like, there's a lot of these things that we can be like creative or saving, and they might have some vested interest. Naturally, they have properties on both sides, and like I went to that GFA meeting, and I mean, I do appreciate the representation we have around this table that like thinks about the farming community in particular. But for now, good enough. Okay, yeah, Deputy Mayor Lang.
Just if we were to go to box culverts, you might see the traffic counts go up a bit. It would be an increase in service, because right now it's not wide enough for all farm machinery to get across. If we put box culverts, you could have a regular width road that would be wide enough, and it would be easy to travel. So.
And if that's an option, that when it comes back, that's one. It would be wonderful to have a better outcome, really, for the ag community, while also saving potentially, what is that number? Yeah, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars. Ms. MacDonald?
So just through you, Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, are we, any spending related to the research on this project, is council comfortable funding that from the reserve? As of now, we have not budgeted anything for this project at any level.
Yeah, I don't think Councillor McDonnell wants to put any more upwards pressure on that rate. I'd probably support the taking this from reserves that we have. Yep, Strappel. Yes, please take that from reserves. All right, so I guess that's a stay for now. Roads, Mr. Kuhn.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So this is the road section of the presentation. Start with just a quick 2025 overview of most of the work that was done. So there was some resurfacing of Martintown, pavement overlay on Beaverbrook, pavement overlay on Chapel. We extended pavement on Heron a little bit, and then did some more pavement overlay on the same different parts of the road. The Chapel Road improvements, which are just completing, I think, this week, next week. And reclaiming portions of the right-of-way, which includes brushing with our new wheeled excavator, and digging out and cleaning up some of the ditching. So for the roads capital for 2026, we have thin lift asphalt projects. So there's South Beach and Lancaster, Glen Walter Park Road, Boisvenu Drive, Alice Street, Prevost Point, Pilons Point, Page Drive, and Glen Roy Road. The idea is when we have quite a few of these smaller sections and smaller streets, if you put a bundle out together, you typically get better pricing than going after them one after another, or the odd straggler small street. So that's why we put a good package together here. And we do have one gravel base project, which is concession 7 from second line to about the halfway point of the road. Also for 2026 capital is we're carrying forward the $240,000 from the Tyatown retaining wall. So the total capital projects for 2026 for roads is $1.1 million. The next couple of slides are just quick graphics that administration had made showing the areas. So this is South Beach. This map shows just those little streets on the package, just how they're spread out throughout the township. And your Glen Roy Road resurfacing. And this is your concession road 7. So about 1.4 kilometers of improvements to the base, and then the drainage on concession road 7. So then,
Go ahead, Councilor McDonnell. I was
So-
writing a note there, didn't see it.
No, so, no problem. Just a, I guess a comment question. Has administration looked at all at the Glen Walter Park parking lot? If we're paving there, I think we were all down there for the raising of the water tower for the bowl. The parking lot's maybe in some tougher shape. I don't know if there's some work that can maybe be done while we're mobilized down there, whether it's base work or whether it is actually putting some asphalt in that parking lot. I don't know if we have an idea what that would cost or what kind of, it just seems if we're going to do something with that parking lot, it's a gravel parking lot, it's in pretty tough shape. Got a lot of base issues, maybe, it appears to have some base issues. I don't know if we've given any consideration to doing any work while we're right there already.
All right, I guess that's a question. Have we given any thought to that?
through you, Mr. Mayor. So we haven't put consideration into upgrading the parking lot there. However, it's something that we can look into. As Councillor McDonnell mentioned, we're not sure, obviously we're not sure of the base, so there could be cost to that. It could be a lot more expensive than just strictly putting a little bit of asphalt on top of it. But I mean, for sure, it's something that we can look at and possibly bring a report back later in or early 2026 before the work is completed.
Or it can be included in that kind of that grand, I think we said like gravel and asphalt, committee of adjustment, or not, geez, committee of whole to, maybe that can come a little sooner and include that. I don't know if that, I guess we're having Christmas, the pressure of Christmas coming, and then going into New Year's, we have Roma, so there's preparing for delegations, et cetera. But I think it should be part of that because is there like an imminent, you're kind of saying, well, they're there, kind of.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, I was just thinking, even if it's whether we're bringing, whether it's us or our contractor's gonna have equipment there, doing any base upgrades or doing any, fixing any of the issues, I'm assuming based on all the cuts that were made in that road for the developments that were done along the southern portion of it, I would assume there's gonna be some kind of, grading and kind of base work that was done. Whether we actually do put asphalt in or whether it's just like, if you pull into that gravel parking lot. There's a lot of potholes. It's very uneven. It's in pretty tough shape. We may just decide for the cost of paving that entire parking lot, we're just gonna re-gravel it, but maybe while they're there, we can start some of the grading and kind of subsurface work while everything's mobilized. But that was just a kind of a
That was a good
comment and
idea.
thought.
Well, if we're there and it needs help, whether it's asphalt or even gravel, I mean, well, the equipment's there, might as well take a little jaunt north. So I guess if that particularly can come back whenever, I don't know if that'll be tendered or something, and then make a point to touch on this, and if we have any, like, if there's any financial costs, let us know that way. Okay. No, that's good thought, thank you. Go ahead, Deputy Mayor Lang.
And I like the idea. I don't know if we were going to do all of that road, or Glen Walter Park Road, or only doing the parts where I had the cuts. But either way, I'm just wondering if it's decided that we're interested, can we not on a tender put optional items that, you know, they bid on these jobs and then we have a couple of, you know, if we were to do this, how much would they be?
Yeah, I think they use, sorry.
Provisional items or
provisional
something
items.
like that, you know?
So that would be a nice provisional item to have, and, because then it can come back and say, so. Yeah, but I would encourage us to use that anytime, because like, depending on surpluses too, right? Like we had some decently big years, and like, that might be a thought for later, right? If there is. Yes, and if I may applaud something, just because, and sorry for speaking from the chair so much, but I appreciate that during budget you accommodate me for this one, is we did spend quite a bit of money last year on roads, and it was the perfect time because the counties were there. Like, and things came under budget for that reason. So I don't know when the counties are going to come next, because that 4-year plan will be, but it might be something for whoever is here on council, or if you're not here, pass on to the person who's taking your spot, would be like, there's something for like surge, doing things in a surge the year the counties are there, because we save money and get more done. So like if we can build into, and this isn't direction right now, just like a thought for everyone is, as we discuss these things, is if we're increasing our reserves to do more roads, maybe some years, like if we know they're coming on year 3, year 1 and 2, we do a little bit less, and year 3 we take some of that saved money and invest it and get that, you know, like we can save 8%, do more. But I'm off topic. Thank you. Provisional item, please.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, moving on to the capital projects for large culverts. We have 3 projects lined up for 2026. Schoolhouse Road, Vine Street, and the Glendale subdivision, and then there's 2 culvert crossings in Redwood Estates that we're looking at addressing, and the total cost for those 3 projects is estimated for $120,000. And for roads, some operational items of note. We are looking at getting an additional tractor rental for a cost of $25,000 for the year, and 2 mower purchases. One is to replace an old unit, and then the other one is to have a new one. So we'll have a third, which will increase the level of service and the cutting of the shoulders throughout the township. We have proposed a shoulder box spreader, which helps with a couple of different items. It helps with some putting granular on the shoulders, and I believe we could also use it for asphalting, small asphalt repairs, and that's $18,000. And then an additional rear ice blade for one of the plows, which is extremely helpful when you're trying to mechanically break up the ice on the back roads without using, you know, more than we have to of salt or granular. And a couple of items of note. So we have the airport road garage, the pump chamber replacement. So it's $10,000. The cast concrete one that was put into service in 2021 prematurely is failing, and it's just due to the salt contact in the area. So we're looking at doing some sort of fiberglass or plastic resin chamber. It's a little bit more resistant to the salt, being that there's obviously so much salt on site at the airport road garage. And then the final item of note is crack sealing. And the idea is to focus on roads that were paved in 2022. Just, you know, keep our good roads good and address them before they get bad. might need glasses to read that, but there's our.
Here's a slide with all the money. You have, like, I know when you stopped here, did you have anything you wanted to highlight here? Would you like council to deliberate now? 'Cause I know Councillor McDonnell has a question or comment, but I don't want to cut you off.
No, I think we can answer any questions now. There's there's some fluctuations for transfers to reserves and some other items, but nothing major to note.
All right, thank you. Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, we had initially, I think at a committee of the whole meeting, had a discussion about this, and before doing the addition of a new rental tractor, employee, and mower, or not an employee, another employee on the road of our existing crew on the roads cutting roadsides, we were talking about putting out an RFP for this to see if it could be done more efficiently. I don't know if that's still in the plan or if it's something for consideration at this table today.
I suppose that's to administration. I don't know. You were there, Mr. McIntosh, go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so the plan is still in tension. In early January, kind of put out a quote for roadside mowing. And then once that closes and we review the prices, we will bring that to council for either award or direction to go internal. So at that time, you can make the choice of whether contract it out or do the work internally. So.
Okay. So through you, Mr. Mayor, I guess Mr. McIntosh, you're more or less inferring that, or more or less saying that this would be our kind of upset limit, say that if we, I guess, as far as getting the work done, if it seems like we can do it more efficiently with an outside contractor, we'll plan to do that. Otherwise, this will be contingency plan or plan 2 or whatever, I guess, in this case. Okay. The only other question I had was the shoulder box spreader. I thought we had purchased something in the past for the front of the payloader, or was it something we just borrowed from the counties?
Deputy Mayor may have a comment.
One year we had approved purchasing one. They decided to, if I remember right, to rent one or borrow the counties or something, try it out, see what they thought. We didn't actually end up purchasing it, I don't believe.
Okay, so this would be following through with that and potentially continuing with some of the work. I think the concession 4 from say the old S.J. McLeod, and then down the next concession down would be the 3rd, I guess, east of 34. We had done some work with it, I believe. Okay. No.
Yes, and I would believe at that time it was seen as like it was like the fix worked, but it was quite a bit more expensive than it was originally thought. But like we can do that case by case.
I wouldn't mind if staff would speak to it for a minute. I thought just talking to staff one-on-one, I'd heard mixed reviews, that maybe they weren't as thrilled with it as I had hoped they would have been. But when I look at it, I think those roads that were due to be changed are holding up, and we're getting a few years out of them. And so I don't know, maybe it was just the aggravation or the extra cost to do it. I'm not sure how it turned out. We never really, I don't think, got a real good report on how that worked.
No, I don't think it was a straw. I just remember the comment. It was more than we had expected, and therefore we did not continue. Is there a thought on that or comment? I'm sorry, I know it's we look to you, but you've been here for a month, so you'll get a few more of these questions next year. We promise you. Or well, I can't promise you that. But somebody will.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the shoulder box spreader, our last truck we purchased that we took ownership of in fall 2024 has one of these already. So Rhodes is looking for another one because, you fill a truck, you use it, now you got to wait for the truck to go and come back. So they need kind of multiple to keep things and be efficient. So it's not very efficient currently with just the one. So he'd like more. I know he said our road supervisor said in the past they had multiple of these, but as they kind of broke, they never really replaced them. It's something kind of looking back, it should work. The intent is to try the asphalt again. To repair some of these roads that are breaking off on the edge, as opposed to using that shoulder box spreader from the counties, which requires another piece of equipment, more manpower, so it ends up costing you more, where we can make use of our own vehicles.
Councillor McInnell?
So just to clarify, the piece of equipment we got from the counties was for the front of the payloader? Okay, and this is just for the side of the truck where our salt dischargers are. Just smaller in size, I would assume. This is more of a strictly a shouldering unit, whereas the other one was maybe more the front of full frontage or half front of the payloader?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, the county's unit goes on the front of their payloader, it requires an operator. This is more just a box on the side of our existing tandem that operates with the hydraulics for the wing for the plow. So it's uses like the existing hydraulics already there, and the operator can just, and then he has a chain, he can feed, he can kind of maneuver it all himself, and it's just less equipment, less manpower required than the front end loader unit.
Okay, and this is for say, shouldering asphalt roads with gravel and fixing shouldering with that on, say, surface street or roads with asphalt. Okay. Perfect.
All right. Any other further questions on the roads at this point? Okay. Oh, yes, Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. This is more a kind of like going back to one of the comments I made earlier today when we were talking about the fire fleet, is how we are accounting for like repairs done in-house versus repairs that are done outside. I tried to kind of do the review myself to see sort of how the proportions have evolved since we've had a mechanic, but wasn't really getting very far. So I'm not sure if there's been a sort of a change, or if I'm just not doing it properly, or if that's something that we could look at, again, just to understand how we're, like the proportions of how, the repairs that we're doing in-house versus outside, to ensure that, we're organized in the best possible way, for efficiency and cost savings.
Yep. And in fairness, I kind of lit Deputy Mayor Lang, or Warden Lang's inbox up last night with a few ideas from County Council, and one of them was making sure that we get some of the reports that I thought were requested but not through motion. So just to make sure, we might not have a formal motion for this, but I would like to see some of, I think you're kind of talking two spots. If you could just highlight them again, you're wondering, show the success that we've had by how we've changed things. Can you just mention the two and just be specific, just so we can get it written down for a future report?
And I think we had an info report at one point that was done a few years ago. But yeah, it's basically it was for fire. If you're talking about the two I had for fire, obviously the type of repairs that could be done in-house, like how much of those are being done, and the same thing for our regular fleet again, like how much of the repairs are done in-house versus being sent outside.
And just to set the expectation, I imagine that somewhat comes from finance. So we're hoping that at March, May, all of a sudden we'll have an explosion of reporting. If not explosion, at least get back into the regular, maybe wrong word. Deputy Mayor Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It just kind of seems like we might be wrapping up roads here. So I just wanted to mention for the general public, I'm sure everybody here is more than well aware, but nothing in here that we're doing is going to take any gravel roads to hard surface this year, and which I feel sad about, because I'd like to see them continue to be hard surfaced. But I just want to mention, so that, we're spending an extra $1.5 million to do the cladding on the arena, which I think is like a once in a 40-year type thing. So maybe that is the reason that we're not able to kind of make progress on that file of gravel roads. As I know people are living on some gravel roads that they're very frustrated with. So just mentioning it, and we're trying to keep the budget at a reasonable rate. But if that $1.5 million wasn't going to do the outside of the arena, which we won't be doing most years, maybe we'll be able to get back to that next year.
And if I may jump on that comment, I know that our roads rationalization study, if there would be a report that would come to see if, before we go to tender, what the next road would be administratively. Politically, it might be one road, but administratively might have a different one. So once we get, and then we might have that ready, but just a reminder, because we may have a surplus. And I was thinking about that for you in particular, because that's something that you've stood for, and I've always kind of said, I don't disagree with advancing the roads. It's just get sustainable, and I think we've kind of been sustainable. So with the surplus whenever it comes like formally for 2024, it may be more, and if there would be like an option for like a road to come out of that reserve to advance, like that would be like a one-time advancement of a road, changing it from like surface treatment or to asphalt or gravel to asphalt. It might be a report that I like, there would be like an option to use one-time funding to kind of say like, we've just upgraded this road with the surplus from previously, because it's kind of, it takes it away from the like building it and taxation. It's a point in time, because our surplus is now the what 1.4 million 2023 2024. It's a lot to it's a lot to have. Additionally, before we close, I know we're going to streetlights, but that's kind of in and out. Nothing's changed, I imagine. Okay, so we'll just looking at the items. I did want a question, and this one isn't something that anybody asked, but I think of Councillor McDonnell here. The reserved garbage for the landfill, it was mentioned that it was increased. Can we just state how much it increased, just to?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So last year we had set it at 150,000. This year it's at 300,000.
Is there any interest in that conversation? Because I was just trying to think of, because we collected everybody's ideas. We're funding recreation. The one thing kind of fell off was what was that advancement of increasing asphalt. So trying to acknowledge that. Councillor McDonnell did focus on kind of the rate and like being lean. So that was one that you had debated last year. I think we had originally had that. You had said there's 150 last year, or 100. Sorry.
I believe we tried 300,000 last year initially.
Okay, yeah, and then it was to give back because of the revenue of the recycling, and Councillor McNell said kind of give it back. So, in as much, do we want to take that? And like obviously, I'm a proponent of these reserves, so I'm not speaking for myself. I just want to bring it because I think you're looking for some places. Do we want to bring that up 3/4 of the way and save a little bit money there? And that was just a thought that I thought you might present, but I just didn't want to forget it for you. If you can say no.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was hoping we were going to talk about reserves at some point, and transfers to reserves. I look at this kind of the same way maybe our average farmers may be going to look at it. I don't feel this is a building year. I'm not trying to build nutrients or reserves. I think we just maintain what we've got for now. We're putting serious pressures on, and I personally think we have to make a sacrifice somewhere, and if we aren't sacrificing on operating or regular places, then reserves are going to have to take a sacrifice. And this one, for sure, in my opinion, should be it. I will say I would go to the 150 from last year, but I would like to see us make some kind of a savings and put it back to taxation. I find it a slippery slope when we've gone through this very early. So we can fight over reserves or something to kind of appease the taxpayer.
Yeah, and there are 4 items still left too, and ultimately you have a decision on a large sum of money yourself, and that will eventually get decided. So because like I'm trying to support like, kind of all the things, I would. You said it was 150 last, so I'm just trying to make sure I have the number. 150 last year, 300 this year approximately. Then would you recommend like You know me, I'm
Can we go to
full-fledged.
the reserve page and kind of go at that?
Yes, can
go
we?
through them then?
We're going to just we'll take a quick moment. We'll take a recess for health break, and then we'll switch up the computer so that we can see these things from a different computer. And then Ms. McDonald, we can also put on like any of the changes we're talking about to kind of end the day. So yes, we'll take a 5-minute, 8-minute recess and come back. Welcome back, and just for those of you watching either a recap or, oh, it's not live, so a recap, we do have a reserve ins and outs presented, and it will be online for those to see it afterwards, but we have it on a screen that's not connected. So some of this conversation, you will see, you won't be able to see what we're talking about, but we'll try to speak as clearly as possible. So Councillor McDonnell did want to look at some of the reserve transfers for conversation. So I will start with you. If you are looking for what it's called, it's in your files, it's 2026 budget, 2025 activity, and proposed 2026 transfers. That's what we are looking at. Councillor McDonnell, did you want to start, or?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Sure. I'm still advocating that we bring down the transfer to landfill reserves from 300 to 150,000, and maintain last year's level as opposed to increasing by 2.
Okay. I guess while I'm here, obviously probably the heaviest advocate of reserves, I would like to see that go up, but I also was the one who brought it up to say maybe we don't take that whole jump this year, but I'm looking for council's opinions. Councillor Bougie?
I would be in favor of reducing that amount as well to 100, could keep it at the 150,000 for another year.
Deputy Mayor Lang or Councillor Jaworski?
Yeah, I'm okay with that. 150.
Okay. Councillor Jaworski, I still feel like you should be heard because I let the others be heard whenever
I
they
think
were.
it doesn't matter what I have to say at this point.
Well, you might change Deputy Mayor Lang's
Well,
mind.
I
he's
mean-
always able to.
Well, I mean, we're getting closer and closer to closure. So, I mean, these costs are on the horizon. We need to make sure we're in the right spot. Administration was recommending that amount to get us to where we need to be. I assume at that constant rate for. However, if it's not, if I'm misunderstanding the logic there behind the calculation, then maybe I would be in favor of reduction. But I didn't really want to reduce it. So maybe if staff could speak to that just a little bit, like what is the underlying logic to the amount, and if I could throw in, what is the scanning project reserve in tablets? I don't remember that one at all.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that one predates me, the scanning product reserve. I know Clerk Compo and I have spoken about this one, and we're hoping to bring a more fulsome reserve policy forward at the beginning of 2026, now that finance has a bit more capacity, and that might be one of those ones we recommend rolling into another reserve since we don't have too many scanning projects ahead of us at the moment. As for the landfill site amount, we included it at 300. We recognized it was a bit of a jump, but we also just recognized, having recently heard from our auditors, that the post-closure liability that we have for those landfills, and it's coming up, that we wanted to recommend funding as much as possible, but we did kind of recognize that it may, council may wish to lower that, but we only have one reserve for both landfills, but that's also for equipment at the landfills, so we also recognize the last time we had to buy, we used the wrong term, I'm going to say compactor, but it was quite expensive as well. So should a piece of equipment fail in the next 5 to 10 years, we'd be looking at spending out of that reserve for that as well. So just recognizing the significant expenses there.
Okay, well, it seems that 3 councillors were looking to go to 150 if I can hog just a moment of our time. I was thinking we'd maybe settle at 225, but it seems like there's all will to stay at 150, and I'm okay moving business. All right. Just remember how quietly we acquiesced to the 3 when we have our future conversations about other things. Okay, so the will of council is to put that to 150. So that would be $150,000 savings to the levy. Were there any other comments? The only one that was the one I wanted to bring forward to you because that was one particularly you thought of. I don't want this to just be a, don't do it. A lot of our stuff does flow through reserve, so there might be some comments that if you have had another one, that, how do you say, it would affect the spending, right? Like some of it's in out, so I think your roads and bridges are mostly that, but is there something else that you had seen before that you wanted to discuss? Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I was looking at the scanning project reserve and tablets as well. I wasn't sure what that really entailed, and as well as the COVID funding reserve, whether it's just a simple out and put it into, even if, I don't know, like COVID one, I could care less if it went into Parkland or something else, or maybe it can go to, I don't know, one of our building reserves, or it could go into general reserves, but I don't think we need to hold it there. It might as well, it's a small amount, it's 2,600 and change, so, you know, if it's, or if there's certain ties that have to be used for the use of that money, I don't know, but I'm assuming it's just in there under a name.
The COVID reserve, is it just kind of like something that's remained that was kind of stuck around? Okay, then whenever we do that fulsome review, perhaps close that one. The scanning one seems not to be needed. And it can go, I mean, we'll get that recommendation, but we will close it out. How does that sound?
Yeah, no problem. That was about it. Otherwise, I think I'm fine.
Would you be willing to put, like $15,000 to the bridge reserves and that $15,000 to landfill from that scanning one, as we move it, just to top it up? I'm being a little cheeky, but like use some of it for building, and then maybe appease your 2 members of council that are not seeing their desired transfer to not structures, but garbage. But yeah, really, we'll take the advice of staff at that moment, and we can direct them when that formal policy comes. But do close the scanning one. Do close the. Oh, sorry, I should say everybody else is okay with closing the scanning one if there's no purpose to it. Okay. And then you had said that's that for now. Is there anything else that we wish to talk about? Deputy Mayor Lang.
I had a couple of notes here, and I don't know if we solved them or not. I was scratching some off as we did, and I guess landfill reserve I can scratch off. I have down $10,000 towards a vehicle for the building reserve. I don't know if we finished that conversation or not.
We haven't.
CIP $10,000, and we
take that
still
decision.
want to go back to the extra staff person for the rec department.
Yes, and we did just, I guess it was before the camera was on, which was the only thing for that one, but we would discuss the $5,000. That was something we want to talk about for the drainage on the other, whichever side has not been done, on the west side of the arena. So I believe, Ms. McDonald, so we can share that conversation, because I think you had a suggestion but I don't want it to be offline, so please bring it online so everybody can hear the thoughts.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. So we do need to request estimates for that project, and we were thinking we could bring that back whenever we discuss the final when we're receiving the tenders for this project, we could have that information available, and we could sort of include that under that umbrella of that project, because we'll obviously have to work around that project occurring around the same time.
And the thing there would be, there is $31,000 left after this project expected in the reserve. So if that was the case, it might come from there. So it wouldn't affect taxation. Okay, is that fine by council? Okay, so that's drainage. Reserve for fleet planning building, $10,000 for the vehicle. I believe Councillor McDonnell had said he would like it out without. He might have more to say to that, but like that's the gist of it. Does any of council want to support that, or we can move on and keep it in? Do you want to keep it in? You want to out? Councillor Jaworski, the transfer to reserve for building for the fleet, it's $10,000. Or Ms. McDonald, some context onto that reserve, perhaps.
I just wanted to make a comment. So that reserve is in a book deficit from the vehicle purchase this year. So if we eliminate the 10,000, we'll be carrying that book deficit for another year. Just it's about 4,479 overdrawn right now.
So you're saying 5? I think is like.
Sorry, now I should speak to the microphone so people can hear me. I'd be fine when we look at our reserves, and we're going to looking at a reserve policy. We can shuffle stuff around, and if we're going to get rid of the 30,000 from the scanning reserve, that could be used to get the other one to 0 or whatever. I don't know if we need to do all that today, but.
Oh no, that's certainly an option. Like that scanning reserve, perhaps then is like 10,000 towards the building, 10,000 towards the vehicle, and 10,000 towards the landfill. Give a little bit. I feel like I'm a federal politician giving like sprinkling cash in different spots, but we can determine that at that point. Councillor Jaworski.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Where I was getting confused, pardon me, was the planning department reserve and the building stabilization reserve. So we're saying that the building stabilization for what was being proposed was for the vehicle. Could someone please refresh my memory? What's the difference between the planning department reserve and the building stabilization reserve? I had assumed that all of planning, building, and enforcement was under that before last one.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the idea of the Building Stabilization Reserve in a perfect world is if the building department is profitable, they would put their profits into that reserve because they're supposed to be cost recovery. Our building department doesn't quite make that, but other municipalities that maybe have busier building departments, they would take anything over their expenses for the year, put it in the reserve, and use that in a year where their permit revenue is lower to fund their department. So that's the overall intent. This building reserve, we used funds from that to purchase their vehicles in the past, and that was one of the vehicle purchases last year. And that's why ended up coming in a little higher than they anticipated, which is why it went a little over in 2025. Pardon me, sorry. And the planning department reserve is not related. The 10,000 you see on here, that's actually the carry forward. It was just so if you look at the 2025 page, you see it going in 2026 coming out, and that was just to facilitate that carry forward. But if council has requested not to do that, so we'll leave that surplus in 2025, save the dollars we need for what was promised to the successful applicant in 2025.
So that carries the CIP, is that? Yes.
All right, what's the purpose of the $130,000 that we think is going to be projected?
Yep,
Like, what
that's
are we
Haley.
keeping that for?
Thank you for that question through you, Mr. Mayor. So the planning department reserve, I believe there's been dollars in that reserve for quite some time. So for example, if we were to have a new zoning bylaw created by a consultant, it would be about $150,000, but we do write most of it in-house, so we have those savings. If we needed to do an update to the official plan and the counties wanted us to contribute financially, your studies for your cost for those studies are really costly. You may recall a few years ago, we were exploring possibly creating an industrial park to further extend Richmond Road. Unfortunately, we weren't able to move forward, but some of those dollars could be used for a study like that. We also talked about marketing studies, et cetera. So anytime we were to propose something like that, those dollars are now in a reserve or have been in a reserve for quite some time. That we could pull from it without having to budget additional dollars. And there's probably a time where we would have to, like, not always can we do those things in-house, but that's what it's for. I have not recommended new dollars to go into that reserve for quite some time because it's quite healthy given what we would use it for.
All right, so then we are, for the most part, satisfied with dropping the garbage waste management reserve, and then giving some direction to close those reports, and then taking out the 10,000. I think I saw you said take out. You said keep. Councillor Jaworski on the 10,000 for the vehicle for building. Did I forgot? Did you say yes? No. I think you asked a clarification question, but you didn't get back to the Councillor McDonnell had said take it out, or suggested to take it out, and Deputy Mayor Lang has supported that.
You mean not do it, or you
Correct.
mean where we're taking the money
No,
from?
To not transfer to reserves. In the budget, we have.
For future planning.
Correct. For a future vehicle.
Yeah, I
yes.
mean, I'm not against having, I mean, I think we do agree that that department does need vehicles and that we should be putting money aside to eventually turn those, I mean, I think that's the purpose of this, so no,
It is, okay. So then we will keep that 10,000 in. All right. With that, then we had the, so reserve fleet vehicle has been decided. Drainage has been decided. Facility supervisor is the last one. Anybody wants to speaker opposed, speaker in favor, we can do that, but okay. So speaker opposed, I guess that was Councillor Bougee and I. So Councillor Bougee, do you have any thoughts to, as Councillor McDonnell is kind of the chair at this question? or well, you can say it. I know I'm sorry that I said my opinion earlier. I normally absorb this pressure, and you always tell me I make the big buck, so I apologize for putting that one on you.
Through Mr. Mayor, I mean, I did mention a couple things earlier. The position would be $107,000. It's in a facility supervisor. I mean, it's an additional staff member where money could either be saved for the taxpayer or reallocated to other projects. So I mean, that was my kind of pitch for that position.
Speaker in favor, or one of the speakers in favor, if you want.
Yeah, I don't know if they have anything new to add. I understand the other side, and times are tight, and we have to kind of figure what we're going to do and what we're not going to do, and we're not doing any roads projects, any new, gravel to hard service, which I really wanted to do, but at the same time, I think, this is a position we've talked about for quite a few years. I think the Recreation Department's been pretty patient, and I think it's going to be a big year for them, so I think it's time to do it. So I'm in favor.
We'll go to speaker opposed, which I suppose is me, to try and, I guess we're doing our influence, would be, I do think there's an option, 2027, that fits perhaps, I guess I'm talking to you, more aligned with your consistent messaging on how you feel about townships and their operations. I also feel that the year, considering how much probably of the effort will be on recreation to teach somebody on facility, would be a tough year to do it just with all that. So I don't want to, I want recreation to continue well. And it's one of those problems of success, right? I think we have on our next staff report, we might be taking a step back. If you read, that's on the next staff report, right? The Martintown Good Timers? Yes. So that agreement is changing, so we'll have less focus there. And I was hoping that, again, and I will talk to you, because I feel like I don't want to talk around Ms. Harbers, is I think the capacity you might get from that wonderful agreement you put together, which is incredible, you might be able to put a little bit more there, and then 2027, you'll have my support, and I suppose if I'm here, I would put my word to that, and I would say as much in front of the public as well. So, Councillor Jaworski, if you want to be speaker in support, I'm going back and forth because really just trying to give Councillor McDonnell some time to think it through.
I mean, depending on how much time Councillor McDonnell wants, how far we want to go back in time. I mean, there's certainly, I think the way we are organized today, that's a position, we are in a reactive mode when it comes to facilities. We did a big catch up during COVID just because, I mean, that was the one of the small silver linings of that difficult situation. But I mean, there's also the flip side of looking at what is it that we can do, where can we do less, and different agreements at different facilities. Are there things that we can hand over more to user groups or things like that, but we're not there yet. So we're sort of in it, and sometimes trying to do those things is difficult when you don't have the staffing to be able to think through those projects or establish those agreements or get those agreements up and running. So I think that's part of also the difficulty that we're in right now, is that, we don't have the resources to maybe be able to implement, new ways of doing things. So, and I am very, kind of in agreement with what the Deputy Mayor said with all the activities that are being done, the big projects, that it would likely make sense to have that role in place. And even more, depending, again, so much of this with small municipalities comes down to the competencies and the knowledge and the skills of the individuals. And it might be, considering we have some, folks on leave and coverage, it might be very handy to have that person at this time to be able to assist within the department.
All right, and then at the decision, if and when we make this decision, I'm not trying to influence at this point, so I'll give you a few more moments. Is what we want of this position will have to be defined, because right now it's a supervision position, and we've had that conversation. I know that, what would their roles be? What would they be doing? I guess that come to a future council. That's really your purview. So what do you see? What do you see as a report? Would this be just an office person looking at things, telling people what to do, or would they be on the ground, I think the late Dan Plord, would they be able to do both? Because I know that's often the hard thing. You have one or the other. It would be nice to have a moitié, 50-50.
I guess it's a non-union position, so again, there's a limitation as the type of amount of hands-on work an individual can do. I know you had mentioned previously about a past individual who maybe had some particular trade skills, and again, I think, you know, that in order to do that, you need to have the individual needs to have those skills and applicable licenses as well. And but I think what we've got more in mind is more of a non-union facilities person that can help with some of the project management and tenders, asset management of our facilities as well, and help relieve, I guess, some of the pressures that are on our general manager of recreation, parks and culture as well. As we're seeing that those responsibilities are excessive for the one position.
Could I add one little thing? I would love to see this person be good at grant writing as well. I think the opportunities, and we're seeing them more and more all the time, that, you know, there is money flowing to people that apply.
Yeah, and I guess that does come a little bit of a, like if you think of our closed session conversations, we kind of had that has been something that we are looking to have that conversation to see if we could move some of that somewhere. Councillor McDonnell, have you had enough of a moment to, you're probably not going to feel good or bad about it, but you have a tough choice in front of you, obviously.
I don't think I could make this decision if you gave me till tomorrow, so I guess I might as well bite the bullet. I really go back and forth on it because I know Miss Harbers is stretched, and I know she is she's the only non-union member in her department. She's more or less on at all times, and I don't know. I'm the end of it. I don't think it's a time to add any more staff, and I say this very reluctantly. I don't want to go forward with this position, and I don't think we should. Yeah, I guess I'll go that way.
So then that position will be taken out of this current budget. Is there any further things? I think that was all that was on the list. Nobody had something that they didn't feel heard on or didn't feel heard loudly enough on? Deputy Mayor Lang?
I have a question. If we're taking that position out, are we taking that position out and reducing the tax rate, or are we taking that position out and saying, is there something else we want to do with that money? And I don't know where, does it say on there where we're at right now for a tax rate? 32% seems like a lot. It must be $32.
Yes, it's $32 increase over last year.
What percentage are we on the overall budget and the tax to the residents?
While you're doing that, I guess we could have some conversation. I imagine if Councillor McDonnell is taking that out, I don't want to speak for you, it's probably to lower the tax levy. My thought would be to lower the tax levy. I don't know if anybody else had different thoughts. Did you have a thought, Councillor Bougie, to lower the tax levy? So,
I'd like to put it towards council chambers.
okay. Would either of the two of you wish to put it towards council chambers or tax levy? Okay. Okay, so then it will go towards, it won't go to that. But I would, that is a fair point, because I do have that as something to bring up. I would like to discuss that particular thing with the 2024 surplus when we get to that point, because I think we could maybe chunk that off from that, because that is something that we need to fund if we're serious about it.
So we would be landing at around a 3.93% increase to the levy, sorry.
To the levy, and then the tax rate would be probably a little bit lower than that because of growth? Or is that would be tax rate?
With growth, that would be 2.63.
Okay. That, just to be sure for we started at 6.11 in terms, and that was levy? Or sorry, I'm just want to make sure I'm clear.
6.11 was the levy, and levy. It was 4.78 with growth.
Okay.
And we've now cut 257,000.
Oh, right, the transfer landfill thing. Okay, that kind of forgot about that. I was like, that seems a lot. But this, okay. So then Deputy Mayor Lang.
2 point, just remind me,
That'd be 2.63% increase to the township portion of the tax bill.
pretty low for this day and age, I think. I know it's similar to what inflation is likely, but inflation for, groceries and so forth is a lot different than what inflation has been for what we are, doing roads and bridges and this sort of stuff. So I would be comfortable with being a little higher, but anyway, when you do something low, then the next year, if you got to get back, like you remember the year in COVID,
Oh, yes.
we reduced it a little bit, and it took us 2 or 3 years to kind of fight our way back, and it seemed like we were the bad guys for a little while there. So just be careful we don't go too low.
No, that is a fair question. So like, much like you reframed, I think, last year with that, giving it back, if it was invested into structures or reserves, like that number to me is like, I think the county's at 4.48. South Stormont, I think, was at 5.7, 5.99. The draft was at the very least. So is there any conversation? So with that comment, I will put you a little bit on the spot. If you were to ask our council or propose, what are you thinking?
Well, I have no problem selling an increase in taxation if we're putting it into getting better roads. That's, like if you go talk to anybody on McGilvery or likely Beaverbrook, there's about 5 roads that concern me. The rest of Heron, McGilvery, Beaverbrook, Fraser Road, and Airport Road. And I know there's likely some that I don't see as often, kind of in the northeast sort of thing, but those ones, I get the most complaints of them, of course. They're local to me. But if you go to those people and you say, oh yeah, we're putting your taxes up 2 more %, but you're getting your road paved, they're not going to be arguing with you. They're going to be thankful.
No,
if we're going to spend it on that, it's pretty hard for them to argue with that.
Okay. Then with that conversation, I do believe we'd have roads come back again with the highest need, and then politically it might be different, but I do want the administrator, based on the policies we've given them, to recommend them something to us. We may disagree, and we can have that conversation then. Would there be an amount that, because right now we're at 2.63, I know that Councillor McDonnell, you kind of think the percent more than I do. I more of investing in infrastructure is kind of, I was consistent at counties as you saw. Is there a sum that you would say, if we put it in, what would the road be?
I'd love to be at 4.5%, and whatever it took to get to 4.5%, even if we don't know what we want to do with it right now, put it into either the structures reserve or the roads. I'd like to see it in the roads.
Okay.
And then we have it to spend on a road. We know it's going to end up there.
Okay. Would we, from a public works side, if that was the direction of council, would we be able to have a report on our next? No, it's not the next council meeting. It'd have to be in January. Would you be able to have a report for January showing us which roads would be recommended, and taking the knowledge that I would include the ones that Deputy Mayor Lang asked, because that then becomes a political decision. That they might be recommended 9, 10, 11, but we have that conversation. But I'd like 1 to 3 kind of listed, and then whatever. I trust that you will come with a report, but you can do that? Okay, so that's not unreasonable. So then around the council table, Deputy Mayor Lang has said that would be a 1.87% increase to roads reserved to be spent in 2026 for a roads project to be determined at a future council meeting, probably in January.
Even if it didn't work out in 2026, at least then that's going to roads, But I mean, the sooner it gets done, the cheaper it is for us to do it, and the sooner people are a little bit happy.
Councillor Bougie, then Councillor McDonnell.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I tend to agree with Deputy Mayor Lang, and that I feel like that is fairly low, and I feel like some of that money could be reallocated to roads. I know that the roads department would have some recommendations. I mean, we did a roads rationalization study. We definitely have roads that are on the block there to be resurfaced. So if it's going to go somewhere, I would be in favor of putting it towards roads in the magnitude of what was discussed around that. I mean, we did come in initially at 4.78, and I was comfortable with that number when we first came in here. So anything in that neighborhood, I mean, I would be comfortable with.
I'll just go to Councillor McNell, as you're the, you probably have a similar opinion, but a different opinion, so I'll listen. We're glad to listen.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm fine with where we are now. I think we've done, as the deputy mayor said, we've done a lot of catching up. Frankly, I took that last decision mostly thinking about where our rate is. And I don't think the average taxpayer is in a position where they want to be investing in it right now. And that's just my personal opinion. I don't know, maybe it's a generational thing. I don't think that there's a lot of people in this municipality that are looking for an increased bill. 2% is probably more than they really even want. I'm fine staying where we are now. I understand where investing in another road project might be appealing, but we've done 4% and 5% and 6% budgets the last couple of years. I am just fine sticking at 2.63 at this point. If we wanted to put a little padding in to figure out what we're going to do with that bridge and go to 3%, maybe. I'm not looking to put in basically 2% more. That's like I am very much the proponent, I think, here for a lean budget today. I'm not looking to add money in and determine a road project later. I think we've got a major project, as was said here, with this building. We're investing a lot already in the municipality, and I'm just fine going into this next year lean and trying to hold lean. I know, like, I think even to put money in to do this, use that money in 2027, we've learned over the years, strong reserves, essentially we're taking $1 and spending 75 cents. I'm not always in favor of putting in a reserve. We make little to no interest on anything that we hold, not of any significance compared to inflation. I don't see it as a value for the taxpayer to say, I'm going to give you money and we won't make hardly anything on it, and it'll be devalued by the time it's spent at this point. So I would rather see it stay at this level.
Okay. Going back to Deputy Mayor Lang, what was the number that you just, so I speak properly?
My thought was at 4.5%.
Okay, and then Councillor
But
Jaworski?
it
Sorry,
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, I must say, like, at 2.63, that, I mean, obviously you want to have it as low as possible, but when you're essentially below inflation, I just wouldn't, as much as, I was definitely a proponent of the COVID, tax reduction, I don't think in the end I would do that again, because I don't think in the end it served, overall in the best way. So I'm a little, and obviously 2.6 is not a reduction, but still I feel like I was more thinking like a 3 and a 3 or 3.5 kind of number. And again, not necessarily to spend, not necessarily to determine exactly where it's going to go today. I know in the committee of the whole, I think staff presented a number of scenarios, so I don't think we need to reinvent the wheel in terms of where it could be spent, but that that we would have it in a reserve so that depending on where the counties are, or how we can best use that money efficiently, then we're able to move forward, and also on how that surplus situation might come through. So that's where I was thinking. But I can't help myself but comment on one thing that Deputy Mayor Lang mentioned when he said that folks don't mind an increase if, that's impacting them directly, like, the road's going to get paved, and that's why I think when it comes to permanent council chambers, I really don't think the average resident cares at all on our council chamber situation. So again, I think if we're talking about, being very tight with the money and where the dollars should go, if we're talking about, hundreds of thousands of dollars, it would be more important to do it to something that touches many of our residents.
All right, so it appears that there is some willingness to go to a higher number, not everyone, but from the whole will of council, if it was to go to a project, not the building reserve for our council chambers. What would bring it to, because you had said 3 to 3.5, Deputy Mayor Lang, and I probably are in the same spot on where it can be if it's invested in infrastructure. Councillor Bougie, did you, after Councillor Jaworski's comment, because it seems like, and I'll go to Councillor McInerney, because it seems like your side is kind of, if you want to, like, propose a alternative, like, an alternative within what's is being proposed, where would you be comfortable, Councillor Bougie?
Like, as I mentioned earlier through you, Mr. Mayor, like I said, around 4.5, I would be comfortable with, as long as it's going to a roads project, not council chambers so much, but to roads.
Okay.
In that area, yeah.
So then we have movement to do that. Councillor McDonnell, any thoughts on, like, my father would always tell me, sometimes if it doesn't go your way, you try and make the way it's going the way you want it. So that's why I'm offering you that.
Yeah, I guess at this point, it's hard to make it, it's hard to even propose a number when we don't even know what the project might cost. I mean, you're talking about basically 2% added on where we've landed today. I mean, do you want me to throw out a better number and say 3.5? Like, I don't know. I'd rather look at what projects we've got before we go making that decision. Excuse me. So maybe, how much money are we talking if we're talking,
What's
basically 1.87%, was it? Or
Yeah, what would the dollar value be to bring us to near 4.5? Like, say, even if it's like 4.4, it doesn't need to be specific to that.
A percent is about 125,000, so.
$200,000 to bring us to 4 point something? Can you check that into your spread? Sorry. $4.3, and that was again.
That was increasing at 200,000.
Would that be acceptable for those who have? It's 4.3%. I see.
I guess it kind of depends on what the project is. I mean,
Because we do have money in a roads reserve, so if the project were determined to be more, we'd take that plus some more out of the reserve. Is that all right?
so
At the
question
will
for
of council, of course.
question for Mr. McIntosh: do you have a project in the $200,000 range? What can
Yeah.
you do for 200 grand?
So if I may, what is the reserve again that is left at the end of 2026 in the roads reserve? If you can highlight that line just to.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, so the roads reserve would be sitting at 866,000 at the end of 2026 presently.
Okay, and then there's no real encumbrance on that. So say, for example, if we put 200,000 more, it would be $1 million in there. Based on the roads need study, we could see what's there. My imagination for this is to kind of like satisfy, again, the will, like as reading all those notes that we had, is it would be nice to be a project where the service level increases somewhat. And I don't know if it is that road. It's not just the maintenance. I feel like our taxation budget should cover that. So this, to me, would, and then maybe I'm wrong, but like if it is a Heron Road extending that, or if there's, say there's a number of small roads that are the top three, I'd be supporting those going from grout like to, so that's, again, that, because it's something that Deputy Mayor Lang has talked about, and I'm not always, it's not about me, it's about us. So that's why I guess I'm supporting this. So do you think in that roads need study, not just like doing a project that should be kind of like a taxed project, but like an increase in service, that is something that we can get to, just in case I asked the question wrong last time? And this is to address to Mr. Kuhn, just to make sure. I'm kind of staring at you, but.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, so we could definitely put a report together. Like Mr. McIntosh does have, he had sent myself a couple of items, should council want to look at, projects around the $300,000 to like $400,000 range. But if you wanted a more comprehensive list, I would suggest getting a report back that could look at other options, not just the ones that we were trying to fit into that, ones that need to be looked at and that fit into that criteria of about that price range. So you get a better list with more information with a report at the next council meeting.
Understandable. So then, I guess those who are looking to move this, is that a satisfactory thing? We'll get a staff report in January sometime to see. And did you have a question too? Sorry, Mr. Seow.
Yep, thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my suggestion would be if council were interested in, a certain target percentage, and we're interested in increasing our investment to roads, we could increase that contribution to the roads reserve and then come forward with a report at a future meeting some road project options, which would then be funded from the roads reserve, which is quite substantial at the moment and has that ability to fund other projects, whether they're 200 or 300 or you know, I think we have that ability within that roads reserve. But if we wanted to increase what we're contributing through the 2026 budget, I would suggest we increase our roads reserve contribution to whatever number council is comfortable with.
So the number that was applied, you said 220 brings us to 4.3. Would that, I know it's not the 4.5, it's a little lower because I'm trying to put some downward pressure because Councillor McDonnell, I think, would prefer that. I think it's, and Councillor Jaworski, sorry, thank you. Don't let me ever give credit only to one person where it's a lot. Does that seem reasonable to those? Okay. Yeah, I think if you were listening, Councillor McDonnell said he'd prefer 3, just to have that on record. All right, so then that would be an increased transfer to reserve of $220,000 to the roads reserve with a future staff report coming back. I mean, it's 200,000 even. Yeah, don't let government creep get in here through a misspeak. So 200,000. Thank you. I don't. Yes. And that report back, I guess, if you highlight like the top items and then do put somewhere we're increasing, because I think that would be a fulsome conversation. I think that's all the outstanding items. Okay. Well, then I guess it's closing comments. Sometimes I speak first, but I can go around the table if you want. I don't know, Councillor McDonnell, if you want to point the finger at us and say, I told you so, or however you're feeling, and thoughts on the matter, and then we'll go around the table this way. Councillor McDonnell.
I'll just say thanks to staff, and I know in particular that's not an easy budget to put together. It's very disappointing, I know, for general managers when they come in here with an ask or a want that they've been working on and it doesn't work out. And I won't say I'm walking out of this one feeling much better, so we'll share in misery. And I'll just close with I prefer 2.63%, but you guys are getting your way, so I can I guess I'll live for another day.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and I'd also like to thank staff for their time and dedication they've shown here in putting this together, especially Ms. McDonald, all your work in putting this together. It was very easy to follow, and doing the work and legwork prior to really helps council and probably people at home really understand and to see what's going on with their tax dollars. In the end, I feel like we still came in lower than what was initially proposed, and we're getting a lot of bang for our buck here. Our reserves are very healthy according to, our previous audit as well. We are very well funded for these future projects. So thank you everyone for the effort and a good budget.
Councillor Jaworski, if you wish, of course.
Thank you, through you, Mayor McDonald. Thank you very much to all the staff for all the pre-work, all the sharing of information. And also, I mean, when I say the pre-work, I don't want to gloss over that. And bringing a budget, a reasonable budget to start with, and then one, that council can add or subtract to, sort of in a thoughtful way, as opposed to a reactive or sort of kind of under fire way, is really appreciated. And because I know a lot of work was done ahead of time to find savings where possible. Like Councillor McDonnell, I would have liked to end this at a little bit lower. I was sort of 3.5 was where I would have been feeling really good. But again, I have to couch that with it. And there are some hard decisions in this as well. So it's, when we say, it's hard to say feeling good about increasing it regardless, but again, I think it's being done in a thoughtful and with an aim towards sustainability. So I think overall, yeah, it was a successful exercise. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you. Yeah, definitely thank staff. I'm just thinking back to when we first, well, at least 3 of us first got elected, and the scrutiny that we were doing going through the budget, and just some things we weren't sure. now we're looking at it in a totally different lens, I find. And we got great staff. We know that we can trust them. We know that they're putting numbers forward that are, you know, intending to be the best. And it's much more pleasant doing budget than when when we first got on that first year or so. And I think staff have really, you know, made that happen. So much appreciated. And I know some people would have liked to see it a little lower, and I'm obviously not one of them, because I want to keep it up there a little bit because I don't want to get behind. I don't want to be one of these townships that's, you know, struggling to, you know, even keep stuff up. And I know it has to come from the people, but it's gonna happen sooner or later. And if we can keep it good, then I feel it's going to be a little easier as we keep going forward. So it is, you know, it's tough to put anything up, but you know, I'm comfortable where we landed. So I think I'm reasonably happy with it. Didn't get everything I wanted, obviously, but thank staff and thank the rest of council for being understanding and you know, value everybody's opinion.
Do you want to say something as well, or okay, yeah, okay. Would you like to end, or I end? Okay.
I can add if you want to.
Oh yeah, no, I guess yeah. You go ahead. I'll say something at the end.
Just, I guess, thank the mayor, thank council as well for thoughtful comments today and the input, and thank staff and especially Ms. MacDonald for leading us through this process.
Well, I guess this is kind of our year 4 of 4, so it's the last time that we're assured to be together at this table. I'd like to thank staff who are here. Some have been here since I was on the other side of the table, so thank you for your continued work in accepting me through these processes. I know I can be, I would never say odd, but quirky, and I appreciate the council and staff accept that. I know the work that goes on behind closed doors. I imagine that number we saw there where the return budgets were likely higher. You were probably forced to take quite a bit out before even coming to us, and then we come and try to apply a little bit of a shave to it, and then add, and obviously in this case to Ms. Harbers. I do respect the work you do, and I don't want that decision to I hope it doesn't feel personal, but I want to acknowledge it because otherwise I would be, I think it'd be unfair. To council, thank you for the conversations going through this. At some points, I think I may let the conversation go, and I appreciate that nobody really calls me out on that, but I hope you feel heard mostly, and I hope you feel heard to the strength that you want to. I'm very, very aware of who wanted the rate lower, and in different spots. I imagine that would be the discussion today would fall probably hardest on Councillor McDonnell. You are probably the kinder of, well, you're much kinder than I am, so I am appreciate how your heart might feel right now. So thank everybody for that. Thank you to yourself for preparing, and I guess we leave it to the Treasury Department for the last thank you. So thank you for preparing this, getting it ready, making it a way that is clean and easy to read. Much better than 2014 to 2022 for sure. Maybe a little muddling in there too. But it's nice whenever, I'd like to borrow Deputy Mayor Lang's words, it's nice whenever you can have a conversation about things that matter and not really have to concern yourself with like making sure that things are okay. So the information provided from everyone is very accurate, it's pretty precise, it's presented fairly. I don't think there's anything hidden in any of our budgets, and you know, from a transparency standpoint, the conversation was good, everybody knows where we stand, and despite differences of opinions on different things and not everybody getting everything, we do come to a consensus eventually. So thank you everyone for that, and I guess with that we conclude this budget, and thank you. And then I have
Can I clarify one thing?
You certainly can.
Yeah, and when I referred to like when we first got elected, things being tough, and I must make sure it was not from the treasurer's side. I just remember in the roads garage and a few things there were some line items there that we just did not understand, you know, as far as outside service in this sort of thing. So it was nothing, I just want to make sure you know, it was nothing towards you when you were treasurer at the time. I think everything, it was 100% there. It's just that we didn't, you know, understand why some items were so high and they, you know, they shouldn't have been, that sort of thing. So just want to clarify that.
Yeah, that's very nice of you to say, but it is presented better now than it was then, and I'm glad that's nice of you to say. And so, like, if it was good, it's gotten better, and thank you and the crew for that. So I will formally close this meeting now. with the resolutions. Moved by Councillor Bougie, seconded by Councillor McDonnell. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-68 being a bylaw to adopt, confirm, and ratify matters dealt with by resolution be read a first, second, and third time, passed, signed, and sealed in open council this 5th day of December 2025. All those in favor? Carried. Moved by Councillor Jaworski, seconded by Councillor Bougie. Be it resolved that Council of Township of South Glengarry adjourn the call of the chair at 4:33 p.m. And thank you everyone for staying 33 minutes extra on your weekend last day. Okay, all those in favor? Carried. Have a good evening, everyone.